Section 52 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 5, The Age of Louis XIV. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 16, Russia, 1462-1682, by J. B. Barrie, Part 2. The reign of Vasily III, 1505-33, is an appendix to that of his father, continuing his work, increasing Muscovite territory, and maintaining some relations with European courts. Herberstein, as ambassador of the Emperor Maximilian, visited Moscow in 1517 and 1523, and wrote his famous description of Russia, which created a considerable sensation in the West. Vasily married Helen Glinskaya, a Lithuanian refugee, who, after his death, maintained her position as regent for her infant son Ivan, amidst great difficulties, for 5 years. She died in 1538, and Russia, without a head, was exposed during the following years to the anarchical and tyrannous rule of the boyars. Two princely families and their factions, the Shuiskis and the Belskis, disputed the power. Ivan IV was neglected or encouraged in cruel sports and debauchery. He asserted himself in 1543 by the murder of Andrew Shuisky, and he always looked back with intense bitterness on his treatment as a child. He was crowned in 1547 with the title of Tsar, having already shown that he was determined to be master. The details of his reign form a curious and repulsive chronicle, and his eccentric character has been a fascinating psychological study for Russian historians. His vices and atrocities are written large in the annals of his government. But his ability and originality are no less undeniable, and no judgment would be wider off the mark than to regard his reign as devoid of significance except as illustrating how great enormities might be perpetrated by a tyrant in Moscovia. In the West he will always be known as Ivan the Terrible, but the epithet is misleading, for the Russian word which it translates means to be feared in the sense in which we are bidden to fear God as a stern master, not as an ogre. In cruelty he outdid his predecessors, but it is hardly for Western Europe, which had seen, for instance, the treatment of Liège by Charles the Bold, and witnessed in Ivan's days the exploits of Spanish rule in the Netherlands and the tortures of the Inquisition, to exclaim at the spectacular massacre which he conducted at Novgorod and at his other outrageous cruelties, as if they had set Russia beyond the pale of civilized humanity. The significance of this wonderful reign lies much deeper. Two fundamental discords in the structure of the state produced a complex crisis in the middle of the 16th century, which caused not only the eccentric policy of Ivan, but the troubles in which the realm was involved for a generation after his death. On the one hand, there was the political contradiction between the autocratic power, which in its absolute claim required a complete democratic leveling of all its subjects, and the necessity under which it lay of administering the state by an aristocratic class which asserted hereditary rights to participation in the government while it admitted the autocratic principle. On the other hand, there was the social anomaly that, for the sake of the military needs of the empire, since the wealth of Russia consisted entirely in land, the interests of the productive agricultural classes had been sacrificed to the interests of the class of service. Peasant owners were dispossessed, lands were seized to supply fiefs for this class. But the constant wars laid weighty burdens on the men of service and the proprietors of land, whether helots or fiefs, and they were forced to press heavily upon their tenants. The consequence was that these tenants gave up their farms and sought new lands elsewhere, especially on the monastic estates, as the monasteries were the capitalists of the age and were reputed to be easier masters. The lands of boyars and of the whole class of service were thus left without a sufficiency of labor, while the public burdens weighed no less heavily than before. The gravity of the situation was reflected in curious pamphlets which appeared, urging on one side the confiscation of ecclesiastical property, an idea which had already floated before in the minds of the sovereigns, and on the other the abolition of the whole system of military fiefs. The second proposal was impossible in view of the necessities of the state. The first was discussed at a council, which in 1551 deliberated on ecclesiastical questions and drew up its acts in 100 chapters, the Stoglav. The influence of the Church, which was largely represented, hindered any radical measure, but it was ordained that all allodial lands which the boyars had made over to the Church without the sovereign's consent should be restored, that all gifts to it made during Ivan's minority should be cancelled, and that in future the monasteries should not acquire certain kinds of estate without imperial consent. Thus a limit was set to the growth of ecclesiastical property. The economic trouble was far more deeply seated and serious than the political, but it was the political problem which absorbed Ivan's attention, though his solution of it involved important consequences for the other also. At a council held in 1550, the young Tsar gave open expression to his hostile feelings towards the boyars, whose regime during his minority had been injurious to himself and calamitous for the state. In the same year he took the first step in a course of policy which was directed towards breaking down the influence of the great nobles. 1,000 quote-unquote boyar children, this was the technical name for a class among the men of service who did not belong to the boyars but were of noble descent, were brought from different parts of Russia to the central regions around Moscow, where fiefs were provided for them, and along with the ancient aristocratic families of the province, they were constituted in 3 grades as a nobility of service. The aim was to level down the old nobility by merging it with a new, but Ivan did not venture to abolish the principle of precedence. For some years Ivan allowed himself to be guided by the counsels of 2 favorites, the monk Sylvester and Alexis Adashev, whom he deemed independent of the influence of the boyars. But these advisers lost his intimate confidence in 1553. He suspected that their sympathies were with the boyars and adverse to his own political designs. And the evidence of Prince Kurbsky, who was a violent exponent of the aristocratic opposition to the Tsar, shows that he was right. Some years later they were disgraced. Their influence may have postponed the struggle which began after their fall, but historians have ascribed to them an exaggerated significance and somewhat naively glorified them as good geniuses of Ivan, whose natural wickedness burst out when their salutary restraint was removed. Apart from his own autocratic instincts, Ivan was convinced that the rule of the boyars, coordinate with or limiting his authority, meant political confusion, social anarchy, and civil war, and that autocracy was the sole foundation of order. He began a struggle which was to issue in the destruction of the princely nobility by comparatively mild measures, disgracing those whom he suspected, and exacting an oath from the rest to have no communications with the quote-unquote traitors. When he discovered that such communications were carried on, he proceeded to more drastic acts of persecution, which caused many boyars to seek refuge in Poland. These flights evoked more tyrannical measures, and a reign of terror ensued. Notable among the princes who fled to Poland was Kurbski, because he gave verbal expression to the grievances of his order. His correspondence with the emperor, for Ivan, who was fond of argument, condescended to enter into controversy, does not fathom the depth of the political situation, but portrays vividly the intensity of the hostility between the Tsar and the class on whom the administration of the state had depended. Ivan at last invented a curious solution of the political problem, and proceeded to carry his design into execution in 1564. His solution was the notorious oprichnina. Few people of the time understood his idea. He carefully abstained from explaining it. He invested it with such mystery that it seemed incomprehensible, and he carried it out with such a grotesque mise-en-scène that history has till recently regarded it as the wild caprice of an irresponsible madman on the throne. But whatever judgment may be passed on its wisdom, the oprichnina must be taken seriously, as a deliberate and carefully thought-out means of adapting the administration to the pretensions of autocracy. The plan consisted in a division of the administration of the empire into two parts, and the establishment of a new court distinct from the old court of Moscow. The new institution was called the oprichnina, or separate establishment, over which the Tsar presided, and those who served in it were the oprichniki. At the beginning, large tracts of territory were set apart to maintain it, to the southwest, northeast, and north of Moscow, and during the following 6 or 7 years, new regions were continually being included in its sphere, until it embraced the greater part of the central provinces. The rest of the empire remained under the old system, governed by the Council of Boyars, and was distinguished as the Zemshchina. Geographically, the lands reserved for the oprichnina ran like a wedge from north to south into the lands of the Zemshchina, which included all the frontier provinces on the west, south, and east. In the central provinces, the lands of the two spheres interlaced each other, and Moscow itself was divided. Such a partition of territory between the sovereign and the Council of Boyars reminds us of the partition of the Roman Empire into senatorial and imperial provinces, but the purpose and principle were wholly different. While Augustus assigned to the Senate the more central and pacific lands and appropriated to his own care all those which were exposed to danger, Ivan did exactly the reverse. It is also to be noted that all the chief roads of traffic from Moscow to the frontiers, with the towns that lay on them, were included in the territory of the oprichnina, which thus commanded the tolls, except the southern roads where the toll revenue was not great. But the appropriation of the central regions was determined by the political aim which Ivan had in view. Here were the estates of the old princely families and the most powerful boyars. Ivan seized the allodial lands and converted them into feudal, and he assigned to the owners estates subject to strict conditions of service and taxation in other parts of the empire. Whenever the oprichnina seized lands, either allodial or feudal, the proprietors were uprooted unless they were themselves enrolled in the oprichnina. By this means, the descendants of the appanaged princes, who were the most formidable members of the opposition, were detached from the places where they had power and influence, and removed to distant regions as simple men of service, while those who had hitherto, quote-unquote, served these princes as their liegemen became the immediate servants of the Tsar. The ancient local aristocracy thus received a crushing blow, and only a few who could convince the Tsar that they were harmless, such as Prince Mstislavsky, or who joined the Oprichnina, like the Princes Shuisky and Trubetskoy, maintained their positions. Such exceptions did not modify the general result that men of simple boyar descent now succeeded to the influence of those who based their political claims on their princely origin. Thus Ivan accomplished in a more sweeping way the object which he had foreshadowed in the measure of 1550, the creation of a class of service completely dependent on himself, and lacking the traditional rights and position which had formed the strength of the aristocratic resistance. The execution of this policy, involving ubiquitous, rapid, and violent changes of ownership, caused a general upturning of society, enormously increasing the confusion and complication of the already complicated and confused relations between proprietors and peasants. Estates with their inhabitants flew from hand to hand, as has been said, quote, almost with the velocity of bills in a modern exchange, end quote. The peasants replied by flight to the hardships which were entailed upon them. The massive confiscations, violent and sudden, were alone sufficient to create consternation and alarm. But the administration of the Oprichnina was marked by such terrorism and savage cruelty, and rendered so infamous by the Tsar's debauches in his den of horrors at Alexandrov, that these accidental accompaniments disguised its deeper significance from contemporaries and made it appear as a measure of police rather than as an instrument of political reform. The dualism between the Zemshina with the Duma and the Oprichnina with the Tsar was not absolute, and it was no part of the Tsar's intention that they should be antagonistic to each other. The Oprichnina did not stand outside the state. The two administrations were directed to act in concert, and the cleft which ensued was not part of Ivan's plan, but was due to the way in which it was realized. There was no duplication of bureaus, but each bureau had officials belonging to both administrations. No official acts of the Oprichnina as such are preserved. The Duma always referred foreign questions to the Tsar, and we find the boyars of both spheres consulting together and deciding unanimously on a Lithuanian question. In 1572, the Oprichnina ceased to bear this distinct name and became simply the court. Nor can any significance be ascribed to the temporary elevation of Simeon Bekbulatovich, a member of the princely house of the Tartars of Kazan, who was proclaimed Great Prince of Moscow and Tsar of all the Russias in 1575. Ivan's motive in exhibiting this comedy, which lasted for a few months, is mysterious, if it was more than a caprice. Simeon was a mere puppet. He had no real authority. The temporary dual system may appear a roundabout and clumsy way of accomplishing the Tsar's aims, but it is intelligible as a compromise. It was his intention to preserve to the Duma its administrative functions, while he required a perfectly free hand to make and mar without its advice or interference. His plan secured both these ends. By severing himself from the Moscow Council and dividing the administration territorially, he was able, without constant friction and fear of treachery, to carry out his revolutionary policy. When the political power of the old noble families was annihilated and their estates in the central provinces were converted into fiefs held on conditions of service, the use of the double system was over. It has been often pretended that Ivan's reign witnessed the introduction of parliamentary institutions in a rudimentary form. This view can hardly be upheld. The Sobor, or Assembly, which was convoked at Moscow in 1550 to deliberate on remedies for the terrible condition to which the oppression of the recent Boyar regime had reduced the realm, was not of the nature of a parliament, but rather a body of administrative character. Its importance consisted in the fact that it was composed not merely of the higher officials and boyars who belonged to the Duma, but also of representatives of the administrative class of all grades throughout the empire. We do not know on what principle they were chosen. The Sobor was in fact no more than an extension extraordinary of the normal Duma. It had, however, political, though little constitutional, significance. It showed that Ivan did not intend to rely exclusively on the advice of the aristocracy of Moscow. It was a presage of the political tendency of his reign. This assembly was preliminary to the promulgation of Ivan's code, which revived the law book of his grandfather and introduced an important change in the civil administration. Justice and police were in the hands of governors called kormlenchiki, because they lived upon the land, and nothing could have been worse than their government. In some places the communes had the nominal right of assisting in the administration of justice through their heads or elders. The rural classes and the people of the provincial towns were organized in communes, presided over by elders or mayors, whom they elected at their communal assemblies, and were collectively responsible for the fiscal obligations of their members, the corn tax and the hearth tax. These communes may have been originally based on the Old Slavonic mir, but although we find here and there cases of joint ownership of land, which is characteristic of the mir, individual and not common ownership is the rule in the communes of the 15th and 16th centuries. The design of the new legislation was to do away with the kormlenchiki and substitute judicial authorities elected in the districts. But the condition that the proffered charters of local autonomy could be obtained only by purchase hindered many communes from availing themselves of the reform. This step seemed in the first instance to contradict the general policy of centralization which had guided Ivan III, but it was not long before the locally elected magistrates became officers nominated by the central government, and the growth of serfdom effectually put an end to that of local autonomy which the Code of Ivan IV appeared to have inaugurated. Another Sobor was summoned in 1566 for the special purpose of considering the relations of Russia with Poland. Besides boyars, functionaries of various grades, and ecclesiastics, there attended a number of merchants of Moscow and Smolensk, evidently invited on account of their special knowledge related to the commerce between the two countries. There was no popular representation, and this Sobor has not more claim than the first to constitutional significance. While Ivan was engaged in carrying out domestic reforms and terrorizing his subjects, foreign affairs did not cease to importune him. The conquests of Kazan and Astrakhan have already been mentioned. These successes, especially the former, made a profound impression on the nation, redounding to the Tsar's prestige. It remained for him, his counselors thought, to complete the work by destroying the Tartar power of Crimea, and so to reach the Euxine. And these advisers might have deemed their opinion justified when in 1571 the Crimean Khan invaded Russia and burned Moscow, except the Kremlin, to the ground. A second invasion in the following year was repulsed. Yet the subjugation of Crimea was a project which was perhaps premature. Ivan preferred to turn the strength of his arms northwestward, and by conquering Livonia to reach the Baltic. At this time, Livonia had sunk into the last stage of decay, misery, and corruption, vividly described by Sebastian Münster. There was no national feeling or unity. The population was trodden down by the corrupt German colonists, the knightly order which governed it. And it was a question whether it was to Poland or Russia or Sweden or perchance to Denmark that it would pass. For Russia it had a special importance, not only as the street to the Baltic, but also because, after the foolish policy of the Tsars in destroying Novgorod as a commercial center, trade had retired to Riga and the Livonian towns. Ivan conquered the greater part of the country, 1557 to 60, and the last High Master of the Teutonic Order, Gottfried Kettler, having in vain sought active help from Poland and from the Empire, transferred to Poland the rights of his order in Livonia, and resigned himself to the possession of the Duchy of Courland for him and his heirs, 1561. But the Russian occupation of Livonia was premature. For the next 20 years there was almost unbroken war with Poland, and as Sweden and Denmark were interested, the course of events was complicated by a succession of political combinations among the four powers. It was varied by the candidature of the Tsar for the Polish throne, first on the death of Sigismund Augustus, 1572, when Henry of Valois was elected, and again after his abdication in 1575, when Stephen Batory, the voivode of Transylvania, supported with arms by the Sultan, won the crown. It is said that Ivan was favored by the lesser nobility, but he threw away whatever chances he had by his want of deference towards the Diet. In the Hungarian, Stephen Batory, Poland had gained an ambitious master, Russia a formidable foe. He created a powerful army and undid all that Ivan had done. But Livonia was only a minor question in the greater issue involving the very existence of Poland, which, if it was not to be crushed ultimately between German advance on the west and the power of Moscow on the east, must extend over Russia its sway, along with its civilization and religion. The absence of geographical boundaries rendered the dilemma inexorable. Either Russia or Poland must disappear as an independent state. Internal and external circumstances combined to postpone the final solution, but Stephen Batory had grasped the truth and logically prepared to conquer Muscovy. He besieged and failed to take Pskov, but he would not have ceased from his enterprise if Rome had not intervened. The Tsar had sought the mediation of Gregory XIII, and the treaty, which was concluded in 1582 through the negotiations of the Jesuit Possevino, surrendered Livonia to Poland. The Russians had not yet the strength to grasp either the Baltic or the Black Sea. Besides the expansion of the Muscovite power to the Caspian by the capture of Astrakhan, which secured the command of the Volga from source to mouth and established authority, more or less effectively, over the Cossacks of the Don, the reign of Ivan was also distinguished by a conquest which founded the Asiatic power of Russia. The Tsar had granted, 1558, lands on the Kama to Gregory Stroganov, member of an enterprising family which had done great service as pioneers of civilization in the deserts north of Yatka. During the next 20 years, Stroganov and his colonists extended the sphere of their operations beyond the Ural and came into conflict with the Tartar kingdom recently founded, of which the capital was named Sibir, near Tobolsk. This state imperiled the enterprises of the Stroganovs, and they had recourse to the somewhat hazardous expedient of hiring a band of Cossack brigands. With the Tsar's consent, they engaged 640 Cossacks, who had hitherto been accustomed to waylay Russian traders. Of their 2 chieftains, one had been condemned to death. The other was Yermak Timofeyevich, who showed that he had the qualities of a conquistador. He defeated the Khan, captured Sibir, and carried his arms beyond the Tobol between the rivers Irtyush and Ob. If Yermak had failed, no responsibility would have fallen upon Russia, but Ivan was not slow to reap the fruits of his success. He sent officers to take formal possession of the new acquisitions and recognized the adventurers' services by gifts. Yermak perished almost immediately after this, 1584, in a night surprise, it was said, and when trying to swim the Irtyush in a coat of mail which was one of the Tsar's gifts. This Russian Cortes was raised by the people and the Church to the rank of a hero and almost of a saint. But though he helped effectively the eastern advance of Russia at a critical moment, the real task of subjugating Siberia was accomplished by the long and quiet toil of the peaceful colonists who carried on the work of the Stroganovs. The death of Ivan the Terrible, 1584, delivered Russia from a nightmare of tyranny, but opened a period of unrest and civil strife which lasted for 30 years. The social and political discords threatened the realm with a struggle which could only be averted by a strong tyrant or by an able statesman armed with all the authority of legitimacy. But Ivan left no successor like to or better than himself. He had 2 sons by his first wife, Anastasia Romanova, from whose brother the present dynasty is descended. The eldest son, Ivan, was slain by his father's hand in a fit of fury, 1582, a tragedy which produced a deep effect on the popular imagination, echoed in the popular lays. The second son, Theodore, was a weakling. By the latest of his other wives, he had no fewer than 7, though some were not recognized by the Church, Maria Nagaya. He had a son, Dmitri, who was an infant at the time of his death. The throne passed at once to Theodore, whose feeble intellect was unable to cope with or even realize the difficult problems of government and organization which demanded the ruler's care, while his delicate constitution suggested disturbing uncertainties as to the continuation of the dynasty. He proved, in fact, the last of his line. But it may almost be said that the dynastic crisis began at his accession. The peculiar way in which the course of this important period of Russian history shaped itself was due to the circumstance that the catastrophe of the old dynasty coincided with a crisis of general social disorganization. The unrest, smuta, which ushered out the old dynasty and ushered in the rule of the Romanovs, is marked by 3 stages, which have been designated as dynastic, social, and national. The first is a struggle for the throne among various claimants representing different interests. The second, a civil war between social classes, complicated by the intervention of foreign powers. The third, a national struggle with foreigners, issuing in the organization of a new national government. Throughout the reign of Theodore, his brother-in-law, Boris Godunov, one of the new boyars of the Oprichnina, was the real ruler. At first he seems to have acted more or less in harmony with certain others who were naturally marked out to form the inner council of advisers and conduct the government of the Fenian sovereign, Prince Mstislavsky, Prince Shuisky, and Nikita Romanovich Yurev, the Tsar's uncle. All these were alike responsible for sending the emperor's mother and the infant Tsarevich Dmitri to Uglich, a measure which was not due to any actual conspiracy in the infant's favor, but intended as a precaution against possible intrigues on the ground that Theodore was incapable. Till his death, 1585, Nikita seems to have united this inner circle by the ascendancy of his influence. But after his death, a struggle between Boris and Mstislavsky ended in the speedy disgrace of the latter, and 2 years later, an attempt of the Shuiskys to overthrow Godunov's power was followed by their exile. Special titles which were bestowed on Godunov gave him a place apart in the court. He had precedence over all dignitaries and was officially empowered to conduct negotiations with foreign potentates. Foreign courts recognized him as the actual ruler. The English called him the Lord Protector of Russia. The talents of Boris were confessed by his foes. Personally amiable, he was thoroughly honest and earnest in his purpose to govern well. Foreigners testified to a marked improvement during his regime. The country breathed again after the wars and atrocities of the terrible. But he was faced by social problems, too complicated and radical to be solved by the alleviations to which he resorted, and which only postponed the civil struggle to which the profound antagonisms within the social organism pointed as inevitable. He could not conciliate the conflicting interests of the richer landed proprietors, the ecclesiastical owners, the middle and small classes of fiefholders, the free peasant proprietors, the vagrants who lived like Cossacks in the southern provinces. The general note of his policy was to favor the middle class. He inherited and continued Ivan's policy of depressing the old nobility and raising new men like himself to power and influence. He consulted the interests of the general mass of the men of service, and sacrificed to them the interests of the peasants. What the men of service wanted was to have not only a secure hold on their land, but also a guarantee that they should have men to till it. Accordingly, his regency was marked by the formal introduction of serfdom, 1597. To support and strengthen the middle class, this was his policy as regent and afterwards as Tsar. When Theodore's only child Theodosia died, 1594, and it was recognized that he had no hope of leaving issue, it was clear that on his death the reigning dynasty would terminate. For his step-brother Dmitri had been found with his throat cut at Uglich in 1591. Mystery encompassed the child's death. A commission of inquest returned a verdict that it was a case of epileptic suicide, but there is little doubt that he was murdered, and the opponents of Boris held him responsible for the crime. In anticipation of the vacancy of the throne, they were not inactive. The idea of electing an Austrian archduke was even ventilated. The Romanovs were at this juncture the most formidable rivals of Boris, and it was said that the Tsar, before his death, 1598, expressed the wish that his cousin Theodore Romanov should be his successor. There were other candidates, Belsky and Mstislavsky, but probably the real conflict lay between Romanov and Godunov. The charge of having procured the murder of Dmitri was used as a weapon by the adversaries of Boris, but he succeeded in carrying through his own unanimous election at the Sobor, which assembled to choose a Tsar in 1598. The disgust of the great boyars at this election may be measured by the fact that they got up in agitation in favor of Simeon Bekbulatovich, the Tartar whom Ivan IV had decked with the brief semblance of sovereignty. Boris took the precaution of forcing Theodore Romanov to become a monk, though no charge of conspiring seems to have been brought against him. We shall meet him again under the name of Philaret. His brother and the whole family were then disgraced and banished on a charge of sorcery, but other reasons must have lurked behind. End of section 52. Section 53 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 5, The Age of Louis XIV. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 16, Russia, 1462-1682, by J.B. Barrie, Part 3. The struggle in which Boris was the leading actor had hitherto been purely dynastic. It did not touch the nobles as a class, only particular families were involved, and it did not directly affect the rest of society. With the rise of the famous pretender who impersonated the murdered Tsarevich Dmitri, the question at issue was still dynastic, but the interest in it spread to society at large, and soon created a movement in which the succession to the throne became secondary. The deeper rifts in the community widened into chasms which threatened to engulf the state. The identity of the pretender, who appeared in Poland in 1603 and gave himself out as Dmitri, son of the Tsar Ivan, is held to be one of the unsolved mysteries of history. But a strong case has been made out for believing that the Tsar Boris was right in identifying him with Grishka Otrepiev, an unfrocked monk who had formerly been in the service of the Romanovs. He had carefully informed himself of the circumstances connected with Dmitri's death, and he told an ingenious story which will not, however, sustain a critical examination, that a devoted tutor, foreseeing the evil design of Boris, had rescued him by substituting another child. The impostor gained the credence of influential persons in Little Russia, and became betrothed to Marina Mniszech, daughter of a Polish noble who took an active part in propagating Roman Catholicism. The influence of this atmosphere induced him to change his faith, and at Krakow, where he presented himself in March 1604, he secretly joined the Roman Church. He had become the protégé of the Jesuits and wrote an ardent letter to the Pope. King Sigismund was disposed to espouse his cause. It is not probable that the king was really convinced at any moment that the pretender was the Tsarevich, but if Russia could be brought to accept him as such, the interests of Poland might be as well promoted as if he were genuine. The forcible policy of Stephen Batory had been abandoned under Sigismund, who sought to bring his eastern neighbors under Polish influence by compassing a close union in commerce and religion. He found Boris resolutely determined, as Ivan IV had been when similarly approached by Possevino, not to open any door to Latin propaganda in Russia. The result of his efforts was the conclusion of a truce for 20 years, 1602. In the face of this treaty, it seemed difficult to support in arms the rival of Boris. The two great chancellors of Poland and Lithuania were opposed to the idea. The nation was disinclined for a new war, and the Diet rejected the proposal to assist the pretender. But the king succumbed to the temptation. He hoped to recover some of the territories which had been wrested from Lithuania, and to obtain Russian help for executing his cherished plan, the conquest of Sweden, his father's kingdom. He entered into a secret engagement with the pretender, who readily promised what was asked, and on his part, Although he could give no open or official help, he connived at the recruiting of Polish volunteers. Both the king and the Roman Church saw in Dmitri's enterprise a great chance for bringing about an ecclesiastical union. The Jesuits and the papal nuncio Rangoni threw themselves enthusiastically into his cause and played an important part in these events. The pretender took the field with an insignificant miscellaneous army of some 4,000 men. The success which crowned his enterprise was due not to Polish help, his Poles deserted him in the middle of the campaign, but to the inhabitants of the southern and southwestern provinces, which were ready to welcome any pretender, and to the enlistment in his cause of the Cossacks of the Don. The population of the south, consisting largely of emigrants from the north, peasants who had been raised to the rank of imperial service, were thoroughly discontented with the new conditions, finding their last state as evil as their first. While Dmitri advanced from the southwest, the Cossacks moved simultaneously on the south. Without following the course of the campaign, 1604-5, we may note the mistake which the generals of Boris made in fixing the base of their operations too far west, with the idea that their enemy had all Poland behind him, and thus leaving the way open for the rapid successes of his Cossack allies. The issue might have been different but for the sudden death of Boris in April 1605, which led to a new development. The evidence does not justify the suspicion that the pretender had originally been suborned or supported by boyar princes of Moscow. It is significant that the Galicians, the Shuiskis, and Mstislavski were employed by Boris against him. But on the Tsar's death, these nobles saw that the prospect was favorable to reaction. Instead of supporting the Tsarevich Theodore Godunov, they declared for the pretender, and through them the whole army took the oath to Dmitri. But the boyars did not believe that he was the son of Ivan. They accepted him merely for the temporary purpose of nipping the Godunov dynasty in the bud. The Shuiskis showed their hand at once by a premature conspiracy against him, which led to their banishment. The pretender's reign at Moscow endured for a year and displayed his incapacity to control a most difficult situation. Surrounded by a circle of foreigners, Poles and Jesuits, who claimed that he owed everything to them, he soon alienated the sympathies of Moscow. He sought to base his power on the support of those families of the nobility which had been kept under by Boris. For instance, he recalled the Romanovs. Feeling that by this policy he was rousing the dissatisfaction of the old princely families, he recalled the Shuiskis, whom, as soon as they returned, began to contrive his overthrow in conjunction with the Galicians. The Tsar was also suspected of heresy by the ecclesiastics, though he concealed his conversion. And when he celebrated his marriage with Marina, and Moscow was filled with Polish visitors who permitted themselves every license, the bigotry of the Moscow populace was thoroughly aroused. The blow was struck a few days later. The pretender was done to death, May 1606, and Vasily Shuisky, who had been prominent in organizing the plot, was elected Tsar. This reaction represents the last short-lived triumph of that princely class against which the Oprichnina was directed. The quote-unquote aristocratic principle was for a few years in the ascendant, and the new Tsar issued a manifesto which meant not a limitation of his own imperial prerogative in favor of the boyars, but his intention to return to the old administrative system of the days before the Oprichnina. Such a policy was impossible. Vasily had against him an important circle in the nobility to which the Romanovs and Mstislavsky belonged. The Moscow populace had been accustomed by recent events to making their voice heard in politics, and he found it impossible to quiet the mob which had helped him to the throne, and which was now ready to believe that the late Tsar was really Dmitri. To meet this danger, Vasily had the bones of the murdered child brought to Moscow. The son of Ivan was canonized as a martyr. An official declaration was promulgated in the name of the Tsar, the boyars, and Dmitri's mother, and a pamphlet known as the Izvet of Varlam was issued under Shuisky's inspiration, showing that the pretender was Grishka Otrepiev. In those days, however, publicistic literature was not effective in Russia. The community was not ready to accept Shuisky's regime. Rebellion, beginning in the southwest, spread to the east and northeast and to the west, assuming different characters in different regions. The same people who had before been against Boris were now against Vasily. The center of the movement was at Pupils, which had been the headquarters of the pretender, and a leader arose in Ivan Bolotnikov, who impressed it with a stamp of a social revolution, issuing fly-leaves inciting to attacks on property and the commercial classes. It was in fact avowedly a program of rapine, and this marks a new stage in the Smuta. The rebellion attracted ambitious members of the new families, to whose career the reaction of Shuisky closed the door. A heterogeneous army, recruited from the southern provinces, including Ryazan, laid siege to Moscow, October 1606. But it was a political coalition of social adversaries, and a month's association in camp convinced the more conservative elements, especially represented by men of Ryazan, that they could not work in harmony with the radical followers of Bolotnikov. The siege was broken up, and there ensued a general rallying of the orderly classes to the government of Vasily, who then collected an army. A year later, this revolutionary attempt was finally suppressed by the capture of Tula, its last stronghold. The Tsar discerned that the pretender's success had been largely due to the support of the vagrant peasants, and it was this political motive which led him, 1607, to renew in a stricter form the laws of serfdom which had been passed in the regency of Boris. The reaction and the old order seemed thus to win the victory in the first bout. But before Tula had fallen, a new pretender arose in the Seversky province. His name is unknown. He was generally called the Robber. His position was entirely different from that of his predecessor. The first, quote-unquote, Dmitri, had guided a movement which was primarily in his own personal interests. The second, quote-unquote, Dmitri, was a puppet serving the interests of political and social revolution and foreign designs. Supported by Polish adventurers, he gained such a strong following that in the summer of 1608 he won a battle close to Moscow, fortified himself at Tushino, and blockaded the capital. The revolt spread to the whole of the Moscow province and northwestward to Pskov. The north of Russia, the Pomorie, had been almost untouched by the troubles and ferment which had begun with the Oprichnina. It was now faithful to the Tsar. Prince Skopin-Shuisky created at Vologda a military and administrative center, and by the end of 1609, having succeeded in uniting forces with the general Sheremetyev from the southeastern province, he cleared of the robbers' troops the regions north of Moscow. But before this was achieved, the Muscovite government was confronted by a new enemy. King Sigismund had invaded Russian territory. The success of Skopin and the invasion of Sigismund brought about the fall of the two rival governments at Moscow and at Tushino in the course of 1610. The robber fled from Tushino, and Sigismund entered into negotiation with the Tushinites, in whose councils Filaret Theodore Romanov, their patriarch, had a leading voice. A covenant of union was concluded February 1610, by which the Tushinites accepted Prince Vladislav of Poland as Tsar, with the condition that, while there was to be a close military union between the two countries, Russia was to be autonomous and its orthodoxy inviolable. This agreement reflects the policy and interests of those groups of the upper class which were opposed to the reaction of the boyar princes. The Tushinite leader entered into relations with the inhabitants of Moscow, proposing peace and the overthrow of Vasily. The army of the north, which had lost its leader by the death of Skopin, took no part in these events, and Shuisky and his party were overthrown, July 1610, by the Moscow populace. With the fall of the reactionary government, the last stage of the domestic strife begins. It seemed as if the direction of affairs was now to be under the control of a foreign power. The next 3 years, 1610 to 12, are marked by attempts, both open and secret, finally successful, to restore order and create a permanent government. The first experiment, after a temporary administration by 7 boyars, was the acceptance of Prince Vladislav, who was elected to the throne by a sobor under boyar influence, quote, "the last political act in the history of Moscow boyardom," end quote. But when it became clear that his sovereignty was a mask for a military dictatorship exercised by his father, Moscow attempted to substitute a national government. In the struggle with Sigismund which ensued, the patriarch Hermogenes played an important part. To him, the national and religious feelings of the Muscovite turned as to a sort of guardian. He stubbornly refused to recognize the foreign Tsar. He circulated letters denouncing Sigismund, and when some of them fell into the hands of the Poles, he was kept under surveillance. But his letters bore fruit, especially at Rязань and Nizhny Novgorod. An anti-Polish movement was organized by Prokopy Lapunov. A national host was formed, and a new alliance was cemented between the middle classes and those who had been the adherents of the robber. This unnatural union with the quote-unquote robbers and the Cossacks intent on rapine was a policy doomed to failure. In the mixed army which besieged Moscow in 1611, there was neither unity nor discipline. The Cossacks plundered the land at will, and the attempt to organize an effective government was futile. The death of Lapunov was followed by open discord. The rest of the army left the Cossacks and the quote-unquote robbers alone in the camp and went their ways. This ended the second attempt to create order, and the prospect seemed gloomier than ever. The control had passed to the Poles on the one hand, threatening political servitude, and to the Cossacks and rural proletariat on the other, threatening a social subversion. Sweden, too, alarmed by the election of Vladislav, had appeared on the scene and occupied Novgorod the Great, putting forward on her side the candidature of a Swedish prince. From this desperate situation, Russia was rescued by the middle classes, who rallied together against the foreign and the domestic dangers. The brethren of the Troitsa monastery, who were active during this crisis, urged the country to make common cause with the Cossack army against the Poles. but the Patriarch Hermogenes was firmly opposed to any union with the brigands, and his view prevailed in the towns of the northern provinces from which the deliverance came. The initiative was taken by Nizhny Novgorod, where the leaders of the movement were Kuzma Minin, elder of the commune, who represented the bourgeois, and Sava Yefimiev, who represented the higher groups of society. To organize and lead the national forces which were to clear Moscow and her territory from the two foes, Prince Dmitry Pozharsky was chosen, a member of an old princely family which had come down in the world. An adherent of the old traditions, he had, in the reign of Vasily Shuisky, shown decided military talent. Kazan joined the movement, and Pozharsky anticipated the Cossacks in seizing Yaroslavl, which then, as the richest town in the regions north of Moscow, became the political center of the national movement. A temporary government was formed, consisting of a sobor of the normal composition, while a council of war acted as a Duma, and on April 7, 1612, a manifesto was issued calling on the land to unite against the foreign invaders and, quote-unquote, the Russian robbers. Months were spent at Yaroslavl in organizing, and negotiations meant only to gain time were carried on with Novgorod, which had acknowledged a Swedish prince. The Cossacks were driven from the towns which they had occupied, and when the national army at last moved on Moscow, the Cossack leader Zarutsky marched off with nearly half the host, and the rest submitted. Then Moscow was taken and the Poles driven out. October. A national sobor met at Moscow in January 1613 to elect a new Tsar. The Shuiskys, Galitsins, and the princely houses, even the deliverer Pozharsky, had no influence in this election, and the choice fell on Michael Romanov, son of Filaret, the first Tsar of the dynasty which reigns today. The Smuta was over. A durable settlement was achieved by the active combination of those conservative classes which had held aloof both from the revolutionary designs of the serfs and Cossacks and from the reactionary policy of the Prince Boyars. It was the triumph of the man of service, who had neither been seduced into the den of the quote-unquote robbers, nor drawn into the nets of foreign conspiracies, and of the peasants and bourgeois of the communes of the northern provinces, which had been least affected by the Oprichnina. The issue of the civil war solved both the political and the social problems which had upset the fabric of the state in the interest of the middle classes. Politically, the Smuta completed the work of the Oprichnina. The power of the boyars was undermined, and the ground was cleared for the development of a bureaucracy recruited without regard for birth. Socially, the rebellion of the lower classes against the lot of serfdom was crushed. They were sacrificed to the middle class, and the policy of Boris was reinforced. The political influence of the middle classes was felt throughout the reign of the first Romanov, and for a time under his successor. It was expressed by frequent meetings of the consultative assemblies, which had been introduced by Ivan IV, and, since his reign, had fulfilled the important duty of electing Tsars. The significance of these sobors, as we have already observed, is political rather than constitutional. They hardly give the reign of Michael the claim of being a quote-unquote parliamentary epoch, but they served as a check on the acquisition of excessive influence by the nobles. We find the sobor giving assent to taxation, nominating a patriarch, deliberating on the question of going to war with Poland. In 1642 it was summoned to consider whether Azov, which had been captured by the Cossacks, should be retained by Russia. This sobor consisted of the Council of Nobles, the higher clergy, and 195 representatives of other classes. Through it, public opinion influenced the Tsar's decision. The statesmen of the lesser nobility, the merchants, and the delegates from the rural districts, as to the widespread misery and exhaustion from which the country was suffering through taxation, military service, and the exactions of governors, convinced the Tsar that a war with Turkey was impossible, and the Cossacks were bidden to abandon Azov. In the reign of Alexis, a sobor was summoned, 1648, for the preparation of a new law code. This code, Ulozhenie, and the work of this sobor represented another success for those classes which had raised the Romanovs to power. They were dissatisfied with their economic conditions. Wars, taxes, the competition of foreign commerce pressed heavily upon them. And so far as the Ulozhenie was not mere codification, it attempted to satisfy their needs by sharpening the laws on serfdom, by restricting the acquisition of lands by the Church, and by enactments against foreign trade. Again, in 1653, a sobor was consulted on the question of war with Poland. This was the last, and it was seemingly due to the influence of the Patriarch Nikon, of whom more will presently be said, that the institution disappeared. The weak character of Michael, 1613–45, a man of no talent, threatened Russia with evils similar to those which it had suffered in the minority of Ivan IV. This calamity was averted by the return, in 1619, of his able father, Filaret, from Poland, where he had been kept as a hostage. Filaret was created patriarch and assisted the Tsar in the cares of government. Until his death, 1633, he was virtually the colleague of his son. His name appeared along with the Tsar's in public acts. The secure establishment of the new dynasty on the throne was largely the result of his prudent guidance and firm control. The government had, in the first place, to deal with those foreign powers which had fished in the troubled waters. The cession of Ingria and Karelia bought off the claims of Sweden and procured the restoration of Novgorod, Peace of Stolbova, 1617. Poland had made a formidable effort to realize the design of Báthory. For her it was a question of life and death, and her failure may be said to have meant the loss of her last chance. Władysław, indeed, did not abandon his pretensions. He marched on Moscow, 1618, and his repulse only led to a truce by which Poland retained Smolensk, Chernigov, and Seversky. On the death of Sigismund III in 1632, the war was renewed, this time by Russia, and Władysław, now King of Poland, renounced his claims to the throne for a sum of money by the Treaty of Polianowka, 1634. The reign of Alexis, 1645–76, witnessed not only the recovery of the recent acquisitions of Poland, but also the annexation of some of the borderlands, which in race, language, sentiment, and religion were Russian, but in consequence of the Lithuanian conquest had become part of the composite Polish-Lithuanian states. This Russian Lithuania, including White Russia in the north and Little Russia in the south, had formed a state distinct from Poland itself until 1569, when the Act of Lublin, to which reference has already been made, established a common Diet and Senate with a common political capital, and made Little Russia, as distinct from White Russia, part of Poland, though Poland and Lithuania, with White Russia, retained their separate laws, armies, chancellors, and other chief functionaries. The Orthodox religion was safeguarded, but the increase of Polish influence in the Russian lands led to Roman propagandism actively carried on by Jesuits, and to a long persecution of the Orthodox by those aimed at union. In the north, this policy might ultimately have succeeded, but it was disastrous in the southern steppes of the Ukraine, where there was a military population of free habits, impatient of authority, and devoted to the Orthodox faith. These quote-unquote Cossacks of the towns, distinguished from the Zaporozhian Cossacks, who lived in absolute freedom beyond the falls of the Dnieper, were organized in regiments under the general supremacy of the hetman of Little Russia, who was appointed by the king. Smarting under the oppressive rule of the Poles, who treated them as an inferior race, the Little Russians were fully prepared for revolt when a leader appeared in the person of Hetman Bogdan Khmelnytsky, a man of ability, bravery, and some education. The war which he commenced 1648 against the Poles was marked by savage atrocities on the part of his followers, who displayed particular fury against the Jesuits and the Jews, and not less cruel reprisals were practiced by the Polish nobles. After the first slight successes of his insurrection, Khmelnytsky sent to Warsaw a formal list of complaints of the ill treatment and injustice suffered by the Cossacks and people of Little Russia. At this juncture, King Vladislav died, and his successor, John Casimir, was prepared to treat. But the struggle continued, broken by negotiations and truces, until in 1651 Khmelnytsky experienced a crushing defeat. He had counted on the support of the Khan of Crimea, but the Khan had proved a treacherous ally. Hopeless of carrying on the contest alone, he now turned to the power which seemed the natural protector of the Orthodox, and sent an embassy to the Tsar, 1652. Alexis called a sobor to discover whether the realm was prepared to resume the strife with Poland. The assembly declared for war, and a commission was sent to receive oaths of allegiance from the hetman and the Little Russians, 1653. This war, in which Moscow won the stake, was waged by the Tsar with a measure of humanity and moderation which it was unusual for a Muscovite army to practice, and was attended with a success which would almost certainly have led to the annexation of White Russia if another power had not intervened. Charles X of Sweden came down from the north, seized Posen, Warsaw, and Krakow, and entered into relations with Khmelnytsky, whose real desire was not subjection to Russia, but independent sovereignty. In the situation thus created, Alexis saw that his only course was to come to terms with Poland and make common cause against the Swede. In this enterprise he was successful. He conquered a great part of Livonia, though only for a brief term. The Peace of Kardis, 1661, restored to Sweden the Livonian fortresses which the Russians had occupied. But the danger of a Swedish Poland was averted for the time. The Poles, however, having driven out the Swedes, refused to execute their treaty with Alexis, and war was renewed. It lingered on till 1667, when the Treaty of Andrusovo restored to the Tsar Smolensk and the other places which had been ceded in 1634, and also gave him Little Russia up to the Dnieper, along with the sacred city of Kiev. This was a gain which at first caused to Moscow as much trouble as it had caused to Warsaw. The Cossacks were not inclined to enter into the strict conditions of the life of an organized state, and during the next years Ukraine was the scene of trouble and disturbance. At the same time, the Cossacks of the Don, hitherto at rest, rose under Stenka Razin, who formed a huge army of brigands recruited by fugitive adventurers from the Dnieper regions. His authority and his rapine ranged to the shores of the Caspian, and he won an enormous reputation as a hero whom enchantments had rendered invulnerable through southeastern Russia. The government thought to paralyze the movement by offering him a pardon. He accepted it, but soon resumed his career of rebellion, and his rule reached from Astrakhan to Nizhny Novgorod. At last he was captured and put to death in 1671. The steppes of southern Russia, inhabited by an unruly and shifting population, were an impediment to the progress of civilization, and the same conditions still prevailing produced 100 years later the formidable insurrection of Pugachev in the reign of Catherine II. It must be added that the little Russian lands on the right bank of the Dnieper were contested with Poland by Turkey, 1672-6. Then the hetman threw himself into the arms of Russia, and a short Turkish war was followed by the Treaty of Bakhchisarai, 1680, with the Sultan and the Crimean Khan, whereby the Ukraine and Zaporozhia were left to Russia. End of section 53. Section 54 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 5, The Age of Louis XIV. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 16. Russia, 1462-1682, by J.B. Barrie, Part 4. The reign of Alexis was agitated by ecclesiastical dissensions, a struggle between the Tsar and the head of the Church, and a struggle within the Church itself. The Patriarchate of Moscow had been founded in 1589 with the consent of the Patriarchs of the East, and it had not failed to add to the prestige of Russia, especially in those countries which belonged to the Greek confession. We saw the part which Hermogenes played at a critical juncture, but the dignity of the office was considerably enhanced when Philaret filled it and helped his son to govern the realm. But the patriarchs were generally the creatures of the Tsars. The history of the Patriarchate embraces little more than a century, for it was abolished by Peter the Great. And of the 10 who discharged its duties in that period, only 2 were men of great prominence and ability, Philaret and Nikon. The power and influence which were associated with the office in the hands of Philaret endangered the principle laid down by Ivan the Terrible, that it is the business of monks to hold their tongues, inasmuch as church and state are separate spheres. The conflict of Alexis with Nikon showed that the diarchy of Michael and Philaret could not be repeated. Nikon owed his appointment as Patriarch, 1652, to the sincere friendship of the Tsar, who genuinely admired his stronger will and superior intellect, and it seemed that he might be to the son what Philaret had been to the father. When Alexis left Moscow to take part in the war for Little Russia, he made Nikon his vicegerent in secular affairs. The nature of the Patriarch was hard and despotic, and he made himself generally hated by his arrogance. He assumed the title Great Ruler, which had been borne by Philaret, not, however, as Patriarch, but on account of his relationship to the Tsar. Alexis returned in 1656, but he was no longer the same man. Life in the camp and experience of military operations seemed to have developed his character and made him more manly, independent, and self-confident. The results of this development were not compatible with the continuation of Nikon's power. The temper of Alexis was mild, but Nikon had no tact. He was spoiled by his extraordinary success, and, as a Russian historian has said, was not one of those who knew where to stop. End quote. The old friendly relations gradually cooled. A conflict was inevitable when Nikon began to brandish the very same theory which had been so often used by the bishops of Rome, the immeasurable superiority of ecclesiastical to secular authority. Nikon's numerous enemies, including the Tsaritsa, Maria Miloslavskaya, fanned the mutual distrust, and in 1658 Alexis took a decisive step by requiring him to explain how he came to designate himself the great ruler. This was equivalent to a rupture. Nikon withdrew to a monastery, probably expecting to be recalled. But the Tsar, although profoundly devoted as he was to the church his victory must have cost him dear, remained firm. And Nikon, by intrigues with the Oriental patriarchs, laid himself open to the charge of compromising the government in the eyes of foreigners. It was considered that his aim was to establish a popedom in Russia. He was tried at a church council 1667 and condemned to deprivation and confinement in a monastery. To the suppression of this exceptionally able ecclesiastical potentate, it was due that the church was kept in her own sphere and subordinate to the state, and Peter averted the rise of another Nikon by abolishing the patriarchate. But if Nikon failed in the attempt to usurp secular power, he was successful in an enterprise of church reform, which had momentous consequences. The Russian Church, through its dead formalism, through the ignorance of its clergy, through a bigotry seldom equaled and never surpassed, was and still is one of the most effective obstacles to progress. Its formalism may be imputed to its Byzantine parentage, but had it profited more by the influence and example of Byzantium, it would at least have appropriated some theological learning. The rule of the Tartars does not explain the gross ignorance of the ecclesiastics, for, through the astute policy of the tolerant Khans, the Church had been the one favored institution, and consequently had never attempted to organize a national resistance to their yoke. If Greek had originally been made the ecclesiastical language, theology would have been in a different position, for the writings of the Fathers would have been known in a country where the clergy were forced to learn Greek. But as the liturgy was in Old Slavonic, the language of the Macedonian Slavs, which, though not identical with Russian, was easily learned, practically no training was necessary for the peasants who became priests, popes, or monks. Yet heresies, which are always a sign that the life of a church is not extinct, did not fail to arise. A man occasionally appeared who, having come in contact with a wider world, lit a dim candle in the darkness. In the reign of Ivan the Great, Nil, a brother of the monastery of the White Lake, Belo Ozero, had wandered as a pilgrim in the east, learned Greek, and sojourned on Mount Athos. When he returned, he could not endure the spiritual deadness of his old cloister, and he built himself a cell some 12 miles away on the banks of the Sora, whence he was known as Nil Sorsky. Some comrades joined him, and the anchorage dwelling grew into a little community of a primitive monastic type. Nil laid no weight on external forms or outer works of piety, which may lead, he said, to the worst of sins, pride. The only thing that mattered in his eyes was the state of the thoughts and the spirit. Better, he said, to drink wine with reason than water unreasonably. At a synod held in 1503, he proposed to disendow all Russian monasteries on the ground that those who renounced the world had no business with worldly property. Such views raised up hosts of enemies who sought to destroy him by charges of heresy. They alleged that he criticized the texts of the Slavonic lives of saints and stigmatized some passages as interpolations. Russian churchmen regarded the Slavonic versions of the scripture and ecclesiastical literature as sacrosanct, and an enlightened man, rarissima avis, who suggested that being translated from Greek they might contain mistranslations, was considered a dangerous blasphemer for questioning the authorized version. Vassian, a pupil of Nil, applied similar criticism to the Slavonic version of the Byzantine Nomocanon, collection of canon laws, and a long struggle ended in his banishment, 1531. In his critical labor, Vassian was aided by a man more famous than himself, Maxim the Greek. The quote-unquote heretics had at all events convinced the Orthodox that it would not be amiss to have on their side men of some learning, and also that it might be desirable to augment the ecclesiastical literature by new translations from the Greek. For this purpose, the great Duke Vasily imported from Mount Athos the Eripote Greek named Maximos. He had visited Italy in his youth, had associated with Aldus, the printer at Venice, and at Florence he had heard sermons of Savonarola, whose spirit and ideals made an abiding impression on him. But he was not at home in the atmosphere of the Renaissance, pagan, he thought, and demoralizing, and had sought the solitude of the Holy Mount. He set out for Moscow, resolved to imitate the high example of the Florentine monk and expose sin and error regardless of consequences. Engaged at first in translating Greek commentaries with the help of 2 Russians who knew Latin, he proceeded, when he had learned Russian, to examine the service books. He discovered false renderings, and thereby set his feet on a perilous path. He was told that by such a suggestion he offended the Russian saints who had used these books, and now, on account of their holiness, were enabled to perform miracles. The schismatic sects use the same argument to this day. Maximos went on to criticize severely the clergy and the monks. His career ended in incarceration in a monastery, 1531. He had learned too much about the secrets of Muscovy to be allowed to return to Mount Athos. The correction of the liturgy, which Maximos suggested to the great scandal of the Orthodox, was again proposed by an archimandrite of the Troitsa monastery in the reign of Michael, but it was reserved for Nikon, with the approval of the Tsar Alexis, to carry it out. The attention of Nikon was directed to various differences and innovations which had crept into the Russian Church by Paisius, Patriarch of Jerusalem, who visited Moscow in 1649. For instance, it was the custom in Russia to make the sign of the cross with 2 fingers, in Greece and the East with 3, symbolic of the Trinity. A commissioner was sent to the East, whose report confirmed the criticism of Paisius. In Little Russia, where there was some theological learning, it was known that the service books were faulty. On his appointment as patriarch, Nikon at first hesitated, for he well realized the difficulties. But further study convinced him of the necessity of undertaking a reform, and he asked the Tsar to summon a synod, which met in the palace in 1654, and resolved though all its members were not sincere and some refused to sign the act, that the books must be conformed to the Greek and ancient Slavonic manuscripts. A second synod, 1655, revised the liturgy and ordained that other ecclesiastical books should be similarly corrected. A third, 1656, enacted that the sign of the cross should be made with 3 fingers. But there was a large discontented faction who objected to these changes, drew up a petition to the Tsar against the quote-unquote great disturber Nikon, and asserted that the Greek books had been corrupted by the Latins. Discussion was futile, and Nikon obtained the degradation and banishment of the leaders of the opposition. The fall of Nikon did not lead, as his enemies hoped, to the undoing of the reforms, but it caused a renewal of the agitation, and Alexis, weary of the petitions of monks and clergy, called a synod in 1666, quote, against the schismatics and troublers of the Church who have recently sprung up, end quote. Among these, the most prominent leader was Avvakum, protopope or rector of a Moscow church, of whom we possess a remarkable autobiography. This assembly generally approved the changes, and another, 1667, formally and finally anathematized those who did not accept the reforms which it enumerated. The violence of the opposition in monastic circles is illustrated by the obstinate refusal of the great Solovetsky monastery in the White Sea to accept the revised books. The monks stood a siege for several years, and when the place was taken, many were put to death for their defiance of the Tsar. The changes introduced by Nikon were trivial, but they led to a consequence of far-reaching importance, the Raskol, or Great Schism. The Raskolniki, or schismatics, are those who severed themselves from the Church and would have nothing to do with the inessential alterations made obligatory by the synods of 1666 and 1667. The spirit of the schism was a product of the ignorance of the people, caused by the stagnation of secular culture, which produced a childish devotion to trivial externalities. In this respect, the official church and the schismatics were on one level, equally unable to distinguish the essential from the inessential. Both parties believed that the soul's salvation depended on the number of fingers with which the cross was signed, and if the student of the history of religion were not prepared for any and every absurdity, he would find it hard to believe that such a question as the precise spelling of the name Jesus in Russian should cause as hot a conflict as if the order of the universe depended on the presence or absence of a single letter. The Raskol was not due to degeneration of the Church. There was no decline, for there had been no better time. The reform merely called into active resistance a mass of ignorance which would otherwise have continued its slumbers. It was in Great Russia, especially in the north and the Volga regions, that the Raskol chiefly spread. The schismatics lived in the past, considering the days before Nikon and before Peter as the ideal age of their country. They have been compared by Russian novelists to Lot's wife, who, looking back, became an immovable pillar. Yet, writes a German historian, in this protest against the established church and state, in the energy of the mystic apocalyptic symbolism with which the Raskolniki defend their doctrines, and in the material means which are at their disposal, lies a force which presents the greatest difficulties to the state and the official clergy. Here, at all events, in this stubborn opposition, the people show that it is not the indifferent herd of sheep for which it is generally taken." End quote. The people of the old faith represent the spirit of antagonism to progress and European culture. It is a passive spirit, though stiff-necked, but it is the more effective in proportion as they are more industrious, thrifty, and sober than the Orthodox. The movement was too widely spread and had roots too deep in the national character and traditions for the church and state to check it. The schismatics were simply maintaining the prejudices which the church had always displayed towards change, erudition, and the influence of foreign ideals, quote, abominable German customs, end quote. In one of the schismatic pamphlets which have been preserved, it is stated that God forbade the imitation of foreign dress, since all illicit stitched garments are disgusting to his eyes. Tracts were published against, quote, tobacco, that devilish herb cursed and abhorred of God, end quote. It was believed that the Redeemer and his mother appeared to some Russian women and warned them that as soon as Christians began to, quote-unquote, drink tobacco, lightning and thunder, frost and ice would be their punishment. Nikon's reforms were declared an attempt to replace Greek orthodoxy by Latin heresy. One of his leading opponents asked despairingly what would happen if East and West should mix. The fanatics deemed it a heinous crime that the children of the Tsar Alexis should be allowed to gain some knowledge of astronomy, philosophy, and medicine. One of them wrote an insulting open letter to the Tsar, quote, how dare you keep at your court men who have the hardihood to measure with a yard rule the tails of the stars? You feed the foreigners too well, instead of bidding your folk cling to the old customs. End quote. The schismatics offered bitter resistance to the policy of Peter the Great. They looked on him as Antichrist, on Moscow as Babylon. The extent of underdeveloped territory in Russia, the immeasurable waste reaches on its periphery, north, east, and southeast, facilitated the expansion of the Raskol. The schismatics could flee from persecution into the impenetrable forests and boundless steppes, and find places beyond the supervision of the government. In this way they helped in the work of colonization, founding villages and monasteries and reclaiming land. With a nomadic instinct they united the habits of industry, and the camps of rebels were transformed into settlements where agriculture and trade throve. Here, and it was the case with Russian monasteries in general, notably that of Solovetsky, fanaticism was joined with attention to material interests. In Nikon's time, the Raskolniki were counted by hundreds of thousands. At the present time, they perhaps exceed 15 million. But this does not mean merely the people of the old faith. The name Raskol was extended to all varieties of dissidents and sects who alike repudiated the state church, so that the men of the old faith are only one of numerous groups which, as dissent is always hydra-headed, soon sprang up within as well as beside the communities of the original dissidents. The Raskol expressed a protest against change in general, and thus had a much deeper significance than might seem to be involved in the religious questions which led to the schism. It uttered the suspicions aroused in the people by the far from enthusiastic willingness of the Tsar himself, and the more pronounced zeal of a few others to learn something from peoples beyond the borders of their land. In tracing the influence of Western Europe upon Russia in the 16th and 17th centuries, there is danger of exaggeration. The process does not resemble a development. Russia under Alexis was, as regards civilization, the same at heart as under Ivan the Great. In manners and modes of thought, there had been no general alteration among the higher classes. The description of Adam Olearius in the 17th century presents the same picture as the reports of the travelers of the 16th. Yet a Peter the Great and his reforms would have been inconceivable 100 years earlier. the West had come to Russia. It began to come in the 16th century. It was there in the 17th. But the process was not an internal development, but rather like the laying of a mine, which did not outwardly affect the land till Peter had the courage to explode it. The decisive step had been the admission of foreigners to reside at Moscow, and thus Western ideas, although they made no way except with a few isolated individuals, were there on the spot in the foreign or quote-unquote German suburbs of Moscow, waiting to be assimilated. The increasing intercourse, both commercial and political, of Russia with Western countries, and the grudging and restricted hospitality extended to resident strangers, which marked the periods with which we are dealing, were an indispensable condition of Peter's work, of its conception as well as its execution. The mental stagnation of Russia was due mainly to her isolation from Europe in the 13th, 14th, and 15th centuries. We have already observed that this isolation was due partly to the displacement of the center of power from Kiev to the forest of Susdalia and the tributaries of the Volga, and partly to the Tatar conquest. Another cooperative event may be found in the dismemberment and decline of the Eastern Empire after 1204, through constant intercourse with which the Russian state had been kept in touch with a higher civilization. But how was it that in the 16th century Russia should have been so completely beyond the horizon of Western Europe that the books of Paolo Jovio and Heberstein created a sensation as if a new land had been discovered, seeing the position which it occupied in relation to Poland, Lithuania, and Livonia? How was it that information about the Muscovite realm did not filter through more freely? The answer is that it was the deliberate policy of the intermediate states, which were continually at war with Moscow and jeopardized by her ambition to keep the Russians at as low a level of civilization as possible, to hinder them from improving their army in accordance with West European ideas, to prevent them from competing in industries. And they did what they could to shut Russia away and check intercourse with the West. This policy began to break down in the 16th century, but it was still a maxim. In 1547, the young Tsar Ivan made arrangements for the importation of engineers, mechanics, artists, and physicians from Germany, but the scheme was frustrated through the machinations of Livonia. Some years later, when commercial relations were established between England and Moscow, the King of Poland, deeply alarmed, wrote to Elizabeth urging that such intercourse was dangerous, and protesting, quote, in the interests of Christianity, and, quote, against giving Russia, quote, the enemy of all free nations, and, quote, the chance of obtaining munitions of war and of becoming initiated in European politics. The interest of the West in Russia, which began in the 16th century, was not at first for its own sake, but in order to find an overland route to the east and destroy the monopoly of the Indian trade which the Portuguese enjoyed through their discovery of the ocean route. This was the object of the visits of the Genoese Paolo Centurione in the reign of Vasili. They led to no result except indirectly to the publication of Jovio's book on Muscovy. In this book, 1525, the notion was entertained that China might be reached by way of the Ice Sea. But it was not through the direct influence of Jovio or of Herberstein's later work, 1549, that in 1553 3 ships sailed from London under the command of Sir Hugh Willoughby to discover the Northern Passage. After passing the North Cape, the vessels were separated by a storm. Willoughby's and another reached the coast of Lapland, where the crews, inexperienced in the hardships of an Arctic winter, succumbed to cold and hunger. The Edward Bonaventure, of which Richard Chancellor was captain, had better luck. Carried to the White Sea, he sailed to the mouth of the Dvina and met a friendly reception from the astonished inhabitants. The Englishmen who set out to find China had alighted by chance on Russia. It was a quite unexpected discovery to them that here was the Muscovite realm, and that Ivan, son of Vasily, was its ruler. Provided with horses, they traveled to Moscow and were received by the Tsar. Ivan proved readier than might have been expected to favor commercial relations with England, and sent Chancellor back with a letter to Edward VI, professing willingness to open negotiations. Quote, "If you send one of your Majesty's council to treat with us, whereby your country's merchants may with all kinds of wares make their market in our dominions, they shall have a free mart." End quote. Thus an accident led to the establishment of the English quote-unquote Muscovy Company, of which Sebastian Cabot was the first governor. English enterprise did something almost immediately towards beginning the development of the natural resources of Russia by establishing manufactories for boiling tar, burning potash, making ropes. And the privileges conceded by Ivan gave the company an advantage over other countries for some years, though in the following century Dutch rivalry, which had already begun by 1583, was here as in other fields successful. The series of Western accounts of Russia was continued in the 17th century. We have the book of a French officer, Margeret, who took service in the Russian army, the work of the Dutch merchant Isaac Massa, who lived at Moscow in the disturbed years 1601 to 10, the great description of Adam Olearius, who was attached to an embassy sent to Russia and Persia by Duke Frederick of Holstein-Gottorp, at whose court he was astronomer and librarian in the reign of Michael. We have the account of Dr. Samuel Collins, physician to Alexis. We have the more penetrating work of the Saxon, Lawrence Rinhuber, who saw in Russia not merely a field for trade or for scientific investigation, but for a civilizing mission. The Travels of Olearius, 1646, present us with a full picture of the surface of Russian society, illustrated to the eye by views of towns and costumes, and even the inspection of these affords a vivid impression of the great gulf dividing the country from Western Europe. The invincible ignorance and incredibly rude manners of the higher classes, and their cringing servility to the Tsar, the gross superstition and shameless drunkenness, largely due to the conditions of the climate, which prevailed among all classes, the universal mendacity, the detestation of new ideas, were features which impressed all travelers, and their testimony is borne out by one of the exceptional Russians who had come to see their own society as others saw it. Kotoshichin, who in the reign of Alexis fled to Sweden to escape from the hostility of powerful officials, embraced Protestantism and wrote a remarkable work contrasting Russia with Europe. The Russians, he says, are arrogant and incapable because they get no education except in pride, shamelessness, and lying. They will not send their children abroad to learn, fearing that if they came to know the mode of life and the religion of other folks and the blessing of freedom, they would forget to return home. It was indeed one of the arcana imperii of the Tsars to hinder their subjects from traveling, lest they should behold the spectacle of liberty elsewhere. But the law against leaving the country was one which few desired to violate, since converse with heretics was held to be unedifying, and there was the risk of dying in an ungodly land, which seemed to an Orthodox Muscovite a horrible fate. The Tsars themselves were saturated with arrogant self-satisfaction and contempt for the rest of the world. When they sent an embassy to a foreign court, they deemed that they were conferring a favor on the sovereign to whom it was sent. They had no idea what disgust and amusement the appearance of the clownish boyars, destitute of the rudimentary conceptions of decency, but devoted to pedantic ceremonial, knowing no language but their own, sometimes unable to pay their way, excited in the European capitals. On the Emperor Alexis it seemed to have dawned that his nobles were not heaven-sent diplomatists, and he often employed foreigners as ambassadors, a transition from the rude Muscovite envoys to the well-qualified native diplomatists of the 18th century. A word must be said of the tyrannical means and disastrous for national economy to which rulers resorted for raising revenue. They are described by Elizabeth's ambassador, Giles Fletcher. Messengers, he says, are sent into the provinces where the special commodities of the land grow. Quote, there they forestall and engross sometimes one whole commodity, sometimes two or more, taking them at low prices fixed by themselves and selling at an excessive rate to their own or foreign merchants. Quote, if they refuse to buy them, then they force them unto it. The like is done when any commodity, thus engrossed by the emperor and received into his treasury, happeneth to decay or mar by long lying, or some other casualty, which is forced upon the merchants to be bought by them at the emperor's price, whether they will or no. This last year, 1589, was engrossed all the wax of the country, so that none might deal with that commodity but the emperor only. The Tsars augmented their revenue by acting as publicans and encouraging their subjects in indulgence in strong liquor. Quote, in every great town of this realm, says Fletcher, the emperor hath a kabak or drinking house, where is sold aqua vitae, mead, beer, etc. Out of these he receiveth rent that amounteth to a great sum of money. Some yield 800, some 1,000, some 2,000 or 3,000 rubles a year. It may be noted that the total yearly revenue of the Tsar in the reign of Theodore Ivanovich, arising from indirect sources, custom duties and fines, as well as from the direct imposts, the corn tax and the hearth tax, including the products of the imperial domains, amounted to 1,430,000 rubles. The fiscal expedient of monopolies was not peculiar to Russia, but their excessive nature is remarkable. Similar excess marked the monetary policy of Alexis when he depreciated the coinage as a last resort in the financial difficulties in which the Polish War had involved him. No civilized ruler stepped further on this disastrous path. All silver money was confiscated. The government paid but refused to accept copper for silver. 60 soldiers could now be maintained for what it had cost before to maintain one. As a result, illicit mints were established all over the country. Prices inevitably rose. The government forbade their augmentation, but here the autocrat was powerless. Hunger and misery ensued, and in 1662 the people of Moscow rose in despair and threatened the Tsar's life. Torturing and burning were the answer of Alexis, and thousands perished. The strict Oriental seclusion of women of the upper classes has often been considered a consequence of Tatar rule, but it was rather due to Byzantine influence. Byzantine, too, was the custom of the bride show. The most beautiful maidens of the land were assembled at Moscow and reviewed by the Tsar for the purpose of selecting his consort. In law and justice, we can also see the action of ideas derived from the Eastern Empire. The early code of Yaroslav reflects the primitive judicial institutions of the Slavonic tribes. The code of Ivan the Great reflects a complete transformation. Homicide is punished by death, theft by scourging, torture is applied, corporal chastisements are prominent. This change was due not to Mongolia, but to Byzantium. After the conversion of Russia, the influence of Constantinople was immense, exercised especially through the Church. Greek clergy went to Russia, bringing literature and ideas. They introduced the Roman principles of inheritance by which a man's property went to his offspring, and we can trace the conflict between this principle and the Slavonic custom which devolved property not upon the son, but upon the eldest of the family. In criminal law, the clergy threw all their energy into abolishing the system of pecuniary composition and introducing penalties of death, mutilation, and scourging. The primitive system gradually gave way, but we find in Ivan's code some survivals of old customs. It may be noted that the punishment which the code, ulożenie, of Alexis ordained for taking snuff, amputation of the nose as the offending member, is characteristically Byzantine in spirit. It is to be remembered that the little literature which the Russians possessed came from Greek sources, and Byzantine influence has even been traced in the curious Domostroi, a book on household management partly written by Sylvester, the counselor of Ivan IV. It cannot be proved that the machinery of central administration, the system of prikazy, was due to influence from the same quarter. These bureaus, of which there were more than 40 in all, and which were abolished by Peter, appear in the 16th century, but the date of their introduction is unknown. Like some of the Palatine offices of the later Roman Empire, they have the character of domestic rather than of state departments. The prikaz for embassies dealt with foreign relations, but was of minor importance before the reign of Michael, and it was not till the reign of Alexis that, by appointment of the able statesman Orden Nashokin, with a special title to the headship of this bureau, Russia had a regular minister for foreign affairs. Some of the Tsars, Ivan IV and Boris, had shown themselves personally less prejudiced against things foreign than the mass of their subjects. The horizon of Filaret had been enlarged by his enforced residence in Poland, and Michael is said to have been fond of Englishmen. Alexis broke some of the old traditions, and in his reign presages of future change may be discerned. These slight signs were mainly the consequence of the opening of Russia to foreign merchants and of the German quarter in the capital. But this influence was augmented by the acquisition of Kiev, which, through its long connection with Poland, was intellectually at a far higher level than Moscow. Two Kiev scholars, Slavinetsky and Satanovsky, were called to Moscow in 1650 to translate the Greek Bible into Russian. It was a West Russian monk whom Alexis employed as tutor of his children, Simeon Sityanovich, known as Polotsky, who knew Latin and Polish and has been described as a walking encyclopedia. He exposed the prevailing ignorance and preached the necessity of education. But more remarkable than he was the learned Servian Yuri Kryzhanich, an enthusiastic exponent of the idea of the solidarity of the Slavonic peoples, who set himself the task of furthering their progress by the improvement of their languages so as to render them as adequate as other European tongues to express general ideas, and sought to vindicate the Slavs against foreign calumny and scorn. But the importance of this pioneer of Pan-Slavism lay not in his Slavophile program, but in what he did by exhibiting the backwardness of Russia, making war upon its spirit of contempt for foreigners, and inculcating the need of enlightenment in the book of political ideas which he dedicated to Alexis. The new ideas preached by strangers did not pass by two leading men of the day who held the post of foreign minister. Ordin Nashokin was alive to the importance of a fuller knowledge of Europe, of acquiring books from abroad, and of developing commerce. Artemon Matveyev, who succeeded him as chief of the foreign prikaz, had married a Scotchwoman and assimilated European ideas. His wife was not submitted to the seclusion of Russian ladies. Occidental fashions were affected in his house and the conduct of his household. His adopted daughter, Natalia Naryshkina, became the Tsar's second wife, 1672, and the mother of Peter the Great. She displayed the fruits of her bringing up by appearing publicly in her litter with the curtains raised. Her marriage led to the disgrace and exile of Matveyev on the accession of Theodore, 1676, whose mother's relatives, the Miloslavskis, were his enemies. It is characteristic that the charge alleged against him was sorcery. The Tsar Alexis was not a great statesman. Like Philip II of Spain and Joseph II of Austria, he was diligent in attending to the details of public business, but he was susceptible of the influence of minds more powerful than his own, and he knew how to value and to choose ministers of exceptional ability. During the first half of his reign, his chief guide was his capable kinsman Boris Morozov, while in subsequent years he entrusted the helm, as we have seen, to the progressive statesmen Ordin Nashokin and Matveyev, both of them new men who had risen from obscurity. His old-fashioned piety did not hinder him from supporting the reasonable reforms of Nikon, and his old-fashioned learning enabled him to sympathize with the efforts of those who desired to improve education. Kindly and sociable in disposition, he was open in his later years to the superficial influence of Western ideas, and their progress at his court was particularly displayed in the performance of dramas with dancing and music in the presence of himself and the Tsaritsa Natalia, spectacles which at the beginning of his reign he would unreservedly have condemned. Thus, during the reigns of the first three Romanovs, Michael, Alexis, and Theodore, access to Western ideas was within the reach of Russians, and this explains the fact that a Peter the Great could arise. The foreign merchants at Moscow, the foreign officers, Scotch and others in the army, the political negotiations with foreign courts, especially the French, interested in the Turkish and Polish questions, were insensibly preparing the way for Russia to turn her face in a new direction, though the country at large seemed still impregnably barricaded behind a Chinese wall of prejudice and conservatism. The abolition of the Местничество, already noted in Theodore's reign, was a not unimportant breach in the old order, and it was significant that orthodoxy, feeling itself endangered by the presence of heretics, Romanists, Calvinists, Lutherans in the foreign quarter of Moscow, came to see that its best defense might be learning and education. It was the Tsar Theodore, pupil of Polotsky, who, desiring, as he said, to imitate Solomon and the Greek emperors in their love of learning, founded a Moscow academy, at which Greek and Latin were to be taught, as well as Slavonic, in the interests of the Church. Theodore died in 1682, and his stepbrother Peter, destined to regenerate Russia on lines which the later years of his father's reign had to some extent, though only faintly, indicated, was proclaimed Tsar. End of section 54.
Section 55 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 5, The Age of Louis XIV. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 17, Peter the Great and His Pupils, 1689 to 1730, by R. Bissett Bain, Part 1. The Reform period of Russian history began in the generation immediately preceding Peter the Great. His amiable and inquisitive father, Tsar Alexis, was peculiarly susceptible to new impressions. He also possessed in a high degree the royal gift of discerning genius, and the patriarch Nikon, who renovated the Russian church, and the enlightened boyars, Athanasia Orden-Chokin, and Arteman Matveyev, who first turned the Russian nation westward, were the beloved friends and the directing counselors of Alexis. Their great merit was to prepare a suitable atmosphere in Russia for the new ideas which were finding their way into the empire. The reforms which, under Theodore III, Alexis's eldest son and immediate successor, 1676 to 82, took root in the soil and became substantial facts. By far the most important of these reforms was the abolition, at the suggestion of another enlightened boyar, Prince Vasily Vasilovich Galitzin, of the ancient and mischievous abuse Mechnisy-Bo, or family precedents, described in the preceding chapter. By a single stroke of his pen, the hopeless invalid Theodore III had, in 1681, removed an abuse which, for centuries, had appeared unassailable. He was, indeed, as thorough and devoted a reformer as a man who was obliged to issue his orders from his litter or his bedchamber could possibly be. The mere fact that, on his very deathbed, he could so easily remove so deep-lying and far-reaching an abuse is a striking testimony to the steady if silent advance of liberal ideas in Muscovite society, even since the death of Alexis. But a still more emphatic demonstration of the progress of the new ideas was the appearance in public, surrounded by her aunts and sisters, of the Tsarevna, Sophia, acting as regent for her little brothers, Ivan and Peter, on July 5, 1682, O.S., on the occasion of the revolt of the Streltsy and their allies, the Old Believers. Sophia, seated on the throne, not only confronted the schismatic rebels, but quelled their insolence and refuted their arguments. For the first time in Russian history, the women of Muscovy had boldly quitted the claustral seclusion of the Tarim, women's apartments, to preside over a public assembly. Sophia, like her brother Theodore, had had a relatively superior education under the guidance of learned monks from Kiev. Even Theodore's great foundation, the Academy of Sciences in the Zyklonopasky monastery, was intended to be as much a bulwark of orthodoxy as a university. Thus the chief difference between the Theodorian and the Petrine reforms was that the former were primarily for the benefit of the church, the latter for the benefit of the state. The government of Sophia, 1682-9, began with a grievous blunder, the murder of Arteman Matveyev, the chief Muscovite representative of Western culture in its practical form. Matveyev had been banished from Moscow in 1676 for advocating the election to the tsardom of the healthy and vigorous Peter, then in his 4th year, instead of the sickly Theodore. Summoned back from exile on the death of Theodore, in May 1682, he found that Peter had been declared sole Tsar by his mother's family, but that a dangerous rebellion already threatened the young sovereign. In courageously attempting to quell this rebellion, Matveyev was literally hacked to pieces by the Streltsy as he clutched desperately at the sleeve of little Peter for protection. This recollection never forsook Peter, and there is a pretty general agreement that the convulsions from which he suffered so much in later years must be partly attributed to the effect of this violent shock on the very impressionable child. From the day of his father's death to his 10th year, when he was first raised to the throne, Peter shared the miseries and the perils of the rest of his family. On the other hand, he had peculiar advantages. From his very cradle he must have been made acquainted with Western ideas, for his mother, the Tsaritsa Natalia, had been the favorite pupil of Matveyev, though she does not seem to have been very intelligent. After the triumph of Sofia, Natalia was altogether excluded from the conduct of affairs, and lived for 9 months out of the 12 at Preobrazhensko, on the outskirts of the capital. During this period, Peter was rarely to be seen at Moscow, except when he and his semi-imbecile brother, Ivan V, had to undergo the ceremony of receiving foreign ambassadors at the Kremlin. The boy soon felt cramped and stifled in the dim and close semi-religious atmosphere of Natalia's harem, and escaped from it, as often as he could, into the dirty streets of Moscow. There was no one near him of sufficient character and authority to keep the passionate, fiery nature within due bounds. From his 10th to his 17th year, Peter amused himself in his own way at Preobrazhensko with his blackguards, as Sophia dubbed the lads of the rougher lower classes whom he gathered around him. But it was not all amusement. Instinct was already teaching him his business. From the fact, the lad took an extraordinary interest in the technical and mechanical arts, especially in their application to military science. From his 12th year onwards, he used to build wooden fortresses on earth foundations, with walls, ditches, and bastions. One half of his band of lads would then defend Pressburg, as he called it, against the other half headed by Peter himself. About the same time, he learnt the rudiments of geometry and fortification from the Dutchman, Franz Timmerman. In his 14th year, Peter began to take an absorbing interest in boats and ships, the final result of which was to be the creation of the Russian Navy. After preliminary experiments with small craft, he practiced sailing on a larger scale at the lake at Pereyaslav, 80 miles from Preobrazhensko, where the German shipmaster Brandt built larger boats for the indefatigable young navigator. To wean him from these dangerous pursuits and accustom him to domesticity, his mother, in January 1689, compelled him to marry Eudoxia Lupacina. The match was most unfortunate. The tempers of the spouses were quite incompatible. The bride, brought up in the strict old school, though beautiful and pious, had no attraction for the young groom of 17. 3 months after the wedding, Peter broke away from her and returned to Pereyaslav. The revolution of 1689, which overthrew Sofia and placed the government of Muscovy in the hands of Peter's kinsfolk, made no difference in his mode of life. Most probably at the beginning of 1690, he had found a new friend in the Swiss adventurer Francois Lefort, a reckless soldier of fortune, infinitely good-natured and amusing. We are told that things impossible to describe went on in the large hall, added at Peter's expense to Lefort's house in the German settlement. But he was a shrewd as well as a pleasant scoundrel. For his own sake, he felt bound to divert Peter from mere amusement to serious enterprises, which would place both the Tsar and his jolly companions in a more favorable light. It was this drunken, disreputable mentor who first persuaded Peter to undertake the expedition against Azov, and then to go abroad to complete his education. In a word, it was Lefort who put Peter the Bombardier in the way of becoming Peter the Great. By this time, Peter had tired of the lake of Pereyaslav, and even of the White Sea, which he had already visited twice, on the second occasion launching the first vessel built by skipper Peter, which he christened St. Paul, May 1695. But the White Sea, frozen 9 months out of the 12, had become too narrow for him, and he was looking about him for more hospitable waters. All sorts of projects were forming in his head. At first he thought of seeking a passage to India or China by way of the Arctic Ocean. Next he turned his eyes in the direction of the Baltic, but the Baltic was closed to Muscovy, and the key to it was held by Sweden, still the strongest military monarchy of the north. The Caspian remained, and it had long been a common saying with foreign merchants that the best way of tapping the riches of the Orient was to secure possession of this vast inland lake. But so long as Turk, Tartar, and Cossack nomads made the Balkan steppe uninhabitable, the Caspian was a possession of very doubtful value. The first step toward security was to build a fleet strong enough to overawe those parts, for the anarchy of which the presence of the hordes of the Khan of Crimea was mainly responsible. But the Khan, to whom Muscovy actually paid tribute, was himself the tributary of the Grand Turk. It was therefore necessary for the Muscovite authorities to attack the Turks direct. War against the Ottoman Porte was therefore resolved upon, and the experience of Vasily Golitsyn in 1687 and 1689, having demonstrated the unpromising character of a Crimean campaign, the Turkish fortress of Azov, which could be approached by water from Moscow, became the Russian objective. Early in 1695, the army of the New Order and the Streltsy, or arquebusiers, 31,000 strong, proceeded partly by land and partly by the rivers Moskova, Oka, and Volga, to the Cossack town of Penshino-on-Don, reaching Azov by the beginning of July. The Bombardier Regiment was led by Bombardier Peter. The Russian batteries were opened on July 19th, Bombardier Peter directing the guns himself for the first fortnight, but no impression could be made on the fortress. In the beginning of August, the Turks surprised the Muscovite camp during its midday siesta, captured 5 guns, and ruined the Russian siege artillery. After 2 subsequent fruitless attempts to storm Azov, the siege was abandoned. September 27th, and on November 22nd, the young Tsar re-entered Moscow. Peter's first military expedition had ended in unmitigated disaster. Yet from this disaster is to be dated the reign of Peter the Great. Fully accepting his failure, he determined to repair it by a second campaign. On his return from Azov, we hear no more of rebels in the German settlement or of sham fights at Preobrazhenskoe. Immediately after his arrival, Peter sent to Austria and Prussia for as many engineers, sappers, miners, and carpenters as money could procure. He meant to build a fleet strong enough to prevent the Turkish fleet from relieving Azov. A model galley was ordered from Holland. All the workmen procurable were driven together in bands to Voronezh and other places among the forests of the Don to fell timber. In the course of the next few months, 26,000 laborers, working night and day, turned out hundreds of barks and smaller vessels. Difficulties multiplied at every step. Thousands of workmen deserted. Other thousands dawdled on the road. Many of them never appeared at all. Forest fires destroyed the shipping sheds. Severe frosts at the end of March, heavy snowstorms in the beginning of April, were fresh impediments. Yet, by dint of working all through Lent and Holy Week, a fleet of 2 warships, 23 galleys, 4 fire ships, and numerous smaller craft were safely launched in the middle of April. We have finished our task because, like our father Adam, we ate our bread in the sweat of our brows, wrote Peter to his uncle, Peter Strayanev. His own portion of this bread of labor had been eaten in a small 2-roomed wooden hut at Voronezh, where he lived among his workmen, himself the most strenuous of them all. On May 14th, the sea caravan sailed from Voronezh. Peter, now captain, and commanding 8 galleys of the flotilla from the galley Principium, built by his own hand. Nor was all this labor in vain. The new Russian fleet prevented the Turks from relieving Azov by water, and in the daily fighting, the advantage was always with the besiegers. On July 29th, the fortress surrendered. Its capture was one of those triumphs which strongly appealed to the popular imagination. It was the first victory ever won by the Muscovites over the terrible Turks. On October 11th, the Muscovite army made its triumphal entry into the capital. The procession was headed by Admiral Lafort and Generalissimo Shawn. And behind their gilded sledges marched Captain Peter, with a pike across his shoulder. Peter now felt able to advance along the path of progress with a quicker and a firmer step. At two councils held on October 31st and November 15th, 1696, it was resolved to consolidate the victory by converting Azov into a fortress, by establishing a new naval station at the head of the Sea of Azov, to which the name Tagarog was given, and by building a national fleet under the supervision of foreign shipbuilders at the national expense. But it was necessary to guarantee the future as well as to provide for the present. It was therefore resolved to send a grand embassy to the principal Western powers to solicit their cooperation against the Turk. At the same council, it was decided that 50 young Muscovites of the best families should be sent to England, Holland, and Venice to learn the arts and sciences of the West, especially shipbuilding, fortification, and foreign languages, so as to make Russia independent of foreigners in the future. The experiment had already been tried on a smaller scale by Tsar Boris Godunov, 1598 to 1605. It failed because the young Muscovites refused to return from civilization to barbarism. Peter proposed to obviate this by being a pioneer as well as the ruler of his people. He would, first of all, be a learner himself, that he might be able to teach his people afterwards. But Peter's ideas, just because they were so much in advance of his age, scandalized the respectable classes of Muscovy. Their sense of dignity was shocked by the spectacle of the Gozorder, sovereign, walking behind the sledge of a drunken Swiss adventurer, and they disliked the notion of sending their sons abroad to learn newfangled practices from foreign heretics. Among the Streltsy, too, we notice the first symptoms of discontent which, a year later, was to burst forth in open rebellion. All these causes together led, March 16, 1697, to a secret conspiracy against Peter's life. It was repressed with the ferocity of panic fear. 6 of the ringleaders were executed. Under torture they had confessed that the Tsar's uncle, Ivan Miloslavsky, had counseled Sophia to murder Peter. Ivan was beyond Peter's vengeance, but his corpse was dug up, dragged by swine to the foot of the block at Preobrazhensko, and defiled with the warm blood of the decapitated traitors. This is the earliest instance of the would-be regenerator's frequent relapses into savagery, under the overpowering stress of terror or hatred. On March 21, 1697, the Grand Embassy, under the leadership of Lafort and Golovin, set out on its travels. Peter attached himself to it as a volunteer sailor, Peter MacLean, as to find greater facilities for learning shipbuilding and other technical sciences. The details of this adventure are so familiar that there is no need to recapitulate them here. Though Peter completed his technical education in the dockyards of Deptford and Sardam, and so far was the gainer by his expedition, the embassy itself failed, as it was bound to fail, in its main object of obtaining the help of the Western powers against the Turk. All Europe, divided into 2 hostile camps, was anxiously awaiting the death of the childless Charles II of Spain, and neither France nor the Grand Alliance, pitted against her by William III, was willing to plunge into the distant Eastern War, with an armed conflict as to the Spanish succession at their very doors. So far, indeed, were the Allies from intervening in the Turkish war that it was their earnest desire to bring about a peace between the Emperor and the Porte, in order that the forces of the Empire might be exclusively employed against France. For the same reason, the prospect of the prolongation of the Russo-Turkish War was by no means disagreeable to England and Holland, as thereby the Porte would be prevented from giving assistance to Louis XIV. Peter was about to go on to Venice to persuade the Signory to cleave firmly to the fast-dissolving Holy League, when he was suddenly recalled to Russia by tidings of the revolt of the Streltsy. Analyzed into its ultimate elements, the dissatisfaction of the Streltsy with Peter's administration was the protest of indolent, incapable, ultra-orthodox, and excessively privileged troops against a new system which demanded from them more work and greater efficiency. When then, on June 6, 1698, a letter, supposed to have been written by the Tsarevna Sophia, urging them to join her in force at the Dievichesky monastery, was read to them, the Streltsy, 2,200 strong, resolved to march forthwith against Moscow, and to begin by destroying the German settlement there as the source of the new heretical ideas and projects. The importance of this rising has been much exaggerated. 3 volleys from Peter's foreign mercenaries under Shawn and Patrick Gordon sufficed to scatter the Streltsy on the banks of the Iskra. June 17, 1698. In an hour's time, all the rebels were in the hands of the Tsar's troops, of whom only 1 man was mortally wounded. It was only after the battle that the carnage began. Peter had ordered the authorities to deal severely with the rebels, as nothing but severity could extinguish this fire. In Muscovy, severity meant cruel severity. Severe, capital punishment pronounced against rebels meant breaking on the wheel, or impalement. Peter himself arrived secretly at Moscow on August 26th, and after spending a riotous evening at Lafort's house in the German settlement, had slept in his little wooden hut at Preobrazhensko. That very night he had determined to drown all contradictions in torrents of blood. The new era of enlightenment was to be inaugurated by a reign of terror. Peter was well aware that behind the Streltsy stood the sympathizing masses of the Muscovite people, whom it was his mission to reform against their will. His foreign tour had more than ever convinced him of the inherent superiority of the foreigner, and this superiority once admitted, imitation of the foreigner was to his mind inevitable. Any such imitation had necessarily to begin with externals, and Peter, with characteristic insight and thoroughness, at once fell foul of the long beards and oriental costumes which symbolized the arch-conservatism of old Russia. Other enlightened princes, Boris, Theodor III, and the first pseudo-Demetrius, for instance, had, in some respects, anticipated him, but all their more or less tentative efforts had founded against the tyranny of ancient custom and the strong opposition of the clergy. The famous prototype Avvakum had refused to bless the son of the boyar Sheremetyev because he presented himself in indecent guise, in other words with a shorn head, after the Polish fashion. Beardless officials had small chance of promotion. More than one patriarch had excommunicated members of their flocks who shaved. Against this powerful superstition, Peter struck with all his might on the day after his return. On August 26, 1698, the chief men of the Tsardom were assembled round his wooden hut at Preobrazhensko, and Peter, emerging with a large pair of shears in his hand, deliberately clipped off the beards and mustaches of his chief warriors. After thus vindicating the claims of common sense, he prudently condescended to a compromise. He decreed that after September 1st, the old Russian New Year's Day, 1698, beards might still be worn, but a graduated tax was imposed upon their wearers. Thus the beard ceased to be an object of worship in Muscovy. But the people were not provoked too far, and a new source of revenue had been found for the treasury. And now, without giving the reactionaries time to recover from this rude shock, the Tsar proceeded to horrify them by a strange and awful series of bacchanalia. From the middle of September to the end of October 1698, banquets and orgies alternated with torturings and executions, in which the Tsar and his favorites played the parts of inquisitors and headsmen. During these 6 weeks, no fewer than 1,000 of the Captain Strelzy were done to death with every refinement of cruelty. At the same time, Peter seized his opportunity of breaking definitely with the past. The death of his half-brother Ivan V in 1696 had left him sole Tsar, but Sophia, in her monastery, had been a possible source of danger. He determined that she should be such no longer. An intention on Peter's part to implicate her in the conspiracy is transparent from the first. But the utmost that the most excruciating torments could wring from the wretched Strelzy was the admission that Sophia had sympathized with the movement and would have helped it if she could. The letter supposed to have been sent by her turned out to have been written by her elder sister Martha. Both the Zarevnas were shorn as nuns and imprisoned for life under military surveillance. But Peter's most cruel act of tyranny was his treatment of his unhappy wife. Eudoxia was guilty of no offense. She had nothing to do with the rebellion, but Peter, profiting by the general consternation and imbecility of the reactionaries, gladly shook off an encumbrance whose very presence was a nuisance and a reproach. While still in London, he had attempted to persuade Eudoxia voluntarily to embrace the religious life, but the gentle creature proving unexpectedly obstinate, she was, on his return, shut up in the Prechovsky monastery at Suzdal, September 23, 1698. So convinced were the ecclesiastical authorities of this uncanonicity of the whole proceeding that, for 9 months, they hesitated to shear the Tsaritsa. Then the patriarch bowed before the first gust of Peter's fury, and in June 1699, the Tsaritsa Eudoxia disappeared from the world beneath the hood of Sister Elena. The terrible deeds of September and October 1698 were not without an injurious effect on Peter himself, and more than once his nervous irritation exploded in tempests of frantic passion. Thus, at a banquet at Lafort's on September 14th, a dispute with General Shawn over some trivial matter caused the Tsar to lose all control over himself. He rose from the table, drew his sword, fell furiously upon the company, and would have murdered them all on the spot, but for the soothing influence of his new friend, Alexander Demilovich Menshikov. This extraordinary man was of so obscure an origin that it is doubtful whether his father was an ostler or a bargee. He first emerges into history as a vendor of meat pies in the streets of Moscow. Lafort took him up and introduced him to Peter, and on the death of Lafort in 1699, Menshikov succeeded him as prime favorite. Ignorant, brutal, grasping, and corrupt, Menshikov, nevertheless, well deserved the confidence of his master. After Peter, there was not a more alert, lucid, unprejudiced, and versatile intellect than Menshikov's in all Muscovy, while his energy was boundless and inexhaustible. He could drill a regiment, build a frigate, administer a province, and decapitate a rebel with equal facility. During the Tsar's first foreign tour, Menshikov worked by his side in the dockyards of Amsterdam, visited all the Dutch workshops, and at the same time acquired a thorough knowledge of colloquial Dutch and German. 2 days after the punishment of the Strelzy, Peter wrote to his friend Andrei Vinius, "The shadow of a doubt crosses my mind. What if the fruit of my labors be delayed, like the fruit of the date palm, the sower whereof sees it not?" Evidently, the disquieting suspicion that the work of regeneration would remain undone unless he did it himself spurred him on to fresh efforts to save the people from the gross and notorious exactions of the voivodoi, or principal governors, and at the same time to accustom them to self-government. Burgomasters and town councils on the Western model were now introduced, but the inherent corruption of the Muscovite officialdom at once asserted itself. The stratostui, or elders, whose duty it was to see that good and worthy men were chosen, systematically excluded from voting those of the electors who refused to pay for the privilege. In order to extirpate these corrupt practices by flogging and banishment, and to prevent their recurrence, Peter appointed a new order of officials, the proposed Chichi, inspectors, who were to provide for the purity of public life and look after the interests of the government. The first of them was Alexis Kurbatov, who had studied commercial and financial questions abroad and was an intelligent man of many expedients. Shortly after his appointment, he suggested to Peter, as a new source of revenue, the introduction of stamped paper into Muscovy. Peter was so pleased with the idea that he straightway appointed Kurbatov his confidential financial advisor. At the same time, Peter established trading companies in Muscovy for the better protection of the native merchants against foreign competition. The last year of the 17th century saw another notable reform, which drew a sharp line of demarcation between old and new. By the ukase of December 20th, 1699, it was commanded that henceforth the new year should not be reckoned from September 1st, supposed to be the date of the creation, as heretofore, but from the 1st of January, Anno Domini. Peter had brought home with him in 1698 the conviction that he must conclude peace with the Porte. This conviction was accompanied by the melancholy reflection that such a peace would mean the relinquishment of the Black Sea and the hope of a Russian navy along with it. But if the Black Sea was abandoned, why should he not compensate himself on the shores of the Baltic? The Baltic was nearer both to Russia and to Western Europe than the Euxine, and consequently a much more desirable possession. On the other hand, if it were impossible to continue the Turkish war without allies, they were still more indispensable in a war with Sweden, the great power from which the Baltic littoral was to be wrested. With these ideas already germinating in his mind, Peter, on his homeward journey in 1698, encountered the lately elected king of Poland, Augustus II, at Rawa. The inexperienced young Tsar was enchanted by the worldly wisdom and the exuberant jollity of this facile and self-indulgent potentate. The Baltic question seems to have been discussed over their wine cups, and Peter was delighted to find that Augustus was willing enough to meet his ambitions halfway. Charles XI of Sweden, whose genius had enabled Sweden to recover the rank of a great power, had died the year before, and the Swedish government was now in the hands of his son, an untried youth of 16. If the Baltic provinces were to be stolen at all, now was the time, but no definite agreement was reached on this occasion. Augustus had not yet matured his plans, and Peter could not embark on a new war till he had terminated the old one. On returning to Moscow, Peter at once set about concluding peace with the Porte. It was his good fortune at this period to possess a minister of foreign affairs of the highest ability in Theodor Golovin, who, like so many others of his countrymen in later times, had learnt the business of a ruler in the Far East. On the Porte's death, he succeeded him as Admiral General. The same year, he was created the first Russian Count, and from 1699 to his death in 1706, he was the Premier Minister of the Tsar. Golovin's first diplomatic achievement was the conclusion of peace with the Porte. The Turks, worsted by the imperial troops in Hungary and on the Danube, were themselves anxious to come to terms with Muscovy. A preliminary truce for 2 years had been concluded in 1698, and in 1699 2 Muscovite plenipotentiaries were sent to Istanbul to convert the truce into a definitive peace. Everything was done both to mollify and to impress the Turk. The ambassadors were provided with 5,000 rubles worth of precious furs and 10 poods, 400 pounds, of walrus ivory, for bribing purposes, and they were not to go by land as heretofore, but by sea. A man of war awaited them at the new arsenal at Tagarog, and they were escorted out of the Sea of Azov by a fleet of 9 warships and 2 galleys. On August 28th, a Russian line of battleship sailed for the first time into the Golden Horn, fired a salute, and cast anchor at the very gates of the Seraglio. The Russian plenipotentiaries demanded peace on a iudi possidetis basis, and the Turks were willing at first to accept the terms offered. But unfortunately, Russia now found all the Western powers arrayed against her. Great Britain and Holland feared the commercial competition of Russia in the Euxine and the Levant, while France dreaded her political rivalry. Thus it came about that the divan, secretly encouraged by the foreign ministers, grew more and more exacting and peremptory. Not till July 1700 was a truce for 30 years concluded between Russia and the Porte. By the terms of the truce, the Azov district and all the land extending from thence to the Kuban district was ceded to Muscovy, who undertook on her part to demolish all the extra Azovian forts. On August 8, 1700, Peter heard from his chief plenipotentiary, Emelian Ukrentsev, that peace had been concluded with the Porte. On the following day, his army received orders to invade Livonia. The Great Northern War had begun. End of section 55. Section 56 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 5, The Age of Louis XIV. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 17, Peter the Great and His Pupils, 1689 to 1730, by R. Nisbet Bain, Part 2. Hitherto, historians have regarded the Great Northern War, of which an account is given in a later chapter, too exclusively from the military point of view. Yet, from the Russian standpoint, it was not so much an arena for the strife of heroes as, in the first place, a training school for a backward young nation, and, in the second place, a means of multiplying the material resources of a nation as poor as she was backward. Peter the Great entered into the war with Sweden in order that Russia might gain her proper place on the northern Mediterranean. The possession of an ice-free seaboard was essential to her national development. The creation of a fleet followed, inevitably, upon the acquisition of such a seaboard, and she could not hope to obtain her due share of the trade and commerce of the world till she possessed both. But in the meantime, Russia had to be educated so far as possible up to the European level, in order that she might be able to appreciate and utilize the hardly won fruits of Western civilization. And thus it was that, during the whole course of the Great Northern War, the process of internal reformation proceeded slowly but unceasingly. The whole fabric of the state was gradually changing. Brand new institutions formed on Western models were gradually growing up amidst the cumbrous, antiquated, worn-out machinery of old Muscovy, and new men, capable and audacious, brimful of new ideas, were being trained, under the eye of the great regenerator, to help him in his task, and to carry it on when he himself should have vanished from the scene. At first, indeed, the external forms of the administration remained much the same as before. The old dignities disappeared of their own accord, for the new men, though nearest to Peter, did not require them. Between 1701 and 1703, the naval, artillery, mining, coining directories sprang into existence. The great drag on the wheels of the government, a drag which grew more and more acute as the war proceeded, was its penury. The expense of the fixed embassies at foreign courts, one of the earliest of the Petrine innovations, was a particularly severe strain upon the depleted treasury. Every expedient to increase the revenue was eagerly snatched at. Taxation was made universal. The sale of spirits became a government monopoly. A great impediment to commerce was the deplorable state of the currency. The only coins in circulation were the well-worn silver kopecks and half kopecks, most of which were further deteriorated by bisection and trisection. In many places, goods were paid for by leather and other tokens. The currency was reformed by the coinage ukase of March 1700, which established mints for the stamping and testing of gold, silver, and copper coins by qualified masters. Before 1700, only from 200,000 to 500,000 coins had been annually struck in Russia. In 1700, the number rose to 1,992,000. In 1701, to 2,559,000. And in 1702, to 4,534,000. Peter's two great objects at this period of his reign were external security and internal prosperity. The former he had obtained by the creation of a new army on the European model. The latter he hoped to promote by a whole series of administrative measures. In April 1702, he issued the celebrated ukase for facilitating the immigration of foreign specialists into Russia. On a scale never before contemplated, the invitation was made as tempting as possible, all such visitors being allowed free ingress and egress, full liberty of worship, and permission to be tried by their own tribunals. To the better sort of Russian dissenters, also, Peter was very tolerant. Religious persecution, indeed, he abominated. Thus, when he could not prevent the Church from persecuting heretics, he always endeavored to give to the proceedings a political motive. His attitude towards the Bezpopashina, or priestless community, is characteristic of his general policy. The enterprise and organizing genius of this wealthy body enabled it practically to monopolize the rich fisheries and hunting grounds of the White Sea, while the abundant harvest which filled its granaries to overflowing ultimately gave it the command of the corn market of St. Petersburg, which in the course of 1703 began to spring up among the thickly wooded marshes of the Neva. All danger from without was avoided by a composition with Peter, the community agreeing to pay double taxes and work at set times for nothing in the state mines and foundries of Povianets. In return for such services, the practical Tsar, in a ukase of 1703, permitted these lucrative nonconformists full liberty of worship with the use of the ancient rites in the old service books. The only people to whom he denied toleration were the Jews, whom he regarded with the liveliest hatred. From the first, Peter did much to promote education, especially education of a practical sort. Schools of mathematics and navigation were established about 1702 at Moscow, and in 1703 another school was founded there, at which geography, ethics, politics, Latin rhetoric, the Cartesian philosophy, dancing, and the elements of French and German were taught. Great efforts were made to provide cheap books for the new schools. The chief worker in this field was the Protestant Pole, Ilya Kopiensky, who set up a press at Amsterdam, and, having the privilege of printing all Russian books, issued a considerable number. In 1698, by Peter's special command, he printed an abridgment of Leo the Philosopher's Art of War, and in 1700 a version of Aesop, remarkable as being the first Russian translation from an ancient classical author. In 1703 the first Russian gazette appeared, entitled News of Military and Other Events Worthy of Knowledge and Remembrance. Undeterred by repeated failures and the most discouraging relapses, Peter, though himself a semi-barbarian, labored hard to civilize those who were even more barbarous than himself. In 1702, in order to reduce the number of conflagrations, a ukase directed that all houses were to be built of brick instead of wood, and fire hoses were introduced. In 1704, ukases were issued forbidding midwives to kill misshapen children, and ordering the construction of stone bridges at Moscow. Other ukases of the same period endeavored to raise the tone of public morality and incult self-respect. Thus, the ukase of April 1704 sternly prohibited compulsory marriage, which had been one of the chief scandals and miseries of old Muscovite life, released women from the captivity of the terror, and compelled their husbands and fathers to admit them to all social entertainments. The ukase of December 30th, 1701, forbade falling on the knees before the Tsar, or doffing the hat before the imperial palace. What difference is there between God and the Tsar, if equal honor be shown to both? Asked Peter on this occasion. In 1700 died the patriarch Adrian. His administration had latterly been so negligent that his enemies accused him of sleeping away his time and eating up his revenues. Adrian's dilapidations could be repaired only by a very energetic successor. But where was a patriarch in sympathy with the reforming Tsar to be found? An energetic but unfriendly patriarch would be the natural leader of a whole army of malcontents. He would be a most dangerous rival, a second Nikon. In January 1701, therefore, the administration of the temporalities of the Patriarchate was entrusted to a layman, Count Ivan Musin Pushkin. His appointment was the first step towards a rigid inquisition into the government and revenues of the Russian monasteries, which resulted in the ukase of December 1701, depriving the religious houses of the control of their estates and making the monks the salaried officials of the state. The care of the spiritualities was confided to a little Russian prelate, Stefan Yavorsky, with the title of Exarch of the Most Holy Patriarchal See, whom Peter now promoted to the Archiepiscopal See of Ryazan. The ignorant Great Russian clergy detested this more enlightened little Russian interloper, and such pressure was brought to bear upon him that he hid himself in a monastery on the day appointed for his consecration, declaring that he could not accept his new dignity so long as his episcopal brethren accused him of simony, heresy, and wine-bibbing. But Peter, well aware that the same people who repudiated Yavorsky called him the Tsar Antichrist, overruled Yavorsky's objections and insisted on the consecration of a man whom he already rightly regarded as a fellow worker. At this time, the popular disaffection against the Tsar was steadily growing. As the war proceeded, as the burden of taxation became more grievous, and the number of the recruits ever larger, the murmuring of every class of the population grew louder and louder. "What manner of Tsar is this," they said, "who takes us all for soldiers, and gives us no rest, and makes our wives and children widows and orphans? If he lives much longer, he will ruin the whole land. He is a miscreant. He eats up the whole world." The people explained to their own satisfaction Peter's fondness for the Germans. He was the supposititious child of a stray German mother. He was the son of Lefort. The real Peter had remained abroad. In fact, Antichrist now sat on the Muscovite throne. On January 4th, 1700, the Tsar still further irritated the reactionaries by issuing the ukase directing the general use of short Saxon or Magyar jackets and French or German hose. This was followed in 1701 by the ukase forbidding from henceforth, under heavy penalties, the wearing of the cumbrous old Muscovite garments. The European nations of the West had long since discarded the long, heavy, flowing garments customary among Asiatics. Muscovese still clung to Oriental costumes, as well as to Oriental ideas, and by substituting for these Western dress, Peter emphasized in the most public and striking manner his intention of completely Europeanizing his still semi-Asiatic subjects. This latest innovation was bitterly resented as both indecent and irreligious. In Moscow itself, open resistance was out of the question. But in July 1705, a dangerous rebellion broke out at Astrakhan, under the leadership of Cossack officers at XVIII. It was only suppressed on March 13, 1706, when Sheremetev, with a regular army, took Astrakhan by assault, and 365 of the rebels were sent to Moscow to be broken on the wheel and decapitated. After 1703, the reform movement necessarily proceeded more slowly. Peter, now constantly at war, had no time to give to domestic affairs, yet never for a moment was the great work of progress suspended. In 1705, a ukase ordered the paving of Moscow. In 1706, the first modern hospital and medical training school was built on the river Yanza, close to the German settlement at Moscow. In February 1706, sanitary inspectors for Moscow were appointed, one for every 10 houses. In 1707, a commission was appointed to devise the best means of dealing with the wholesale vagabondage and highway robbery, which was the perennial curse of Muscovy. Peter had already done much to promote education. In 1707, he proceeded a step further by introducing into Russia the so-called civil script. Hitherto, the old Cyrillic alphabet of 48 letters, still used in liturgical books, served for all Russian books. Peter deleted 8 of the more cumbersome letters, simplified the remainder, and sent to Holland to have the new alphabet cast into type. It was brought back to Russia in 1707 by the typographer Anton Durnay, and, with some few later modifications, has been in use ever since. This simplification of the old alphabet was the first step towards the composition of the modern Russian written language, and therefore a reform of capital importance for civilization. The first 3 books printed in the new script appeared at Moscow in 1708. Peter himself corrected the proofs and supervised the translations of the earlier books, which included a history of Russia down to his own times, issued by his express command. In 1708, Russia was divided into 8 governments: Moscow, St. Petersburg, Kiev, Smolensk, Archangel, Kazan, Azov, and Siberia, in order that the country might be administered in a more orderly and tranquil manner. The chief duty of the 8 governors was to see that the taxes were duly collected and transmitted to Moscow. On January 27, 1710, the first imperial budget was framed, when it was discovered that the annual revenue amounted to 3,016,000 rubles, or, taking a 3 years average, 3,133,000 rubles, while the total expenditure came to 3,824,000. Thus, expenditure exceeded revenue, but it is indubitable that the revenue would have been much larger but for the wholesale peculation, which diminished the amount in transit. According to these estimates, the Army cost 1,252,000, the Navy 444,000, the Diplomatic Service 148,000, Ordnance 84,000, and the garrisons 977,000 rubles. Absorbed as he was at this period by the Swedish and Turkish wars, which required his prolonged absence from Russia, Peter could not properly attend to the details of the domestic administration, but as it could no longer be neglected, he instituted, by the ukase of February 22, 1711, a supreme governing board to which he gave the name of the Administrative Senate. It was to take the place of the Tsar during his absence, and to receive the implicit obedience due to himself. In a word, it was responsible for the whole burden of the administration, in order to facilitate the communications of the Senate with the governors and the fiscal functionaries. The office of Revisor General of Ukases was instituted in November 1715. In 1717, colleges or departments of state were introduced. The idea of this administrative reform was first suggested to Peter by Leibniz. On the ukase of April 18, 1718, the colleges were to be, in all points, exactly on the model of the Swedish services, so that Peter may be said to have learned the science of government as well as the art of war from his Scandinavian rivals. As finally constituted, these new public offices were 9 in number and corresponded roughly with the ministries of Western Europe. The presidents of the colleges were the principal senators, all of whom were Russians. Most of the vice presidents were foreigners. Peter invariably acted on the patriotic principle, not always followed by his immediate successors, that natives should always fill the highest posts, and that no alien should occupy any place that a Russian was equally capable of filling. Efforts were also made to simplify local government as much as possible by subdivision of labor. Thus, the various governments were split up into counties or districts, uizui, each district having its own president assisted by a council of assessors, called landratha, elected by the gentry. In 1720, nadvorina sodui, or courts of justice, were established in every town, and zemski kontori, or land offices, where public accounts had to be regularly kept. In April 1718, the old uazini, or Code of Laws, was remodeled according to the existing Swedish Code. By the ukase of July 15, 1718, insolvent debtors were compelled to work off their debts in public institutions at the rate of a ruble a month, during which time they were to be fed at the expense of the state like convicts. A new law of succession was also introduced. The old practice of partitioning real estate was abolished, and the custom of primogeniture introduced. Henceforth, however, younger sons were to be allowed to buy landed estates after 7 years civil or 10 years military service. By the ukase of January 16, 1721, all officers in the army, whatever their origin, and their children after them, were declared to be noble and entitled to patents of nobility. But education had previously been declared to be the indispensable qualification for advancement in every branch of the service. Thus, the famous ukase of January 20th, 1714, ordered professors from the mathematical schools to go the round of the provinces and teach the children of the gentry arithmetic. No gentleman was henceforth to marry unless he had first been properly educated. The guard was to serve as a training school for inferior officers, while the sons of eminent persons were to be sent abroad to learn the science of war from famous generals. Now, as formerly, the poverty of the government was its chief impediment. There was no money to pay shipbuilders, yet ships had to be built if the sea was to be held, and the command of the sea was necessary for the growth of commerce, the increase of which would, eventually, recoup the government its expenses. But if trade is to be promoted, traders must be encouraged and taken care of. Peter fully realized this. In November 1711, half a dozen mercantile experts were transferred from Moscow to St. Petersburg to advise and assist the government in concluding a new commercial treaty with England and Holland. A further effort to promote trade and industry is seen in the institution of the Glavnoy Magistrat, or Chief Magistracy, ukase of January 26, 1721, a supreme local government board, subordinated to the Senate, consisting of the members of the St. Petersburg civic authorities, half of whom were foreigners, the Tsar himself nominating the president. The Chief Magistracy was to appoint and superintend the magistrates in all the Russian towns, which were now divided into categories according to wealth and population. Great efforts were made by the regenitor to utilize Russia's latent resources. All landed proprietors were urged to search for and work the minerals on their estates, or the government was to do it for them. In 1719, we find the silver mines of Nershinsk, the iron mines of Tobolsk, and the copper mines of Gongora in full working order. At Tula and Kashirsk, about the same time, Alexis Norishkin founded ironworks. Still more lucrative were the Lipsky Iron Works, which were bound by contract to turn out 15,000 small arms of all sorts, including 1,000 pistols per annum. The Olonets Iron Works were important because of their proximity to St. Petersburg. No improvement was too small for the attention of the Tsar. Thus, in May 1725, he ordered that corn should henceforth be reaped with scythes instead of with sickles. The cloth manufactory of Moscow had engaged Peter's attention since 1705, and he at last committed it entirely to private firms, both to save expense and to accustom the Russians to commercial enterprises. The manufacture of sails was introduced into Russia in 1702, but languished till taken in hand by Prince Odieski in 1716. The leather trade had always been of the utmost importance. In 1716 alone, 135,467 poods were sent to Archangel for export. Peter did much for the leather industry. Master tanners were sent from Reval to Moscow to teach the people there how to tan the leather properly, and after 2 years of such instruction, those of the Moscow tanners who persisted in the old way were liable to imprisonment and confiscation of property. The needs of the government compelled it to use forced labor and recruit its artisans as well as its soldiers from the peasantry, and the period of reform was too close to the old Muscovite period of peasant serfdom to admit of any amelioration in the general condition of the serfs as regards the states. Yet, the government did what it could to protect the serfs from their worst enemies, those drunken and disorderly masters who deteriorate their estates, laying all sorts of unbearable burdens on their peasants, and beating and tormenting them so that they run away from their grievous burdens, for which cause wastelands multiply and the arrears of taxation increase. All such masters were to be placed under restraint as lunatics, and their property was to be administered by their nearest relatives or by the state. Moreover, by the ukase of April 21, 1721, proprietors were forbidden to sell their serfs separately. They were only to be sold in families. But there was worse than poverty to contend with. Peter knew well that the emptiness of the treasury was very largely due to peculation, that ancient and ineradicable vice of Russian society. The Russian official had come to regard the public service mainly as a source of personal income. Having no regular salary, he looked to his underlings for nourishment, as the phrase went, and he took from them according to his needs, most liberally interpreted. Peter was not the man to leave the improvement of public morals to the gradual operation of time, and, as he always adopted the most energetic measures by preference, he was speedily committed to a struggle with the robbers of the treasury, almost as bloody as his struggle with the rebellious Streltsy. The vileness of some of the expedients which he found it necessary to adopt is eloquent of the extent and virulence of the evil with which he had to cope. By the ukase of August 1713, informers were invited to report all cases of defalcation to the Tsar, and promised the rank and property of those whom they denounced. The ukase of December 24, 1714, further encouraged the latest to come forward and not be afraid of reporting against even their official superiors. The ukase of January 23, 1721, instituted an order of official public accusers, the so-called imperial upper fiscals, whose principal duties were to protect the revenue and supervise the administration of the Senate. The fiscals were to warn the senators thrice of any dereliction of duty, and, if the third warning was disregarded, they were to report the matter to the Tsar direct. In consequence of a sermon preached by Stephen Yaborsky, Archbishop of Ryazan, on March 17, 1712, vigorously attacking the whole system of official espionage and pointing out its consequences, the ukase of March 17, 1714 was issued. This ukase imposed upon any fiscal or delator convicted of a false accusation The penalty which would have been imposed upon the alleged delinquent if he had been found guilty, but mistakes arising from carelessness were only lightly punished. Villainous as the system was, it certainly brought much rascality to light. One of the most active and courageous of these delators was the upper fiscal Alexis Nesterov, who, in 1711, reported to the Tsar that the governor of Siberia, Prince Gagarin, was plundering the treasury and had succeeded in monopolizing the lucrative China trade. Nesterov sent a whole chest full of incriminating documents to the Senate for investigation, and the Senate promptly destroyed them all. But the indefatigable upper fiscal set about collecting fresh evidence, and in 1717 he presented a still stronger case against Gagarin and his abettors. The case was ultimately transferred to a committee of the officers of the guard, when it was proved conclusively that Gagarin had not only systematically corrupted all the Siberian officials to wink at his depredations, but that many of the senators and heads of colleges were his accomplices. Finally, Gagarin made a free and full confession of his crimes and petitioned for leave to pass the rest of his days in a monastery. Peter sent him to the gallows instead. The recrudescence of highway robbery led to the policing of the Russian towns, and civic guards were chosen from among the male inhabitants. The police were also to see that no wares unfit for food were exposed for sale, to examine and test all weights and measures, and to act as firemen. Science was promoted by the ukase of February 1710, encouraging by a system of rewards the collection of natural objects. A special attention was paid to geography, and in 1719 the geodesists Evremoff and Luge were sent to survey Kamchatka and decide the question whether Northeast Asia and America were united or not. By this time, St. Petersburg was emerging from its scaffolding, and foreigners were beginning to speak well of it. Already, it could boast some fine buildings. The imposing Nevsky Prospect, built entirely of stones by gangs of Swedish prisoners, was especially admired. Extraordinarily difficult during this period of transition and transformation was the position of the Russian Church. As the sworn guardian of orthodoxy, she was bound in many respects to observe a conservative attitude. Yet patriotism equally obliged her not to oppose the beneficent civilizing efforts of a reforming Tsar. But the Church herself was very much in need of discipline. The number of unworthy priests had greatly increased in consequence of the influx into the ministry of many members of the gentry who evaded military service by becoming candidates for holy orders. This abuse was met by the ordinance directing the bishops not to ordain anyone under 25 a deacon and anyone under 30 a priest. Efforts were also made to raise the religious tone of the community. The ukase of 1716 commanded everybody under heavy penalties to go to confession at least once a year. The ukase of 1718 went further still. It compelled all parishioners to attend church every Sunday and holy day, and absentees were henceforth to be ineligible for public offices. The real motive of this ordinance was that the people might hear the ukases read after divine service, as, in those days of general ignorance, comparatively few could read the ukases posted up on the gates of the towns. The Patriarchate still remained unoccupied, and Archbishop Yavorsky found some difficulty in filling up the vacant bishoprics, because he could not always agree with the members of the Senate who were associated with him in the election. Yavorsky's position at this time was somewhat anomalous. He had alienated the Tsar by openly espousing the cause of the unfortunate Tsarevich Alexis. He had frequently alluded in his discourses to the raging waves being continually against the solid shore, and, after he had explained the solid shore to mean the law of God, his hearers readily guessed whom he meant by the raging waves. He was presently eclipsed by Theophan Prokopovich, prefect of the Kiev Academy, who won Peter's favor by his brilliant sermon on the most glorious victory, i.e. Peltawa. At last, the regenerator had found a priest after his own heart, a man of vast learning, brilliant gifts, and great force of character, who fully sympathized with the reform movement and was determined to promote it. The Light of Kiev was consecrated bishop of the opulent see of Plaskow. Despite an accusation of crypto-Calvinism brought against him by the indignant Yavorsky, when Peter, for the better regulation of church affairs, proposed the establishment of a spiritual department, Theophan alone was entrusted with the drafting of the project, so that he may be regarded as the creator of what was subsequently known as the Holy Synod. In January 1721, an imperial manifesto formally established this spiritual department. The new college was to spread enlightenment and the knowledge of God's law, and extirpate superstition by composing and publishing books on the dogmas of the faith and the duties of every order of men, and collections of sermons from the fathers, explanatory of dogmas and duties generally. Henceforth, in filling up a vacancy, the Tsar was to elect one of two candidates presented to him by the spiritual department. The strong and terrible reforming Tsar had triumphed over every obstacle, triumphed so thoroughly that any interruption of his work during his lifetime was inconceivable. But in the midst of his triumph, the thought perpetually haunted him, will my work survive me? His health was uncertain, his half-taught pupils were few and divided. The adversaries of his reforms were many and of one mind, and they believed, and believed rightly, that in the heir to the throne, the Tsarevich Alexis, they possessed a secret sympathizer who would, one day, reverse the whole policy of the Tsar Antichrist and restore the old order of things. Peter's sole surviving son, Alexis, born on February 19, 1690, was utterly ignored by his father till he was 9 years old. Peter's son, who loved his mother, could have little affection for a father who had ever been her worst persecutor. Only after the disappearance of Eudoxia into a monastery did Peter take his son in hand. He confided the care of his education to learned foreigners like Neubauer and Hussens, who taught him French, history, geography, and mathematics. In 1703, in order that he might practically apply his lessons, Alexis was ordered to follow the army to the field as a private in a bombardier regiment, and in 1704 he was present at the capture of Narva. At this period, Hussens had the most favorable opinion of his pupil. He reported that the Tsarevich was of a precocious intelligence and a singularly amiable disposition. He had already read the Bible 6 times, 5 times in Slavonic, and once in German. He had mastered the works of the Greek fathers, read all the spiritual and profane books translated into the Slavonic tongue, and could speak and write French and German with facility. Of the ability of Alexis, there could be no question. Unfortunately, it was not the sort of ability of which his father could make use. The Tsarevich was essentially a student, with strong leanings towards ecclesiology. The quiet seclusion of a monastic library was the proper place for this gentle, emotional dreamer, who clung so fondly to the ancient traditions and was so easily moved by the beauty of the Orthodox liturgy. To a prince of this temperament, the restless, vehement energy, the racket and bustle of his abnormally active father were odious. Yet Peter, not unnaturally, demanded that his heir should dedicate himself to the service of New Russia and help to fashion his future inheritance. He demanded from a youth with the nature of a recluse practical activity, unceasing labor, unremitting attention to technical details, the concentration of all his energies on the business of government, upon the Herculean labor of maintaining the new state at the high level of greatness to which it had already been raised. In consequence of these stern paternal demands and his own invincible repugnance against carrying them out, Alexis, quite apart from the personal antipathies already existing, could not but regard his father in the light of a tormentor. Moreover, Yavorsky and the other archpastors of the Russian Church openly expressed their disapprobation of the Tsar's new and strange ways, and as a loyal son of the Church, the Tsarevich gladly listened to those who had the power to bind and loose. He even told his confessor, Yakov Ignatieff, whom he had promised to obey as an angel and apostle of God, that he had wished for his father's death, and Ignatieff encouraged him in such sentiments. End of section 56. Section 57 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 5, The Age of Louis XIV. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 17, Peter the Great and His Pupils, 1689 to 1730, by R. Nisbet Bain. Part 3. After the marriage of Alexis to the Princess Sophia Charlotte of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel, October 25, 1711, Peter made a determined effort to tear his son away from what he conceived to be a life of indolent ease. 3 weeks after his wedding, Alexis was hurried away by his father to Thorn to superintend the provisioning of the Russian troops in Poland. For the next 12 months he was kept constantly on the move. In April 1712, a peremptory ukase ordered him off to the army in Pomerania, and in the autumn of the same year, he was forced to accompany his father on a tour of inspection through Finland. On his return to the capital, Peter, in order to see what progress his son had made in mechanics, asked him to produce for inspection his latest drawings. His father's command threw Alexis into a state of panic, and to escape the ordeal of such an examination, he resorted to the abject expedient of disabling his right hand by a pistol shot. In no other way could the Tsarevich have offended his father so deeply. He had behaved like a cowardly recruit who mutilates himself to shirk military service, and for a time Peter washed his hands of his son. Alexis had the great advantage of knowing that, in any case, the future belonged to him. Most of the magnates, all the higher clergy with a single exception, and the mass of the Russian nation were on his side. All he had to do was sit still, keep out of his father's way as much as possible, and await the natural course of events. But Peter could not afford to leave anything to chance. All his life he had been working incessantly with a single object, the regeneration of Russia, in view. All that he now required from his successor was sympathy and goodwill. But what if that successor refused to tread in his father's footsteps, or, still worse, tried to destroy his father's work? By some such process of reasoning as this, must the idea of changing the succession to the throne by setting aside Alexis have first occurred to the mind of Peter. The subject was first broached by the Tsar in his letter to Alexis on October 22nd, 1715, the day of the funeral of the Princess Charlotte, who had died 4 days after giving birth to a son, the subsequent Peter II. This letter was severe and menacing, yet the Tsarevich was asked to do no more than acquiesce in his father's plans. "It is not work I want from you, but goodwill," wrote Peter. "I have thought well to address this last appeal to you, and wait a little longer, to see if, perchance, you will turn from the error of your ways. If you do not, be quite sure that I will deprive you of the succession. I will cut you off as though you were gangrenous swelling." Peter naturally expected that this final appeal would have led to a personal explanation, followed by reconciliation and an effort at amendment. But again, Alexis acted abjectly. He wrote a pitiful reply to his father, offering to renounce on the grounds of sickness and general incompetence, the succession in favor of his infant half-brother, Peter, born on the day after the Princess Charlotte's funeral, but only to die a few months later. Rage and mortification, and the effort to drown them in a debauch, brought on a serious attack of Peter's old malady, epilepsy. So ill was he that the senators were hastily summoned and slept all night at the palace, and the last sacraments were administered to the Tsar. Not until January 19, 1716, was he able to reply to his son's letter, and he now offered Alexis the choice between amending his ways or becoming a monk. Alexis consulted his friends, who advised him to submit to the tonsure and await better times in a monastery. Hereupon Alexis wrote to his father for permission to become a monk, signing the letter, "Your slave and useless son, Alexis." Still Peter did not despair. On the eve of his departure for the Pomeranian and Mecklenburg campaign, he visited Alexis, who was ill at the time, and urged him to do nothing in a hurry. On August 26, 1716, he wrote to him from abroad commanding him, if he desired to remain Tsarevich, to join the army without delay. Alexis at once saw a chance of escaping from his false position altogether. Accompanied by his mistress Alfresina, a Finnish peasant girl, and 4 servants, he fled to Vienna and placed himself under the protection of his brother-in-law, the emperor, who sent for greater security to the fortress of St. Elmo at Naples. Peter's agitation was extreme. The flight of the Tsarevich to a foreign potentate was a reproach and a scandal. He must be recovered and brought back to Russia at all hazards. But the operation was one of exceptional difficulty, and it was therefore confided to the most subtle, astute, and unscrupulous of all the Muscovite diplomatists, Count Peter Tolstoy, with Captain Alexander Romasev as his assistant. On September 24, 1717, Tolstoy and Romasev arrived at Naples. They were to assure the Tsarevich that, if he returned home with them at once, everything would be forgiven, and he would be restored to favor and have perfect liberty. But if he refused to return, his father, as his sovereign, would publicly denounce him as a traitor, while the church will simultaneously excommunicate him as a disobedient son, in which case he might be sure that he was doomed, both in this world and the next. They found Alexis almost insane with terror. He declared outright that he was afraid to face his father's wrath. Tolstoy reported that only the most extreme compulsion could, as he brutally phrased it, melt the hard-frozen obstinacy of this beast of ours. And we can imagine what such words meant in the mouth of a man who had not hesitated to remove an inconvenient secretary by poison at Stamboul. The unfortunate Tsarevich knew, instinctively, that he was fighting for his life. At first, however, relying on the emperor's solemn promise of protection, he stood firm and refused to depart. But the most villainous expedients, remorselessly employed, compelled him at last to surrender. He promised to return to Russia with Tolstoy, but only on 2 conditions. His father was to allow him to marry Afrosina and retire into private life. To these terms Tolstoy agreed, and Peter himself solemnly confirmed them in a letter to his son, in which he swore, before God and his judgment seat, that, if Alexis came back, he should not be punished in the least, but be cherished as a son. On January 31, 1718, Alexis reached Moscow. On February 19th, the names of his accomplices were extorted from him. His wretched confederates, torn from their hiding places and dragged to the torture chamber, supplied the prosecution with evidence which would not be accepted in any modern court of justice. On the conclusion of the Moscow process, as it was called, the most salient feature of which was the trial and condemnation of the ex-Tsarista Eudoxia for adultery, the impalement of her alleged paramour, and the degradation of many of her friends, including Dositheus, Bishop of Rostov. There was a lull in the prosecution of the Tsarevich's affair. Alexis, on the supposition that something was now due to one who had unhesitatingly confessed everything required of him, bent all his efforts to obtain the fulfillment of his father's promise that he should marry Afrosina. The girl arrived at St. Petersburg in April 1718, but instead of being taken to the arms of her lover, as she had expected, she was suddenly brought before the Tsar's inquisitors. As the mistress and confidant of Alexis, she was the chosen depository of his secrets, and those secrets the prosecution, which so far had failed to establish a charge of conspiracy, was determined to get hold of. The helpless woman's revelations did not amount to much, but were sufficient to destroy Alexis. He had told her that, when he was Tsar, he would order things very differently. He would live at Moscow and let St. Petersburg remain a mere provincial town. He would have no ships and keep the army solely for defensive purposes. He predicted that, on the death of his father, a civil war would break out between his own partisans and those of his little brother, in which he would ultimately prevail, because the Russian people would not endure the government of women. Immediately after this confession had been obtained, Peter sent for Alexis, confronted him with it, and reproached him for concealing material facts and thereby forfeiting his pardon. To save the miserable remnant of life which his tormentors might allow him to call his own, Alexis now said yes to everything. He had wished for his father's death. He had rejoiced when he heard plots against his father. He had been ready to accept his father's throne from rebels and regicides. All had now been said. The worst was known at last. True, there were no facts to go upon. The Tsarevich had, so far, done nothing, whatever he might have intended to do. Nevertheless, Peter henceforth regarded his son as a self-convicted and most dangerous traitor. His life was forfeited. The future welfare of Russia imperatively demanded his extinction. But now a case for casuists arose, and Peter himself was casuist enough to recognize that it was a case of unusual and peculiar difficulty. Even if Alexis deserved 1,000 deaths, his father had sworn by the most solemn of oaths to pardon him and let him live in peace if he returned to Russia. And it was only on these conditions that Alexis, very foolishly in the opinion of his friends, had placed himself once more in his father's hands. The question whether the enormity of the Tsarevich's crime absolved the Tsar from the oath which he had taken to spare the life of this prodigal son was solemnly submitted to a grand council of prelates, senators, ministers, generals, and other dignitaries on June 13, 1718. 5 days later, the clergy presented their memorial. It is a cautious, non-committal document, plainly inspired by fear, but unmistakably inclining to mercy, and finally leaving the matter entirely in the Tsar's hands. But the clergy entirely passed over the strongest, the most irrefragable argument in favor of Alexis, namely, the Tsar's solemn promise of forgiveness to his son, although Peter had explicitly exhorted them to relieve his conscience on this very point. He was now in a dilemma. There can be little doubt that he had at last determined to rid himself of his detested son, but he certainly shrank from a public execution, the scandal of which would have been enormous and its consequences incalculable. The temporal members of the council helped him out of his difficulty by expressing a desire to be quite convinced that Alexis had actually meditated rebellion against his father. This seems to have been a pretext for bringing the Tsarevich to the torture chamber, where he might very easily expire, as if by accident, under legal process. The most ordinary mode of administering the question extraordinary was by the knout, and there were few instances of anyone surviving 30 strokes of this terrible punishment as then administered. On June 19th, Alexis, never very robust and severely reduced by mental suffering and prolonged anxiety, received 25 strokes with the knout, and betrayed the confidences of his confessor, Ignatieff, who was also savagely tortured. On June 24th, Alexis received 15 more strokes, but even the knout could now extract nothing but feeble protests from the mangled wretch. The same day the Senate condemned the Tsarevich to death for imagining rebellion against his father, and for hoping for the cooperation of the common people and the armed intervention of his brother-in-law, the Emperor. The solemn promise of the Tsar, which the clergy had ignored, was sophistically explained away by the senators. He had, they said, promised his son forgiveness only if he returned willingly. He had returned unwillingly, and had therefore forfeited the promise. This shameful document, the outcome of mingled terror and obsequiousness, was signed by all the senators and ministers, and by 300 persons of lesser degree. 2 days later, June 26, 1718, the Tsarevich died in the Trubetskoy guardhouse of the citadel of St. Petersburg. The precise manner of his death is still something of an enigma, most of the existing documents relating to it being apocryphal, but a careful examination and comparison of the only 2 extant contemporaneous and genuine Russian documents seems to warrant the following conclusion. At 8 o'clock in the morning of June 26, 1718, the Tsar, accompanied by some of his chief dignitaries of the empire, proceeded to the fortress, and Alexis was produced and placed before them within a Zetanok partition. His death sentence was then suddenly read to him. The shock, acting on an enfeebled frame, and crushing the last hope of life with which the poor wretch had hugged himself in the midst of his awful sufferings, brought on a swoon which lasted some hours. On his recovery, he was carried into the close adjoining Trubetskoy guard-room, where he died. Abominable, unnatural, as was Peter's conduct to his unhappy son, there is no reason to suppose that he ever regretted it. He argued that a single worthless life stood in the way of the regeneration of Russia, and was therefore forfeit to the common weal. But, however, its foundations had been cemented. The Russian Empire was now an established and imposing fact. Its official birth date dates from October 22nd, 1721, when, after a solemn Thanksgiving service for the peace of Nisbet in the Troitsa Cathedral at St. Petersburg, the Tsar proceeded to the Senate and was there acclaimed Father of the Fatherland, Peter the Great, and Emperor of all Russia. Some would have preferred to proclaim him Emperor of the East, but Peter himself adopted the more patriotic title. Prussia, the new ally, and the United Provinces, the oldest friend of the Tsar, were the earliest among the European states to recognize Peter's imperial title. But in other quarters the novelty was received with disfavor, especially at Vienna, where the emergence of a second empire, which threatened to overshadow the Holy Roman Empire, gave great offense. Curiously enough, the friendship of Prussia, which might have counterbalanced the hostility of the emperor, was imperiled by Peter's withdrawal from Berlin of the gigantic grenadiers whom he had previously lent or given to Frederick William I. Peter, in consequence, contracted an offensive and defensive alliance for 12 years with its ancient enemy Sweden, which, under the pacific administration of Count Arvid Horn, was being gradually nursed into political convalescence. By the Treaty of Stockholm, February 22, 1724, Russia contracted to assist Sweden in case of need with 12,000 infantry, 4,000 cavalry, 9 ships of the line, and 3 frigates, while Sweden undertook to assist Russia in similar circumstances with 8,000 infantry, 2,000 cavalry, 6 liners, and 2 frigates. The relations between France and Russia had also become much more cordial than heretofore. It was a favorite ambition of the Tsar to marry his second surviving daughter, the Tsarevna Elizabeth, to the young King of France, Louis XV. But Bourbon pride proved an insurmountable obstacle, and equally abortive with the effort of successive French ministers to bring about a better understanding between Great Britain and Russia. For some years after the termination of the War of the Spanish Succession, Great Britain was, indisputably, the dominant power of Europe. To prevent a renewal of the Anglo-Austrian alliance and to isolate the emperor were now the chief aims of the French ministers, especially in view of the breakup of the Austrian dominions in the event of the death of the sonless Charles VI, who, by the pragmatic sanction, had settled the succession on his daughter, Maria Theresa, now a child of 8. France, moreover, was anxious to keep Russia free from complications elsewhere, so that her troops might be available against Maria Theresa at the proper time, and a reconciliation between Great Britain and Russia was considered at Versailles to be the best way of steadying and restraining Peter. But such a reconciliation was extremely difficult. George I had an ancient grudge against the Russian emperor. Peter's supposed friendship for the Jacobites was an additional obstacle. But Fleury, still at the height of his authority in France, believed himself capable of performing successfully the part of political peacemaker. He assured Prince Kurakin that the best thing for Russia at the present time was reconciliation with England. Indeed, he made an Anglo-Russian reconciliation the condition precedent of a Franco-Russian alliance. Peter himself was anxious to come to terms with England, but on the other hand, he did not want to quarrel with the Tories. Indeed, the extreme Tories or Jacobites now hailed him as their prospective deliverer, and expected more from him than from any other European potentate. In April 1722, the Pretender's agent, Thomas Gordon, informed the Tsar that the English nation was ready to rise for its lawful king, if only they had 6,000 men and arms for 20,000 more. In June of the same year, the old Pretender wrote to Peter, expressing his gratitude for the sympathy of his Imperial Majesty, and transmitting a plan for the invasion of England. But, as Peter would not embark on so vast an enterprise without the cooperation of France, and as France desired to unite England and Russia instead of dividing them, the Jacobite project never had the remotest chance of success, even if the Persian campaigns of Peter had not, at this very time, engrossed his attention. It should also not be forgotten that the Tsar had now obtained all he wanted in Europe, for, from first to last, he had aimed solely at the conquest of the Baltic provinces. During the last 4 years of his reign, his policy was predominantly Oriental. Well aware that Russia was the natural commercial intermediary between the East and the West, Peter never lost sight of the necessity of establishing and extending his influence in Asia. In 1719, Captain Lev Ismailev of the Guards was sent to Pekin as the first Russian envoy extraordinary, but he was not allowed to establish an embassy or consulates, nor could he even obtain a commercial treaty. The first Russian expeditions into Central Asia were disastrous failures, owing to the ignorance or incapacity of their leaders. In 1716, Colonel Buchholz was sent to build a fortress on Lake Yamish, but was driven back by 12,000 Kalmucks. In the same year, Prince Alexander Chermavsky set out to explore the mouths of the Anu Daria and the shores of the Sea of Aral, to win over the Khans of Khiva and Bukhara to the Russian interest, and to attempt to open a way to India. In February 1717, he returned to Astrakhan after planting a few forts in unsuitable places. This expedition excited a general rising of Tartars, Bokharans, and Kivans, and in attempting to suppress it in 1717, Cherkassky was defeated and slain. In the vast plain lying between the Euxine and the Caspian Russia, Turkey and Persia were equally interested. The beginning of the Russian influence in these parts dates from the appointment of the capable Artemon Volinsky as Russian minister at Ispahan in 1715. It is clear from his instructions, written by Peter's own hand, that he was sent rather as a pioneer than as a diplomatist. He was to find out which rivers fell into the Caspian, and to which places on these rivers we can get by sea, and whether there are any rivers flowing into the sea which rise in India. He was also to take note of Gilyan and the other Caspian provinces, and, if possible, with the assistance of the Armenians, divert the raw silk trade from Turkey to Russia through Persia. Volinsky quitted Ispahan in September 1717, after concluding a commercial treaty with the Shah, very advantageous to Russia. On his return journey, he wintered at Shimak, where he had excellent opportunity for still further spying out the nakedness of the land. Volinsky persistently urged Peter to invade Persia, and events played into his hands. In September 1721, two Lesgian princes revolted against the Shah, seized Shimak, and plundered Russian merchandise in the bazaar to the value of 500,000 rubles. In the beginning of 1722, the state of affairs in Persia became still more favorable for Russian intervention, for the Afghans invaded the devastated land, defeated the Persian troops in two pitched battles, seized Ispahan, and dethroned the Shah in favor of his third son, Tokhmash. Peter hesitated no longer. On May 3rd, the guards left Moscow. On July 18th, Peter sailed from Astrakhan to Derbent with an army of 22,000 infantry, 9,000 cavalry, 20,000 Cossacks, 20,000 Kalmuks, 30,000 Tartars, and 5,000 sailors. On September 3rd, the governor of Derbent delivered up the silver keys of the city to the Russian emperor. Owing, however, to difficulties of transport and the persistence of a fierce north wind which wrecked half the transports on the sandbanks of the Caspian, the campaign proved abortive. In December 1722, however, a Russian army corps under Colonel Shipov seized the great trading center of Resht, and, almost simultaneously, General Batakushkin stormed Baku, which, as the key of the southwestern Caspian district, Peter had been very anxious to capture. On September 12, 1722, a Persian embassy, then at St. Petersburg, was forced to sign a treaty of peace, ceding Baku, Derbent, and the provinces of Gilyan, Mazandaran, and Astrabad. The Persian government refused, however, to ratify the treaty. Only by Peter's threats of a league of petition against her between Russia and Turkey was the Shah's government finally brought to consent to the cession of these provinces. These acquisitions and the subsequent intrigues of the Russian government with the Armenians, with whom Russia now came into direct communication for the first time, seriously disturbed the Porte. In August 1722, the Grand Vizier told the Russian ambassador, Neplaev, that Russia had better declare war against the Porte at once, and then they would know where they were. The whole of the Tsar's reign, he added, had been one uninterrupted war, in which he gave no rest to his neighbors. Subsequently, Neplaev reported to his court that the Turks intended to conquer Persia and Georgia, and drive the Russians out of Dagestan. He earnestly advised the emperor to be ready for war, as immense stores of ammunition were being constantly sent to Erzurum and Azov from Stamboul. Fortunately, Turkey was not ready for war, and the acquisition of the Caspian provinces by Russia was a matter of comparative indifference to the Sultan. It was the spread of Russian influence in the Caucasus that he really feared. Still, throughout 1723, the aspect of affairs was very threatening. Peter regarded the Caspian provinces as indispensable, and Neplaev was instructed to inform the Porte that the Russian emperor would allow no other power to approach the Caspian Sea. The English government used every expedient to induce the Porte to declare war, and even held out the hope of simultaneous cooperation on the part of Great Britain and Denmark. In the beginning of 1724, Nepliev demanded his passports, but on June 12th, by the Treaty of Constantinople, a compromise was arrived at. Shimak was to belong to a vassal of the Porte, but the region extending from Shimak to the Caspian was to be divided into 3 parts, 2 of which, adjacent to the Caspian, were to belong to Russia, while the third, stretching southwards from Derbent, was to be divided between Russia and Persia. The reform of the internal administration engaged Peter's attention immediately after the termination of the Swedish War, 1721. He began with the highest tribunal of all, the Administrative Senate. Experience had already shown that the senators, following the old Muscovite laissez-aller principle, were apt to neglect business, disregard the laws, and quash all complaints from inferior tribunals against themselves personally. To obviate this, Peter, at the beginning of 1722, instituted the office of Procurator General, whose duty it was to sit in the Senate and see that the senators performed their duties in a faithful, zealous, and orderly fashion, according to the direction of the standing rules and ukases. The worst cases were to be reported direct to the sovereign. If the admonition of the Procurator General was of no avail, he is in fact to be our eye, ran the ukase. It required no ordinary courage and resource to occupy an office which must necessarily embroil its holder with all the highest dignitaries in the state. But Peter found the man he wanted in Paul Jagosinski, the son of the Lutheran organist at Moscow, whose geniality and capability had long endeared him to Peter, and who was the only man in Russia who could stand before the Tsar, when in his worst moods, without trembling. To keep a watchful eye upon defaulters and malingerers among the gentry, the office of Herald Master was instituted in 1721. This functionary had to keep lists of all the landowners in the empire, showing who were in the service of the state and who were not, and giving the fullest details as to their families and occupations. A third, newly established functionary, the Master of Petitions, had to examine all the petitions presented to the various departments of state and see that they received proper attention. But it was of small avail to simplify and specialize the administration and fence it about with safeguards, so long as the new institutions were infected by the fatal maladies of the old. The most inveterate of these maladies was the universal corruption for which Muscovy had always been notorious, and Peter himself, though he cauterized it freely, could not wholly eradicate the evil. In the course of 1723 and 1724, he made terrible examples of 2 of his most confidential and meritorious servants, Vice-Chancellor Shafarov and the upper fiscal Nestorov. Despite a constant if gradual increase in the revenue, the financial needs of the government, owing to the expenses of the long war, were heavy and led to all sorts of ingenious but oppressive fiscal experiments. It was even found necessary at last to cut down all official salaries by 1/2. The difficulty of housing the soldiers properly led to the introduction of barracks into Russia. At the end of Peter's reign, the army numbered 210,000 men, besides 109,000 irregulars. The fleet consisted of 48 ships of the line, with 787 galleys and smaller vessels, whose full complement of crews was 27,939 men. There was also a considerable increase in the mercantile marine, and native Russian merchants now began to appear in the principal non-Russian Baltic ports. Much also was now done to develop and improve the local administration. In all the towns, magistracies were formed, consisting of a president, 2 burgomasters, and 4 councillors, whose duty it was to gather all the traders and artisans together and prevent them from drifting into the ranks of the untaxable by flying to the steppes. The whole body of citizens was divided into 3 classes. The first guild, consisting of the chief merchants, doctors, apothecaries, and cloth manufacturers. The second guild, consisting of the petty traders and artisans. And thirdly, the common people. By the ukase of January 13, 1724, the foundations were laid of an Academy of Sciences, which was to be a university, a gymnasium, and an elementary school at the same time. The tolls levied on merchandise in the towns of Narva, Dorpat, Rothwell, and Arenberg were set apart for its maintenance. The Academy also relieved the synod of the duty of translating and circulating books. After the death of its first president, the Metropolitan Zavorsky, the office of president of the synod was abolished, but it received a civil assessor in the person of the upper procurator of the synod, May 22, 1722. Another official, the pro-inquisitor, or chief fiscal in spiritual matters, was to exercise the same supervision over the synod as the procurator general already exercised over the Senate. Towards the end of the reign, the question of the succession to the throne caused the emperor some anxiety. The rightful heir, in the natural order of primogeniture, was Grand Duke Peter, a child of 6, but Peter decided to pass him over because, as the son of the Tsarevich Alexis, any acknowledgement of his rights would, infallibly, have excited the hopes of those people who had sympathized with his father, and the fears of those who had had a hand in the murder of Alexis. Who, then, was to succeed the reigning emperor? His own daughters, Anne and Elizabeth, were still mere children, and his nieces, the daughters of his brother Ivan, had married foreign princes and were living abroad. The Tsaritsa, Catherine, alone remained. About 1702, he had picked up Martha Skovoronskaya at Menshikov's house. She had been first his mistress, then, after her conversion to Orthodoxy, under the name of Catherine Alexeyevna, his wife. He now resolved to secure the throne for her also. That curious document, the Gustav, or Ordinance of 1712, heralded this unheard-of innovation. Time-honored custom had hitherto reckoned primogeniture in the male line as the best title to the Russian crown. In the Gustav of 1722, Peter denounced primogeniture in general as a stupid, dangerous, and even unspiritual practice. He concluded by declaring the succession to the Russian Empire to be, in future, absolutely dependent on the will of the reigning sovereign. The succession Gustav was but a preliminary step to a still more sensational novelty. In 1723, Peter resolved to crown his consort, the Tsaritsa Catherine, Empress. The whole question as to what were the proper titles of the emperor's family had previously been submitted to the consideration of the Senate and Synod, which decided that Catherine should be called Imperatrica, or its Slavonic equivalent, Tsareva, while the princesses were to be no longer Tsarevnas, daughters of a Tsar, but Tsarevnas, daughters of an emperor. On November 15, 1723, Peter issued a second manifesto, in which he proceeded at some length and in very affectionate terms to cite the services rendered to him by his Tsarina in the past, especially during the Turkish War. Wherefore, proceeds the manifesto, by the authority given unto us by God, we have resolved to reward such great services of our consort by crowning her with the imperial crown. The whole nation listened aghast to the manifesto. The only princess who had ever enjoyed the same distinction was Maria Minska, the consort of the first pseudo-Dmitri. In the 16th century, and heretic as she was, she had at least been of noble birth. The present empress had come to Russia not merely as a stranger, but as a captive. Yet now, forsooth, she was to wear the imperial crown and sit on the imperial throne. On this point, however, Peter was utterly regardless of the feelings and the prejudices of his people, and in truth, Catherine, coarse and ignorant as she was, had inalienable claims upon his gratitude and affection. An uncommonly shrewd and sensible woman, endowed with an imperturbable good humor, and an absolute indifference to the hardships of a roving life. She was an ideal wife for a rough and ready, peripatetic Russian soldier. But, more than this, she was, on the whole, the least unsuitable of Peter's potential successors. Her frank bonhomie had won for her the devotion of the army, every member of which regarded her as a comrade, while a vivid consciousness of the peril of her position had made her deliberately adopt betimes the role of a habitual protectress of all who incurred the displeasure of the emperor, so that most of the men of the new system had already made up their minds to stand or fall with her. On May 18, 1724, the coronation of Catherine took place in the Cathedral of the Assumption at Moscow, with extraordinary pomp and splendor. In the course of the same summer, the state of Peter's health caused grave anxiety. His labors and his excesses had already undermined his splendid constitution, and though not yet 53 years of age, he was already an old man. On October 3rd, he had another very violent attack of his paroxysms. Yet in the same month, ignoring the advice of his physicians, he undertook a long and fatiguing tour of inspection of the latest of his great public works, the Ladoga canals, proceeding thence to inspect the ironworks at Olonets, where he dug out a piece of iron ore 120 pounds in weight. In the beginning of November, at Latka, perceiving a boat full of soldiers on a sandbank, in imminent danger of being drowned, he plunged into the water to render them assistance, and was immersed to his girdle for a considerable time. He reached St. Petersburg too ill ever to rally again, though he showed himself in public so late as January 16, 1725. After a long and most painful agony, he died at 6 o'clock on the evening of the 27th. All that could be deciphered of his last message, painfully scrawled with pen and ink on a piece of paper, were the words, "Audate vis," forgive everything. End of section 57. Section 58 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 5, The Age of Louis XIV. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 17, Peter the Great and His Pupils, 1689 to 1730, by R. Nisbet Bain, Part 4. When Peter I expired, prematurely and somewhat suddenly, at the beginning of 1725, it was the confident expectation of the politicians of Europe that his work would perish with him. During the last 30 years, the terrorized Russian nation had been compelled to break with the traditions of centuries and accept a whole series of social and political reforms secretly loathed by it as so many abominations. But now that the mastermind was withdrawn, a recoil seemed inevitable, and to the enemies of Russia, desirable. But for the promptitude of the half-dozen capable men whom Peter, with singular felicity, had gradually selected and trained up to assist him in his work, and carry it on after his death, a lapse into the quagmire of Byzantinism must inevitably have taken place. The stern and ever-increasing severity of the late emperor's system of government had produced universal discontent, a discontent the more bitter and intense because, hitherto, denied an outlet. The vast majority of the clergy, at least half the Senate, though that was a purely patrine institution, and all the old boyar nobility without exception were ripe for revolt, and they made no secret of their intention of elevating to the throne the infant Grand Duke Peter Alexeyevich. The reactionaries included more than a half of the wealth of Russia and nearly all the influence that unofficial ranks still retained in that country. But their faction was much weakened by internal dissensions and possessed no leader of sufficient force of character. On the other hand, Peter's pupils, as we may call the opposite party, led by Alexander Danilovich Menshikov, Peter Andreevich Tolstoy, and Paul Ivanovich Yugozinsky, were men of extraordinary energy, sufficiently enlightened to understand perfectly the real needs of their country, and well aware that a moment's hesitation on their part would mean the subversion of Peter's system and their own ruin. These three men detested each other as rivals, but common interests and a common danger now drew them together, and they were agreed that the only way of preserving the new system was to raise to Peter's throne the widowed empress, Catherine Alexeyevna. The energy and presence of mind of her partisans overawed all opposition. Only a few moments after her consort had breathed his last in her arms, a deputation from the Senate, army, and nobility petitioned her to occupy the vacant throne, and on February 22, 1725, Catherine I was solemnly proclaimed autocrat of all Russia. Her short reign, February 1725 to May 1727, was chiefly remarkable for its humane and conciliatory measures at home, and its cautious, pacific, but nevertheless dignified, consistent, and independent policy abroad. Something was done to mitigate the suffering of the nation. The grinding poll tax was reduced. A large part of the army was disbanded. Many of the restrictions upon commerce imposed during the last reign were removed. Attempts were made to stimulate the copper, iron, and other industries, but at home the government was able to effect but little. Time alone could teach the nation at large, gradually, to assimilate so much of Western civilization as was necessary for its development and welfare. From this time to the Great Awakening, which followed upon the disasters of the Crimean War, the history of Russia is mainly the history of her diplomacy and of the wars which resulted from it. She had to assert herself in Europe in order to remain European. Thus Russia's foreign conquests, her aggressions and her usurpations during the 18th century were but the successive phases of a determined struggle to carry out the program of Peter the Great in its entirety. The other great powers would have confined this semi-Asiatic interloper within her native steppes. She herself, as represented by her ablest rulers, saw in every fresh advance, westwards and southwards, an additional guarantee of her present stability and her future progress. For at least 15 years after the conclusion of the Great Northern War, continental diplomacy was dominated by the influence of the foreign prince who sat upon the English throne. George I had succeeded in rounding off his Hanoverian electorate by despoiling Sweden in her direst extremity, but his territorial acquisitions had been so recent and so extensive that he was nervously apprehensive of losing them again. The readiest allies of George I were those states which, like himself, had snatched something from the general scramble for Sweden's continental possessions, such as Prussia and Denmark. France, exhausted by the War of the Spanish Succession, was pacifically inclined. The Empire and Sweden were doubtful powers. Spain, on the other hand, was hostile to England. The interests of Russia were regarded as inimical to the House of Hanover, and Peter's matrimonial alliances had also flooded the German courts. One of his nieces, Catherine, had married Duke Charles Leopold of Mecklenburg-Schwerin, her younger sister, Duke Frederick William of Courland. Then, too, the new great northern power of Russia was an object of distrust and jealousy to England, especially as the English Baltic trade had already suffered severely from the arbitrary restrictions imposed upon it by Peter. Finally, Russia had given an asylum to the exiled Duke Charles Frederick of Holstein-Gottorp and had appeared to support his interest, especially after he had become the Empress's son-in-law by his marriage the Tsarevna Anne, June 1, 1725. George I feared above all things the reopening of the Schleswig-Holstein question. He had purchased Bremen and Verden from Denmark on the secret understanding that Denmark should be put into possession of Schleswig. If Denmark were forced to surrender part of the duchies, his own enlarged electorate might be endangered. The effects of the Hanoverian Alliance, Treaty of Herrenhausen, September 3, 1725, and S. between England and France, to which Prussia immediately acceded, were first felt by Russia. In the spring of 1726, the British government, startled by unfounded rumors that the Empress Catherine was massing troops in Finland and equipping her fleet to promote the interests of the Duke of Holstein, sent into the Baltic a squadron under Admiral Wager, which anchored before Rothwell. Wager was the bearer of a letter from George I in which His Britannic Majesty declared that the armaments of Russia, in times of profound peace, could not but arouse the suspicions of Great Britain and her allies. Our fleet, continued the dispatch, has been sent to preserve the peace of the North and prevent your fleet from putting to sea. The Empress protested with energy and dignity, and the British fleet was withdrawn. But the able Westphalian Andrei Ivanovich Osterman, who had entered Peter's service in 1717, and as Vice-Chancellor was to control the foreign policy of Russia for the next 16 years, instantly took the precaution of throwing himself into the arms of England's enemies. On August 6, 1726, he advised the Empress Catherine to join the Austro-Spanish League, each of the three contracting parties engaging to guarantee each other's possessions, while Austria and Russia were to help each other, in case of need, with 30,000 men. Thus the Hanoverian alliance found itself confronted by an Austro-Russo-Spanish League, and both began forthwith to compete for the support of the rest of Europe. Denmark acceded to the Hanoverian alliance by the Treaty of Copenhagen, April 16, 1727, concluded for 4 years, whereby both England and France promised to assist her against Russia and assure her the tranquil possession of Schleswig. Sweden took the same course, despite all the efforts but the contrary of the Russian ambassadors Michael Betsiev and Vasily Dolgoruki. The one great administrative innovation of Catherine I was the formation of the Supreme Privy Council. The idea was Osterman's. It was not, as the French ambassador Campredon supposed, a move in the direction of limited monarchy by associating the leading magnates in the government after the model of an English cabinet council, but rather an attempt to strengthen the executive by concentrating affairs in the hands of a few persons, instead of leaving them, as heretofore, to the care of a turbulent and distracted Senate. After much deliberation between the Empress and her advisers, the ukase of March 9, 1726, established the Supreme Privy Council. It was to consist of not less than 6 and not more than 9 members, under the presidency of the sovereign. No ukases were in future to be issued till they had received the approbation of the council. The control of the War Office, the Admiralty, and the Foreign Office was transferred from the Senate to the council, and subsequently the council received authority to revise the work of all the other departments of state. Even the election of senators was subject to its approval. Towards the end of 1726, Catherine's health began to fail, and for a time she was seriously ill. Early in January 1727, she recovered, but her partisans had received a severe shock and thought it high time to begin to look out for themselves. The position of Menshikov, in particular, was highly critical. During the last 4 months, he had ruled almost like an absolute sovereign, and some were even inclined to believe that he aimed at the imperial crown for himself. On the other hand, his enemies were as numerous as the hairs of his head, and his violence and tyranny had revolted them to the last degree. He knew that if he made a single false step, he was lost. At this juncture, he was approached by the Austrian ambassador, Robertin, with a project for securing the succession to the Grand Duke Peter. Menshikov eagerly snatched at the project. He stipulated for himself, however, the first vacant electorate in the empire, and for his daughter Maria, the hand of the young Grand Duke. To these conditions Robertin cheerfully agreed. Osterman, who all along had represented the impossibility of keeping the Grand Duke out of his rights, joined Robertin and Menshikov, not so much from interest as from conviction, and it was his secret but powerful influence which ultimately secured victory for the Austrian faction. A desperate attempt of Peter Tolstoy, who had even more reason to dread the accession of the Grand Duke than that of Menshikov himself, to counteract the plans of Menshikov by elevating the Tsarevna Elizabeth to the throne with the Council of Regency, came too late. On January 21st, 1727, Catherine caught a chill at the ceremony of the benediction of the waters of the Neva. She rallied at the beginning of April, but on the 21st the fever increased, and her frequent fainting fits left but little hope of her recovery. Menshikov at once took his measures. He surrounded the dying empress with his creatures, so as to make it impossible for anyone else to approach her. On April 26, she was seized by so violent a paroxysm that the end was momentarily expected. On the same evening, Tolstoy and his associates were apprehended, when, contrary to all expectation, Catherine rallied once more and lived 11 days longer. Menshikov, acting nominally under her orders, succeeded in crushing a conspiracy aimed against himself. A special ukase banished Tolstoy and his associates to the shores of the White Sea, or to Siberia. This ukase was issued on the morning of May 16th. On the same evening, Catherine I expired. Early on May 17th, the members of the imperial family, the Supreme Privy Council, the High Senate, the Holy Synod, and the chief officers of the Guard assembled at the palace to hear the will of the late Empress read. Although it was supposed to have been signed by her, it is doubtful whether she ever saw it, but it has so exactly expressed the wishes of the nation that its authenticity was never questioned. It declared the Grand Duke Peter Alexeyevich her successor. During his minority, the government was to be in the hands of a regency composed of the Supreme Privy Council, the Duke and Duchess of Holstein, and the Tsarevna Elizabeth. Peter II was still only 11 years old, but unusually tall and well-proportioned for his age. From his childhood, he had been kept in the strictest seclusion. His grandfather, who hated him because he was his father's son, had systematically ignored him, but had not, as some have supposed, allowed his education to be absolutely neglected. To do Menshikov justice, it was now his first care that the young emperor should be trained in a manner more befitting his exalted rank and his sovereign responsibilities, and to the learned and experienced Vice-Chancellor Osterman, the care of the education of Peter II was wisely committed. He had, moreover, another more intimate and affectionate mentor in his sister Natalia, who had been the sole companion of his lonely infancy. Although only 12 months older than her brother, Providence had endowed her with wisdom and prudence, and other choice gifts of heart and mind. During the first 4 months of the new reign, the government was entirely in the hands of Menshikov, who, despite frequent acts of tyranny, on the whole acquitted himself well of his enormous responsibilities. It is true that old enemies or troublesome rivals were, with small compunction, removed to a safe distance. But, on the other hand, Menshikov tried to attach to himself all able officials who were not overambitious, and to win over such members of the old boyar families as were not too exacting in their demands. Foreign affairs were left entirely in the hands of Osterman. The chair in the Supreme Privy Council, vacated by Tolstoy, was given to Prince Vasily Lukich Dolgoruki, and Menshikov's old colleagues were not a little disgusted to find that his new friend, Prince Demetrius Galitzin, had as much to say in the council as themselves. All the Dolgorukis and Galitzins were arch-conservatives and deeply attached to the family of the new emperor. At the same time, the emperor's grandmother, the Tsaritsa Eudoxia, was released from her prison at Schlissenburg. In the beginning of August, the Duke and Duchess of Holstein were requested to quit Russia, and the Tsarevna Elizabeth was kept in the background. Tyrannous as it was, there can be little doubt as to the vigor and economical efficiency of the administration of Menshikov. The humane and conciliatory policy of the last reign was continued. Peter I's export duty at 37% on hemp and linen yarn was reduced to 5%. A commission for inquiring into the state of commerce was appointed by Osterman. The trade in Siberian furs was made absolutely free. As a free step toward softening the barbarous customs of the day, the ukase of July 21, 1727, ordered the immediate removal and destruction of the stone columns and iron hooks on which the heads and limbs of executed criminals had hitherto been exposed in the great square of St. Petersburg. But, salutary as the rule of Menshikov was, it was still a usurpation. The will of the late Empress had transferred all her authority to the Supreme Privy Council, and the council was now treated as if it did not exist. Menshikov ruled because he was so much stronger than anyone else. One of his first acts had been to kidnap the young emperor by carrying him off to his palace in the Vasily Island. Shortly afterwards, Osterman announced to the council His Majesty's intention to wed Menshikov's oldest daughter, Maria, but he was never to become the father-in-law of Peter II. The young emperor, who had a will of his own, already began to chafe against the constant and often petty interference of the dictator. At this juncture, Menshikov was suddenly prostrated by the pulmonary complaint from which he had long been suffering. On his return to court 6 weeks later, he found that the young emperor had flitted to Peterhof, taking Osterman and the Dolgorukis with him. Menshikov precipitated his fall by quarreling with Osterman, his only friend, of whom he was growing jealous, even going the length of threatening to have him broken on the wheel for his insolence. On September 19, 1727, a ukase, issued in the name of the emperor, forbade obedience to any orders proceeding from Menshikov. On the 20th, the Supreme Privy Council deprived him of all his charges and emoluments on the charge of conspiracy against the crown, and on the 21st, he and his family were expelled from the capital and ultimately banished to Bereshov in Siberia, where he died in 1730. The triumph of Menshikov's enemies was the triumph of the reactionary old Russian nobility, as represented by the princely families of the Galitzins and the Dolgorukis. At the head of the Galitzins stood Prince Dmitrius Mikhailovich, a thoroughly honest, upright man, whose many good qualities were ruined by an inflexible haughtiness and an insatiable ambition. He had always regarded the Petrine reforms with hatred and suspicion. The most conspicuous of the Dolgorukis were Prince Vasily Lukich, who had now a considerable reputation at half the courts of Europe for diplomatic adroitness, and Prince Vasily Vladimirovich, the military celebrity of the family, though as a general he had been outshone by Prince Michael Galitzin. The domination of these men might have proved highly injurious to Russia, but for the counteracting influence of the vice-chancellor. to the Golkarukis and the Galitzins, Osterman was detestable both as a foreigner and as the ablest pupil of Peter I. The Dolgorukis tried at first to poison the mind of the young emperor against him, but Peter II told them plainly that he would not abandon Osterman. On the other hand, he requested Osterman not to interfere with the Dolgorukis. A sort of tacit truce thereupon ensued. The Dolgorukis carried Peter off to Moscow, where the young emperor was crowned on March 4th, 1728. The lion's share of the coronation honors naturally fell to the dominant old Russian party, especially to the Golkarukis, who were gradually usurping an authority unattainable by Menshikov in the plenitude of their power. Peter II, who had learned to regard the new capital as a prison, was charmed by the superior natural attractions of the old capital and gave himself up entirely to hawking and hunting, forbidding those about him even to mention the name of St. Petersburg. The conduct of affairs was left almost entirely to Osterman. Fortunately, the reforms of the last two reigns were now beginning to bear good fruit. Trade was reviving. Money was beginning to flow steadily, if slowly, into the treasury. The people were happier, and the land was much more prosperous than it had been for many years. Abroad, too, such political changes as had taken place were, on the whole, favorable to Russia. On the death of George I, the English government had politely hinted, through Horace Walpole at Paris, to the Russian minister there, Prince Kropotkin, that the new king desired nothing so much as the re-establishment of friendly relations, and shortly afterwards an unofficial political agent, Claudius Rondeau, came to Russia to find out how the land lay. The chief political event of this period was the attraction of Spain to the Hanoverian alliance by the Treaty of Seville, 1729, whereby her Italian possessions were guaranteed to her by England and France, and England received some important commercial concessions. But the only result of this defection was to draw Austria and Russia still more closely together, and their growing influence in the east of Europe counterpoised the influence in the west of the allies of Seville, as the Hanoverian alliance now began to be called. The two powers maintained the integrity of Polish territory against Prussia, frustrated the dynastic schemes of Augustus II by dissipating the Diet of Grodno, and succeeded in keeping Maurice of Saxony out of Courland. England was, as usual, suspected at Moscow of intriguing at Stockholm to bring about a war with Russia, but a violent quarrel between the Swedish King Frederick and his premier, Count Arvid Horn, told rather in favor of Russia, and was skillfully taken advantage of by her ambassador Golovkin. The chief domestic event of the period was the death of the Grand Duchess Natalia on December 7, 1728. The influence of the Golkarukis over Peter II was, henceforth, uncontested, and they now bent all their efforts to bring about Peter's marriage with Catherine, daughter of Alexis Golgaruki. They were actually betrothed with the greatest solemnity on December 11, 1729, and the wedding was fixed for January 30th, 1730, when the whole design was frustrated by the death of Peter II for smallpox on the morning of what was to have been his wedding day. From midnight on January 30th till 5 o'clock the next morning, the members of the Supreme Privy Council had been in anxious consultation behind closed doors. Death or misadventure had reduced their number to 5 persons, and the most sagacious, but also the least courageous of the 5, Vice-Chancellor Osterman, was prostrated by an attack of gout. Of the 4 remaining councillors, the aged Grand Chancellor, Count Golovkin, was practically a non-entity, while the 2 Dolgarukis were too diffident of themselves and of each other to propose anything definite. All the more readily, therefore, did they listen to the one man of character among them, Prince Demetrius Galitzin, after patiently awaiting his opportunity for more than 30 years, was now to rule Russia for something less than 30 days. His theory was that all the ills of Russia were due to that odious system of low favoritism, which had enabled stable boys, flunkies, pie vendors, and the dregs of the German settlement to monopolize all the offices and dignities of the state, while the Russian aristocracy was kept at arm's length. His remedy was the abolition of autocracy. Let the monarchy be limited, and favoritism must disappear. Only thus could the national nobility take its proper place round the throne. In the second daughter of Ivan V, Anne, the widowed Duchess of Courland, Galitzin fancied that he had discovered the candidate he wanted for the throne. He easily brought round his colleagues as well as a general assembly of the synod, the senate, the guard, and the nobility to his opinion, whereupon the election of Anne was announced to the troops, and a deputation was sent to Mittal, January 31st, to offer the crown to Anne, conditionally upon her subscribing in their presence 9 articles which the Supreme Privy Council had drawn up for her signature. By these articles she was solemnly to engage to govern solely through the council, not to marry or appoint her successor without its consent, to relinquish the rights of declaring war and concluding peace, with that of conferring any military appointment above the rank of a colonel, and that of bestowing gifts of land or money, to surrender the command of the army and the guards to the council, not to degrade any member of the nobility without legitimate cause, not to impose fresh taxes, and finally to agree to everything which should be for the good of her subjects. In a word, she was to sign away her whole authority in exchange for a high-sounding title. On February 21st, the council was relieved of much anxiety by the arrival of a courier from Mittal, with the articles signed by the new empress, who had further added beneath her signature the words, "I hereby promise to observe everything herein contained unreservedly." Her obsequious alacrity on this occasion was due to the fact that she had been warned by Paul Yagosinski of the secret machinations of the council, and had resolved to take back her word on the first opportunity. Meanwhile, Galitzin's public announcement of his audacious political innovation had been received with chilling silence, and only by the use of the most extreme measures were the Republican gentlemen, as Rondeau called the Galitzin faction, able to keep the capital quiet till the arrival of the Empress. From February 26th, when she made her public entry into Moscow, till March 8th, Anne was kept under the strictest surveillance by the council. But Osterman, whose keen political instincts told him that a limited monarchy in 18th century Russia was impossible, was secretly working against them, while Prince Alexis Cherkassky, the richest nobleman in the empire, was entrusted with the practical management of the impending coup d'etat, which was fixed for March 8th. Early in the morning of that day, 800 noblemen and 150 of the officers of the guard boldly ascended the staircase of the palace in the Kremlin and demanded an audience of Her Majesty, whom they found seated on her throne, surrounded by her court. General Yusupov, of the Guards, on behalf of the deputation, thereupon presented a petition to the Empress, begging her to cancel the Articles of Mittal, and, after some hesitation, and despite the respectful protests of the council, she canceled the articles accordingly. At 4 o'clock afternoon, the nobility returned with a fresh petition, imploring Anne to accept the absolute authority as possessed from time immemorial by her ancestors of glorious memory. On the same evening, the accession of the new autocrat, amidst the roll of drums and the firing of salvos, was proclaimed. A new oath of allegiance was duly administered to everyone in the capital, and couriers were dispatched to the provinces to announce the glad tidings. Nowhere was there the slightest symptom of opposition. End of section 58. Section 59 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 5, The Age of Louis XIV. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 18, The Scandinavian Kingdoms, by W.F. Reddaway, Part 1. 1. The struggle between Denmark and Sweden under Charles X left abiding marks upon the national life of both adversaries. While in Sweden, as has been shown in an earlier chapter, the regents were negotiating a general peace of the north. The Danish estates assembled at Copenhagen to repair the ruin wrought by war, September 1660. So terrible had been its disasters that a great part of Denmark lay waste, and the crown was compelled to repudiate part of its debt and to sell one half of its vast estates to pay the remainder. The clergy and burghers, uniting in a new feeling of enthusiasm for the king, who had heroically defended his capital, were more bitter than ever against the nobles, to whose selfishness they might well ascribe the devastated and defenseless state of the country, the triumphant establishment of the Duke of Holstein-Gottorp, and the loss of many provinces by both Denmark and Norway beyond the Sound. That some 500 or 600 families should monopolize the chief places in church and state, own half the soil of Denmark, enjoy freedom from taxation, and evade the burden of national defense, was a political situation which, after the heroism of the king and of the capital, men could not but regard as anomalous. It remained to be seen whether there existed in Denmark any force capable of effecting a reform. Frederick III had already manifested his consciousness of augmented influence. He had ruled with the aid of secret advisers, kept great offices vacant, left seats in the council unfilled, departed from its recommendations, and in defiance of the nobles and of the peace of Roskilde, laid hands upon his treacherous former minister and favorite, Count Corfitz-Ulfeldt. Oligarchical rule, however, still appeared to flourish, and in Denmark, as in Sweden, the Riksråd, or Permanent Council, was an organ of the nobility. The monarchy and the people, alike enfeebled by a long ascendancy of the nobles, had not learned to act in concert. Of the lower estates, moreover, some enjoyed privileges of their own, which formed a bar to common action. As to freedom from taxation, the bishops, the capital, and Christianshavn ranked as nobles. It is therefore probable that, although the king's power had been increased by the war, although he was ready to strike, and although popular leaders were not wanting who would support him against the nobles, some patriotic self-sacrifice on the part of the First Estate might yet have averted revolution. At the Diet, however, which had been summoned to sanction a complete change in the national system of taxation, the members of this estate showed that they had learned nothing. In place of the old direct taxes, the government proposed a wide system of indirect taxes on commodities in daily use, together with duties on certain movables and contracts. The nobles at once claimed exemption for themselves and their villeins, and to the former demand they clung firmly during heated negotiations between the several estates. It therefore became possible for the leaders of the clergy and burghers, Hans Svein, the Bishop of Zealand, and Hans Nansen, the Burgomaster of Copenhagen, to strike a great blow for the monarchy and for the nation, by inducing the bishops and citizens to lay down their privileges on condition that the nobles and university did the same. They confronted the Riksråd and nobles as a solid opposition, which advanced a far-reaching claim of equality before the law. At the end of September, the oligarchical party capitulated. The struggle had, however, demonstrated afresh both the selfishness and the weakness of the caste lampooned as hares and wasters of the realm. With an ambitious queen by his side, and Hans Svein and Hans Nansen as his allies, Frederick determined to follow up his advantage with a coup d'etat. A bloodless campaign of 6 days, October 8th through 13th, 1660, sufficed to give the feeble monarchy the prospect of becoming the most absolute in Europe. On October 8th, after much secret preparation, the clergy and burghers resolved to offer Denmark to Frederick III as a hereditary kingdom, and called upon the nobles to concur in a joint resolution of the Rigsråd. On the 10th, after some stormy scenes, the First Estate refused and prepared to quit the Diet. Thereupon, the opposition turned to the king. Frederick was a student and an alchemist rather than a leader of men, and at this crisis many conflicting influences were at work upon his mind. At last, relying on the army and on the citizens of Copenhagen, which was placed in a state of siege, he resolved to break the resistance of the aristocracy by armed force. The threat sufficed, and on October 13th, Denmark became in due form of law a monarchy hereditary in both the male and the female line of the reigning house. The establishment of hereditary monarchy was neither in letter nor in spirit the establishment of absolutism. Both the instrument which was signed by the priests and burghers and the formal letter in which the Rigsråd declared its unanimous agreement with them provided that the privileges of all men should be maintained. The invaluable alliance of Copenhagen had in great part been inspired by ambition for civic privilege. Neither the Rigsråd nor the estates dreamed of putting a period to their own existence. From the morrow of the king's triumph until his death in 1670, however, the history of Denmark is that of her transformation into an absolutist state. The charter, by the grant of which, according to custom, Frederick had purchased the dwindling remnants of royal power, was now surrendered to him in return for a mere promise to rule as a Christian king to the satisfaction of every estate. Within a week, the existence of the Rigsråd as an independent power had come to an end. Before the end of the year, the estates had quitted Copenhagen, with no security for their privileges save the royal word. In January 1661, a document was drawn up for general signature, in which the subscribers made an unconditional declaration that they had solemnly committed to the royal line absolute rule over Denmark and Norway. The pretensions of the king and the ostentation of the queen grew unceasingly. 5 years after the revolution, the quintessence of autocracy was formulated in the Kongelev, King's Law, which remained a royal secret until after Frederick's death. Meanwhile, both in Denmark and in Norway, absolutism was taking the customary means for preserving itself. Those who, like Ulfeldt, might imperil the dynasty were punished with the violence born of panic. After a generation of frequent and disastrous wars, foreign policy was directed towards the preservation of peace. Frederick sought a good understanding with Gottorp and an alliance with France, which might give him security against both Gottorp and Sweden. A new administration was built up, for which talent and royalism were necessary qualifications, and which was no longer the exclusive property of the nobles. Many high offices, both civil and military, were filled by Germans. The Rigsråd received the name of Royal Council and became a court of law. After the Swedish fashion, colleges or departments of state were established, and the kingdoms of Denmark and Norway were divided into districts, each governed by a sheriff with a fixed salary. The central government showed itself active, but always paternal. Essaying no social revolution, it left the nobles opulent and the commons depressed. The former soon accepted the autocracy, and the latter did not repudiate their royal ally. Offices were now open without distinction of birth, and Copenhagen, though balked of its high ambitions, added to its privileges and doubled its population. Norway, too, gained in independence and privilege, though falling short of the height of her desires. During the later years of Frederick III, The government was profoundly influenced by one of the few brilliant statesmen to whom Denmark has yet given birth, Peter Schumacher, a cosmopolitan young citizen of Copenhagen, an eyewitness of the English Restoration and of the dawning autocracy of Louis XIV, entered Frederick's service in 1663. His ability soon gave him great influence over his master and all others with whom he came in contact. It was he who, in November 1665, expressed in the Kongalov the autocratic ideals of the king, and who became the custodian of a document which might, by its absolutism, have displeased the people, and which, by its rules for the succession, would certainly have displeased the queen. When, in February 1670, Frederick III was succeeded by his son, Christian V, Schumacher soon displaced the German minister Christopher Gabel and became the real ruler of the state. A disciple of Hobbes, he inspired and facilitated the wider development of autocratic power. The Kongalov was published, and its author received a grant of arms and the title of Count of Griffenfeld, a name which Louis XIV declared to be that of one of the world's greatest ministers. Under Griffenfeld's influence, there was established a new high nobility, in which he himself accepted a place, a new order of merit, that of the Dannebrog, a new system of titles, and a new aristocracy of service. At the same time, under the impetus given by Griffenfeld and by his friend Ulrich Frederick Gildenlove, a son of Frederick III, the government showed great activity at home. The finances were reformed, provision made for trade and industry, immigration facilitated, and the army reorganized as to increase its Danish constituents and diminish the foreign. The navy became one of the largest in Europe, and Kurt Adler, the Norwegian naval hero who created it anew, found an apt pupil in Niels Juel, who was named admiral at 28. At the same time, the administration, both central and provincial, was systematized, and a new privy council of 7 members was established at its head. In Norway, under Gildenlove, the action of government was equally vigorous. The seat of power remained at Copenhagen, but in administration, defense, and material well-being, the land made progress during the years of peace. The prime object of Griffenfeld always was to be secured power both for himself and for his country by keeping the peace. In 1673 he became Grand Chancellor, and thenceforward devoted himself to the foreign policy of the state. Here, for a few years, his adroitness in dealing with the manifold difficulties of the time called forth universal admiration. He restored the prestige of his country, gained subsidies without fighting, and maintained peace with both Gottorp and Sweden, the apparently irreconcilable foes of Denmark. He was wise enough to see that the secular enmity between the Scandinavian nations was injurious and unnecessary. In many respects, however, he played the part of Wolsey to his master. Christian V, who much resembled his grandfather Christian IV, was a shallow and dissolute, but popular and vigorous young soldier who was burning to win back the lost provinces with the sword. In 1675, as will presently be shown, he seized the opportunity of fulfilling his engagements to the opponents of France, and at the same time assailing Sweden. The enterprise prospered, and in the following year, Griffenfeld was sacrificed by the autocracy which he had helped to rear. From 1675 to 1679, the so-called War of Scania raged between Denmark and his Scandinavian neighbor, whose fortunes during 14 years of peace may now be traced. 2. In 1661, when Sweden made peace at Cadiz with Russia, the last and most obstinate of her foes, it became clear how vast was the advance which she had made in 50 years. When Gustavus Adolphus ascended the throne, it had just been demonstrated by war that her power was less than that of Denmark. Charles X, on the other hand, had treated Denmark as insolently as Napoleon treated Spain, with the exception of Norway, always separated from her neighbor by a broad belt of desolation. The Swedes were masters of the vast Scandinavian peninsula. Towards the south, in Pomerania and Bremen-Verden, they had secured large outworks beyond the sea, and had thus become a formidable constituent of the empire, with the estuaries of two great German rivers in their grasp. In the east, not only did they hold provinces enough to prevent Russia from launching a boat upon the Baltic without their leave, but they had compelled Poland to renounce her claim to much that she had regarded as rightly hers. By half a century of warfare, Sweden had thus acquired the unquestionable primacy of the North. This imposing empire, however, was reared upon a foundation whose fissures were open to every man's view. A political structure so heterogeneous bristled with problems, national and international. The international dangers of Sweden, indeed, began on her own side of the sea. Norway, which successive Swedish warrior kings strove in vain to conquer, still menaced Sweden's flank. Yet more ominous, as events were soon to prove, was the fact that the fertile lowlands of the south, which had lately been wrested from Denmark, had not ceased to look across the Sound for their overlord. In Norway and in Scania, therefore, Denmark possessed two dangerous auxiliaries for the war of revenge which might naturally follow upon a turn such as in 1660 had been given to a struggle more ancient than the Vasa line. That she would watch her opportunity was, moreover, rendered yet more probable by the connection, still represented in the person of Hedvig Eleonora, the consort of Charles X, between Sweden and the House of Holstein-Gottorp, whose interests seemed irreconcilable with those of the Danish dynasty. There were other reasons which made Sweden suspect her neighbor. Her German possessions, Bremen and Verden on the one hand, and western Pomerania on the other, might well appear to Frederick III, as they had appeared to Axel Oxenstierna, in the light of so many parallels advanced against Denmark. The peace of Scandinavia, it was clear, had not been assured in 1660, yet for her discord it meant weakness. So long as Sweden and Denmark remained consistently hostile, foreign nations would never fail to play off the one against the other, and Sweden could never obtain that naval supremacy which was the first essential of a Baltic empire. In the wider sphere of Europe, Sweden occupied a position of greater insecurity than in Scandinavia. Her outworks in Germany, for which she had striven so long, afforded her some security, but at the cost of some danger. With the city of Bremen she had already had one armed conflict, and was soon in 1666 to enter on another. Her lands between Weser and Elbe were standing provocations to several German princes, while those to the west of the Oder challenged others, of whom the great elector was the chief. The dominion of an alien race in one part of Germany affronted the whole Germanic body, and by binding the Swedes to the House of Habsburg, aggravated the difficulties of their international position. In an age of rivalry between France, her old ally, and the Emperor, it was a serious matter for Sweden that she had now become a German power. So far as Poland was concerned, it seemed as though the quarrel which had endured for 2 generations had been settled at Owlivia. But the Baltic provinces, inhabited inland by a turbulent native nobility and a population of serfs, offered difficulties of their own. Peace with the Tsar, moreover, could never be deemed safe so long as the Swedish Empire was flung right across the path of Russian national aspiration. And for some years it was anticipated that the treaty which had cost so much labor at Cardiff would be broken. To hold the gates of Russia was, however, to hazard conflict with the maritime powers, while the Dutch were particularly sensitive to the efforts of Sweden to transfer her commerce into the hands of her own subjects. The dangers of Sweden's international position, however, might well be deemed less formidable and less acute than those which ministered nearer home. Many of her potential enemies might be foiled by diplomacy, or embroiled with each other, or even be forced at the end of a successful war to make further sacrifices to Sweden. But the social and economic diseases which were afflicting the body politic would yield only to treatment which must be perilous and which might be fatal. The Swedish state was young, and its constitution could not yet be deemed mature. Though raised to greatness and in a measure ordered and organized by Gustavus Adolphus and Oxenstierna, its basis was changing before its structure had been firmly built. The church still asserted great independence of the state. The nobles still maintained that no law could survive their veto. Charles XI, the sickly child, formed the sole barrier against a disputed succession. The testament of his father, Charles X, provided for a regency, but at the risk of civil war, the will was so far set aside that Adolphus Shawn, the brother of the late king, was excluded from all share in the government. For 12 years, until the king's majority, December 1672, Sweden had to endure an administration which possessed ill-defined powers, was uncertain as to the division of power between the regents and the council, Red, and was compelled to submit to the uncertain interference of estates which were themselves engaged in an internecine struggle. The approach of Queen Christina, who more than once showed a disposition to resume her crown, sufficed to throw both church and state into a panic. In its dissensions and uncertainty, moreover, the administration did but reflect society in Sweden. Now, as under Christina, peace brought out the national defects. War, it has often been asserted, was at this time the most lucrative industry of Sweden. It is untrue, indeed, that in any given year the state had drawn pecuniary profit from her campaigns. Individual soldiers, such as the Wrangels, had grown rich, but the peasants and the treasury looked to peace for financial salvation. It is nonetheless true that the sole national enterprise in which Sweden excelled was war, and that peace soon made it apparent that the moral fiber of the nation had softened. Many of the nobles had become luxurious, arrogant, and rapacious. Jealous of every vestige of wealth and power in non-noble hands, they quarreled among themselves about precedence, with a violence that made every festival a likely occasion for strife. Industry and commerce, inchoate in almost everything except furniture of war, was feebly adjusted themselves to the changed conditions. There was hardly a section of the population without a long list of grievances against every other section, and when the levies of Charles X were disbanded, the homesteads which should have supported them in time of peace were found too often to have been alienated to private persons by the crown. The decay of the political structure designed to sustain the army formed but part of the formidable problem with which the Regency was confronted. Despite her imposing empire and the pomp of a few great nobles, Sweden remained one of the poorest and least populous countries of Europe. Her exchequer was empty, her bank was tottering, her civil service had long remained unpaid. To meet the most pressing claims of the army, disbanded in 1660, the councillors were obliged to pledge their private credit, while the sum of $30,000 for the English sailors was raised by pawning the cannon from the fleet. The national debt approached $10,500,000 at a time when crown lands to the annual value of some millions had passed into the hands of the nobles. The regency of 5 great officers of state, under the nominal presidency of the Queen Dowager, which took the reins after a sharp conflict between the noble and the non-noble estates, contained those statesmen of commanding genius. The youthful Queen Hedvig Eleonora was a dilettante rather than a politician, but in the aged and unbending autocrat Purbar, who had sat in the council since the days of Gustavus Adolphus, the regents possessed a steward worthy alike of the honored name which he bore and of the almost regal patrimony which had long prospered under his paternal hand. The treasurer, The taciturn but efficient Gustav Bond proved himself likewise a stubborn patriot, and his budget of 1662 came to be regarded as a pattern from which it was almost treason to depart. Bra and Bond, with 3 colleagues, formed the regency which gave Sweden peace with all her enemies, arrived at a settled plan of government, exerted itself for the advance of trade and justice, and met the Diet of 1664 with a record of 4 years' active and equitable administration. Although the administration of the Regency, in its early years, is entitled to fair credit, yet signs were not wanting that the kingdom lacked a king. The regents owed, at least, a nominal responsibility to the council, and both regents and council were substantially delegates of the nobles. The familiar weaknesses of party government therefore made their appearance. Crown lands were bestowed upon the regents and their friends, while in 3 years more than 40 families received ennoblement. Worst of all, the chancellor and the brother-in-law of the queen, Count Magnus Gabriel de Lagarde, attained to an influence which only the weakest of kings would have allowed. Himself of French ancestry, Lagarde shed over the rugged Swedish court something of the luster of Versailles. Rich, handsome, and urbane, he knew no rival as an orator and as a man of feeling. All his contemporaries pronounced his talents and his person brilliant. He was the Maecenas, to whom Sweden owed many of the literary and artistic achievements which marked the age. In forming and consolidating his political influence, he proved adroit, while on occasion he showed himself both penetrating and energetic. But there was in him something too superficial for his station and his times. A lover of dignified ease, he would abandon politics for months together. During 4 months of the year 1672, he spent 12 days at Stockholm. When stoutly opposed, he yielded, and in the hour of disaster he collapsed. For nearly 15 years, however, Lagarde was the cynosure of Sweden. His power, it is true, depended on a majority in the council, and this was by no means always at his command. But on the whole, his influence was predominant, and under it the national ruin was almost consummated. At the beginning of the year 1661, the national debt amounted to some $10.5 million, a sum which mocked at mere retrenchment. Financial equilibrium could not be honestly established in the near future except by special votes of supplies or by substantial resumptions of the alienated crown lands. But the former was refused by the Diet, and the latter, the reduction, resolved on in 1655, broke down. In vain, Bond struggled with the passive resistance of Bra and the active hostility of Lagarde. The common vice of oligarchy proved too strong. The endowment of the state was now firmly regarded as the inheritance of a caste. Those who had as yet received none of the crown lands demanded they should not be left out in the cold, and the annual protest of the Treasury fell on deaf ears. In 1667, Bond died, no longer opposed by this champion of Swedish honesty and independence. Lagarde held the Treasury at his mercy. To the end of his career, he never understood how facts could be too hard for graceful words, and he now turned inevitably to financial jugglery in order to meet the heavy annual deficit. Cease paying off debt, he urged, and borrow, anticipate, take foreign subsidies, and not a doit of deficit will remain. Warning voices were heard in opposition to a policy so ruinous in time of peace. Per Bra, the quasi-monarch of mid-Sweden, urged retrenchment, but in vain. Year by year, the finances grew more involved, until at last their chaos spread to the Department of Foreign Affairs. Bond had struggled hard to keep expenditure within the limits of revenue, and had even contrived to pay off a small part of the debt. In 1667, however, a commission reported a deficit of over $3 million. the result largely of the gifts, exemptions, and privileges lavished by the Regency upon themselves and their supporters. It was under the pressure of financial necessity, which Regency, Council, and Diet would make no sacrifice to meet, that in 1672 Lagarde embarked Sweden on the venture, equally dishonest and disastrous, of an alliance with France. For the next quarter of a century, the efforts of France to make Sweden her dependent created the chief problems of Swedish foreign policy. A series of skillful diplomatists, Pompon, Furquières, Berthun, Devoe, formed and maintained at Stockholm the party of Louis XIV, but the French connection in later years, accepted or rejected by the king, after careful consideration of the national interest, was now accepted by the Regency in the fatuous belief that France would pay liberally for services which Sweden was unwilling, if not unable, to perform. "Let us act like merchants," said one of their number, "so as to get money enough and do naught else for it, then sit still. But let us have our troops ready for all emergencies." In this spirit they prepared to bargain with the King of France. At this time Louis XIV wished to complete the isolation of the Dutch by paralyzing their German allies. He therefore offered to Sweden an annual subsidy of 400,000 crowns in time of peace, and 600,000 in time of war, on condition of keeping 16,000 men for eventual action in Germany. Lagarde, an optimistic amateur in statecraft, hoped to line his own pockets and to avert the need for retrenchment at the cost of a mere promise. Sweden had joined the Triple Alliance in 1668 in the hope of receiving subsidies from the enemies of France at a time when peace was imminent. Now, by a new and equally censurable speculation, the Chancellor set in motion forces destined to overwhelm himself and to bring his country to the verge of destruction. On April 3, 1672, Sweden closed with France, and on the next day she concluded with England, the client of France, a treaty to the prejudice of the Dutch. Yet the States General were immediately assured that Sweden would not deviate one hair's breadth from her previous compact with them. 3 days later, 200,000 Frenchmen crossed their border. The treaty with France had still nearly 10 years to run when, in December 1672, Charles XI became of age to govern. For a time his reign seemed to be merely a prolongation of the Regency, though the Estates were disposed to take a far less favorable view. The young king received the report of the regents with the grateful declaration that they and their heirs were forever freed from further indictment on account of their actions. The sovereignty, though in name no longer fettered, had passed to a youth so untutored that later generations believed him still unable to read or write, and so shy that a foreign ambassador declared it cruelty to make him speak. His enthusiasm was for field sports, especially for mimic war. In all else, Lagarde, his uncle, seemed to be his tutor. Under such auspices, Sweden advanced gaily along the road to ruin. In the Swedish polity, however, it was impossible that any change connected with the throne should remain void of constitutional effect. 2 grave consequences swiftly resulted from the majority of the king. Lagarde, rejoicing to govern through a docile youth instead of through a fickle assembly of 40 members, began to withdraw portions of public business from the consideration of the full council, and to transact them with the king and a few councillors and secretaries. Thus the chancellor's dislike of criticism and the king's of ceremony caused a royal cabinet to come into being. More immediately apparent, however, was the influence of the king in the departments of revenue and of war. A soldier cherishing a deep reverence for the royal office, Charles found himself a king who could neither borrow money nor pay his servants, nor provide for the support of his army in time of peace. Unhampered by that regard for persons which had hitherto rendered it almost ineffective, he naturally turned to the reduction, the origin of which has been explained in an earlier volume. to banish such infamy. Incited by the rough giant John Guildenstern, he pressed the claims of the crown with so much vigor that in 1674, nearly 3,000 homesteads were recovered. Many of these were assigned to the support of the Army and Navy, but even more important than the immediate relief to the services was the demonstration of the power of the estates to decree and of the crown to procure relief for the penury of the state at the expense of private persons. Whither this might have led, how the king's character might have developed, while the need of the state and the clamor of the people beat against the rampart of aristocratic power. These things can only be surmised. The 14 years in which it had pleased the Most High to vouchsafe that our dear fatherland should sit at peace were drawing to a close. Early in 1674, Sweden found herself maneuvered by France into a war which she desired to avoid, and which she was to prove herself beyond all expectation incompetent to conduct. The young king, who had been trained for war and not for peace, dreamed of leading Swedish troops to fresh victories on German soil. Lagarde, corrupted by French gold, still hoped to gain subsidies by a show of arming. But the nation, heroically ready for sacrifice on behalf of its religion or its independence, loathed the conflict into which it was now betrayed. Lagarde raised an army which Sweden could not maintain unassisted, in order to receive without fighting subsidies, which Louis soon refused to pay on these terms. In vain, the Duke Chancellor struggled to break through the net in which he had enmeshed his country. He tried to induce England to mediate for peace, Louis to change his policy, Holland to purchase Swedish neutrality, and the Great Elector to desist from war. As Fouqueres had foreseen, however, the army transported to Swedish Pomerania to menace the emperor was soon compelled, by lack of supplies, to cross the frontier of Brandenburg, so that in December 1674, Sweden found herself at war with the Great Elector, the emperor's ally. She sought in vain an alliance with Denmark, and 6 months later, the Dutch joined the number of her foes. End of section 59. Section 60 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 5, The Age of Louis XIV. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 18, The Scandinavian Kingdoms by W.F. Reddaway, Part 2. The events of 1674 have shown the depths to which Swedish diplomacy had sunk since the days of Axel Oxenstierna. The campaign of 1675 was to show that Swedish strategy had sunk as low since the days of Clarence X. The council was for giving foreign powers the least possible offense, while Wrangel, though full of martial ardor, was no longer capable of constructing a plan of operations. Midsummer was scarcely past when the slow, uncertain movements of the Swedish forces were rudely interrupted by the Great Elector's victory at Fehrbellin, described elsewhere, which at one blow changed the position of Sweden in Germany. For a quarter of a century to come, the military prestige of Sweden was shattered. Wrangel's army sank to 7,000 men, and unless a new host could cross the sea to his assistance, the whole of Pomerania was lost. Christian V suddenly overwhelmed the Duke of Holstein-Gottorp and declared war upon Charles XI. Lagarde fell into a political stupor. The estates, assembled at Uppsala, plucked up courage to call in question the policy of the regents. Confronted by the prospect of an investigation, the council showed itself timorous and divided. Per Bra declared with tears that, though he had been at 40 diets, he had never heard the like, but the king undertook to comply with the wish of the estates. At Michaelmas they dispersed, having placed a powerful weapon in the hands of the monarchy, and having voted men and money to the utmost of their ability. In the hour of national disaster, Charles XI began to play the dictator. But the most fevered energy could not remedy in a moment the military decay for which the regency was to blame. In October, stimulated by the king's threats, a Swedish fleet put to sea, but only demonstrated its incompetence in navigation. Secure against invasion, the Danes took Wismar and made preparations both in Zealand and in Norway to attack Sweden, while the great elector, the Brunswick-Lunenburg dukes, and the Bishop of Münster rapidly overran Bremen, Verden, and Swedish Pomerania. The early months of 1676 merely developed the situation reached in 1675. In Germany, Königsmark, with some 6,000 ill-found troops, concentrated his efforts on the defense of Stralsund, Rügen, and Stettin. Meanwhile, a naval disaster off Åland, June 1, 1676, confined the main force of Charles XI to the peninsula and enabled the Danes, at the end of June, to launch a triple invasion against their lost provinces. During 2 eventful years, the fate of Sweden hung upon the struggle in Scania. Its earliest phase revealed the revolution in the comparative strength of the combatants, which 16 years of autocracy on the one side and autocracy on the other had brought about. Instead of besieging Copenhagen, the Swedes were compelled to dispatch troops in all haste to man the decaying fortresses and to withdraw the remnant of the army, less than 6,000 strong, out of the invaders' reach, while one force marched south from Norway under Glindenlov, and another landed at Isted in southern Sweden. Duke John Adolphus of Holstein-Plön crossed the Sound with 14,000 men. He soon proved his own quality and that of his men by capturing Landskrona, an invaluable base of operations, and by storming in 2 hours the fortress of Kristianstad, which was reputed impregnable. These successes made Scania once more a Danish province. The exulting peasants fell upon the estates and other property of the Swedish nobles and officials, and began a bitter guerrilla warfare which Charles found it well nigh impossible to extinguish. The young king seemed for a time paralyzed by events which belied the experience of 2 generations, and for days together would speak to no one. Verkers, who tried in vain to cajole him into returning to Stockholm, reported that his crown was in peril. Then suddenly he rushed to the rescue of Holland and West Scotland. He had formed a fixed idea, which greatly embarrassed Helmfelt and other generals, that he must deliver Sweden by a pitched battle. At Fierbro, near Halmstad, he crushed a Danish detachment under Major General Duncan and took up a position which had the effect of frustrating the invasion by Glindenlov. He had now, moreover, become intimate with the patriot John Guildenstern, whose harsh genius gave him fresh inspiration against the national enemy and against the aristocracy which had brought his country so low. With the aid of Guildenstern and Erik Dahlberg, he assembled a national army more than 15,000 strong and engaged in a winter campaign of maneuvers. To regain Scania, however, proved a terribly difficult task. Operating in a hostile country, the Swedes, mainly through disease, dwindled to some 8,000 men. The king, however, was determined not to quit Scania without a battle. At last, on the night of December 3rd, the vigilance of the Danes relaxed and they found themselves compelled to fight near Lund. A confused and desperate struggle ensued. Helmfelt and Charles, who fought like a hero of old, crushed the Danish left under King Christian, but rode so far in pursuit that their weary comrades of the center and left were brought to the verge of destruction. Guildenstern and Verkers fled from what seemed to be a lost battle, but the troops bravely stood their ground until the king cut his way back to them and gained a complete victory. Nearly half the combatants, 5,000 Danes and 3,000 Swedes, had fallen, and Charles captured 2,000 men with the Danish camp and artillery. The victory of Lund rescued the Swedes from a well-nigh desperate plight and led to the recovery of Helsingborg, Christianopel, and Karlsruhe. Above all, it made Charles XI the hero of the army and of the nation. Scania, however, was by no means regained. The Danes still held Landskrona and Kristianstad. No severity could stamp out the guerrilla warfare. A victorious invasion by the Norwegians under Gildenlove assisted the Danes. In May 1677, Christian took the field with 12,000 men, while the Swedes had less than half that number in the field. The strategy of Charles was still to march straight at the enemy, sword in hand, and, but for a mysterious error on the part of his opponent, he must have been crushed. When wiser counsels prevailed on both sides, the Danes found themselves masters of central and southern Scania, and in June and July the victories of Niels Juel off Furman and in the Bay of Koge confirmed their command of their sea. But Malmo remained Swedish. Its assailants fell out amongst themselves. A great assault failed, and at the end of June the Danes were compelled to abandon a siege which had cost them 4,000 men. These losses contributed greatly to give Charles the victory in a pitched battle near Landskrona, July 14th, when, after 8 hours fighting, he drove the Danes from a field where 3,000 of their number had fallen. After this disaster, Christian was content to stand on the defensive near Landskrona and actually detached some 5,000 men to help the great elector in Pomerania and Rügen, in spite of the continual guerrilla warfare and the dangerous incursions which Gildenlove and his Norwegians renewed in 1677 and 1678. The mainland had been saved by the victories of the Swedish king. The campaigns of 1677 and 1678, however, for the first time, cost Sweden the remnants of her dominions in Germany. The wonderful though unavailing defense of Stettin, the triumph of Königsmark over the Danes in Rügen, and the stoical retreat of Horn from the borders of East Prussia to Riga, added luster to the Swedish arms without checking the advance of the great elector. But the victories of Louis XIV in war and diplomacy atoned for the failure of his ally. Since the spring of 1677, negotiations for a general peace had been carried on at Nijmegen. There, Bent Oxenstierna displayed a futile readiness to join with any power that could promise advantages to Sweden. While the ambassador offered to betray France, his master most obstinately insisted that the French should invade Germany in order to compel the restoration to Sweden of every acre that she had lost. The issue deeply wounded Charles XI. In February 1679, France and Sweden made up their quarrel with the Emperor and the Empire, and Louis and Leopold undertook to mediate between the northern powers. The former, acting as the self-constituted guardian of Sweden, at the same time made peace at Celle between Charles XI and the three Brunswick-Lunenburg dukes. The disgusted monarch, whose subsequent severe illness was attributed to chagrin, was powerless to resist, and next month averted a similar slight by coming to terms with the Bishop of Münster. The greatest boon, peace with the great elector, was however flung to Sweden by Louis XIV. At the end of June 1679, by the Peace of Saint-Germain, she recovered all her possessions in Pomerania, except a strip of territory on the right bank of the Oder. 2 months later, although Jens Juel and Guildenstern were negotiating in the cathedral at Lund, Louis dealt with Christian V as he had dealt with the great elector. By the Treaty of Fontainebleau, Denmark restored her conquest of Sweden and received only an insignificant sum of money in exchange. Finally, in October, the state of nominal war between Sweden on the one hand and Spain and the Dutch on the other, was brought to an end. The chances of war and politics had thus fixed the balance of power in Scandinavia, where the great Gustavus, Oxenstierna, and Charles X had left it. For a moment, indeed, it seemed as though the ideal of abiding Scandinavian concord, which Griffenfeld had conceived and Guildenstern developed, might be realized. The formal peace concluded between Denmark and Sweden at Lund was accompanied by an intimate commercial and military alliance. In the spring of 1680, a common coinage for the three Scandinavian kingdoms was decreed, and the new unity found expression in the marriage of Charles XI with Ulrica Eleonora, the pious sister of Christian V. The untimely death of Guildenstern in June 1680 may therefore be regarded as a misfortune for Scandinavia as a whole. Guildenstern died at the moment when his ideas for both the international and the domestic policy of Sweden seemed likely to prevail, although there was none to take his place as the architect of Scandinavian unity. The peace between the weary Danes and Swedes remained for 2 decades unbroken. Within the Swedish realm, moreover, men were groping their way towards a goal which his eyes had clearly seen: to make the king an autocrat, to arraign the regents, to resume the alienated crown lands, to restore order in the finances, and to establish a territorial army. These had been to him means as valuable as the entente with Denmark towards the supreme purpose of making Sweden strong and independent. During the war, especially at the Diet held at Halmstad early in 1678, demands for a new reduction had been heard, and the estates had laid before the king a statement of the faults and infirmities from which the constitution of the realm was suffering. At the same time, every possible rival to the monarchy had been swept away by the war. Lagarde, the high nobility, and the council were discredited or paralyzed. War had made Charles XI virtually a dictator, and the nation, save perhaps a few great nobles, looked expectantly towards a king who might maintain the same ascendancy in time of peace. No period illustrates better than the year 1675 to 1697 the truth that the history of Sweden has been the history of her kings. It was Charles XI who transformed the Swedish crown, created Charles XII, and bequeathed them to each other. Having rescued the state by force of arms, he remolded her by laws and administration. His heir he endowed with many of his own qualities, trained in his own school, and invested with the purple mantle of absolutism. Yet the personal life of the king who raised monarchy so high was that of a peasant. For months together he dwelt remote from his capital and inaccessible to all save a few ministers and servants. The French ambassador, who more than once stalked the royal quarry to his lair, got little profit by intruding upon a prince who rivaled Louis XIV in kingly pride. Charles delighted in feverish rides of from 70 to 90 miles in a day, and in his wide and sparsely peopled realm, these could be performed almost in solitude. On the parade ground, where few words save those of command were needed, he gladly played his part, and was wont to hew asunder faulty harness with his own sword. But the usages and pleasures of society he detested. He was married on an obscure manner, and forbade all festivity at the birth of his firstborn son. He preferred a written petition to an audience, and a midnight drive into Stockholm to torch-bearers and triumphal arches. Thus few of his contemporaries enjoyed an opportunity of penetrating his mind or estimating his capacity. To some he seemed a stupid, gullible tyrant, to others the wise and resolute father of his people, and neither view can be pronounced wholly wrong. In seeking the master key to the history of the reign which the character of the king supplies, several facts seem clear. Unlike his father, Charles XI had not reached maturity when called upon to save the state. Before the war, he was a backward youth whom Delagarde kept in leading strings. The shock of 1675 made him a man, the storms of 1676 a veteran. Thenceforward until 1693, when the death of his queen banished all peace from his mind, he appears, while gaining experience of affairs, to have suffered from the corrupting influence of absolute power. Like all autocrats, he was liable to be imposed upon by flattery, but a puppet he never was. During the war, he overruled his generals. From 1676 to 1680, he may have accepted Guildenstern as his tutor in politics, but it is idle to imagine that through all the developments of the next 17 years, he had no fresh source of inspiration. He always believed himself to be master in his own realm, and the attitude of his later ministers, Klaus Fleming, Niels Bilke, and Bent Oxenstierna, suggests that his belief was well-founded. Hating diplomacy, he readily entrusted others with the conduct of foreign affairs, but only on condition that certain guiding principles should be carried out to his own satisfaction. Ignorant of unattractive appearance, mediocre talent, and limited outlook on life, his unexampled political success was to prove how a firm will, combined with simple honesty, courage, and common sense, may constitute greatness in a king. At the close of the war, Charles found the council discredited, Sweden half ruined, and himself the hope of the nation. Under these conditions, he met the estates at Stockholm in October 1680. The Diet of 1680, followed by that of 1682, was to effect nothing less than the transformation of Sweden from a limited to an absolute monarchy. This revolution appears to have been thought out beforehand, facilitated by the appointment of formidable nobles to posts overseas, and accomplished by parliamentary strategy. Fouquiers observed that the guards were quartered in Stockholm, or 5,000 or 6,000 men, chiefly under Livonian or foreign officers, lay close at hand. The whole movement was directed by a king whose nature impelled him in debate, in negotiation, and in war alike, to rush straight towards his unconcealed goal. Charles was indeed not destitute of advisers. Guildenstern, with his plans for an army of 80,000 men and an alliance with Denmark, had doubtless sowed fruitful seeds in his mind. Louis XIV had counseled him to remain in the background and merely to accept the profitable proposals of the estates. Klaus Fleming, as strenuous as the king in the public service, and an able opponent of the high nobles, obeyed the royal command to act as president, Landmarksskal, of the First Estate, and must have stood in relations of peculiar intimacy with his master. Hans Wachtmeister, the most conspicuous of a group of old comrades in war, whom Charles always trusted, was regarded as expressing in his many and passionate speeches ideas at least acceptable to the king. It is difficult, however, to resist the conclusion that the victorious result must be ascribed to Charles himself, and that its secret lay, not in craft and astuteness, but in a will firm even to fanaticism, an unbounded sense of duty, and the irresistible logic of the situation. The forms of deliberation indeed contributed much to the triumph of national need and popular resentment over wealth and privilege. The four estates, nobles, clergy, burghers, and peasants, met separately and corresponded with the king and with one another, chiefly in writing and through formal embassies. Thus, although the nobles were ready to claim an authority not inferior to that of the three non-noble estates combined, and although the peasants sometimes declared themselves incapable of forming any opinion on high politics, the crown could normally make use of the unanimous votes of three estates to overcome the reluctance of one. Even if this procedure were not practicable, a royal proposition could be laid before the four estates severally, and their answers severally received. From these 4 documents, it was Charles's wont to distill a single answer in the sense desired by him, and to return it to the estates for signature, which no individual dared to refuse. In dealing with the first estate, moreover, the Crown possessed the inestimable advantage of selecting its president. Not only did Claus Fleming act as both official channel and mediator between king and nobles, but it also lay in his power to prevent unacceptable motions from being put to the vote, or to withhold the shelter of the ballot from those who might have ventured to give a secret vote against the crown. Dissensions between the members of the council and the remainder of the high nobles and others, far more acute and permanent, between the greater and the lesser nobles, helped to complete the ascendancy of the king. Thus aided, the crown obtained its ends with unprecedented thoroughness and speed. The familiar torpor of the executive, indeed, afforded no clue to the pace of the deliberative assembly of Sweden. The council had been wont to break off for months together, and when it was nominally in session, an attendance of 2 or even of 1 of the 40 members was not unknown. Verkiers complained that to procure the transaction by it of a piece of business was as hard as to make 2 popes and 3 kings of Poland. 10 years after the death of Guildenstern, the correct basis on which to calculate his salary as ambassador was still in question. The estates, on the other hand, unhampered by complex forms of procedure, anxious to return to their homes, confronted with simple questions to which their class interests suggested the answer, and in a sense presided over by the crown, were ready to sanction the most weighty enactments in a few days. The king first asked for means to establish the independence of the state, and Hans Wachtmeister declared to his brother nobles that this could be accomplished without a new grant, if only the regents were brought to book. A storm of conflicting passions was let loose. But within 6 days, Charles and the estates had decreed that those persons or their heirs who had been responsible for the government during the minority should be tried by a great commission. This body, which was appointed on October 26, 1680, and took the place of the Commission of Inquiry appointed in 1675, consisted of 9 members from each of the 4 estates chosen by that estate in concert with the crown. The fortunes of 118 great houses depended on its deliberations. Immediately after the appointment of the Great Commission, the 3 non-noble estates joined in petitioning the king for a new and more comprehensive reduction. The tempest which this demand aroused would have cowed a monarch less resolute than Charles. The whole military staff clamored for redress. The council came in a body to implore him to intervene. Civil war, if not revolution, seemed imminent, but the king, courteously expressing his disbelief that any party could desire other than the public good, declared his willingness to confirm the measures on which the 4 estates should agree. Neither the council nor the majority of the House of Nobles ventured to carry resistance to greater length than noise and disorder. Before the end of November, the nobles had consented to the resumption by the crown of all counties and baronies and all other of the alienated royal domains whose rent exceeded $600. The carrying out of this vast reduction was entrusted to a commission, whose members, like those of the Great Commission, received a written indemnity from the estates. Though the business of the Diet was now at an end, Charles kept it assembled, in order to remove any impediments which the 2 commissions might encounter. Before the estates finally dispersed, they gave proof that their struggles had prepared the way for autocracy. By allowing the attack on the nobles to come from their social inferiors, Charles had commended the monarchy not only to the party who thus became victorious, but also to their victims, who would rather trust to a king than to a mob. When therefore he inquired of the estates how far he was bound by the form of government, and whether the council was in truth as it had made some pretense of being a separate estate of the realm. They were unanimous for absolutism. The king, they declared in December 1680, was bound by no form of government, but only by the law of Sweden. In ruling his hereditary realm, he need consult his council only when and how he pleased, and was responsible to God alone. They further besought him to make provision for the government in case of his own decease. For several years after 1680, the two commissions were busily transferring the wealth of the nobles to the coffers of the state. Charles had the most pressing reasons for the eagerness with which he spurred on the commissions. His precise integrity could not but feel humiliated when his ambassador, after emptying his own pockets in the public service, vainly besought the jewelers of Copenhagen to supply trinkets for the King of Sweden to present to his future queen. The poverty and consequent peril of the nation at a time when a European conflagration was daily expected, and when Denmark and Brandenburg were leagued with France, forms the best apology for the tyranny of the commissioners. The councillors adjudged responsible for public acts during the king's minority were condemned to make good the injury which these acts was deemed to have inflicted on the state, together with interest which in many cases was fixed at 12%. The heirs of bond, the patriotic apostle of retrenchment, were thus mulcted of nearly $250,000. The Rad or Council, however, divided and leaderless as it was, discredited by its futility. The arguments of the learned Rudbeck and Rodman and Rhadamanthus were the same. Charles settled every disputed point at his pleasure and several times altered the procedure. Before the end of May 1682, the Great Commission pronounced the last of its verdicts, and a commission of settlement was at work upon details. By 1689, the main harvest had been garnered in. Some $4 million passed from the great house to the crown, and this enormous sum sufficed to turn the balance of political power. The birth of the commission had proved that the estates were superior to the council. Its work rendered the crown superior both to the council and to the estates. While the great houses were thus enduring the blows of the Great Commission, they were exposed to still heavier chastisement from the Commission of Reduction, which the king likewise inspired, and over which the untiring Claus Fleming presided until his death in 1685. The great surrender of 1680 had been made by the nobles in the full expectation that this would be the final sacrifice exacted from them by the crown. At the Diet, which met at Stockholm in October 1682, they were undeceived. Many of the great houses had now been laid low. Their late fundia were reverting to the crown. The council of the realm had become, in composition and in name alike, a royal council, but the hostility of the non-noble estates remained unquenched, and they clamored for a further reduction as the only means of paying the debts of the state. As in 1680, therefore, both sides were brought to commit all authority over the reduction, and much else, into the willing hands of the king. From this Diet, Charles emerged a full-fledged autocrat. He claimed, with slender limitations, the right to make laws, to order the succession, to abolish freedom of speech, to levy taxes, to direct education, administration, and the church, and under one or another branch of the reduction, to repudiate most of the debts due from the crown to its subjects, while appropriating most of their property at will. At the same time, a standing army was in contemplation which, when complete, would render the king wholly independent of the estates. Sweden, it seemed, in guarding against oligarchy, had abjured her ancient freedom. From 1682 to the king's death in 1697, the Swedish nation had experienced a benevolent despotism, the appropriate prelude to the career of Charles XII, who was born in the former year. During this period, Sweden's political record is marked by few events of special significance. For more than 14 years, however, All was done that royal power and energy could do to realize, both by foreign and domestic policy, the ideals of Charles XI. For Sweden, the indispensable condition of future strength was rest, and the monarch, who delighted in the life of a soldier, therefore made himself an unbending opponent of war. Diplomacy, which he was said to regard as unnecessary scholastic, he delegated to Bengt Oxenstierna, and accepted the ideas of his minister on condition that Sweden kept clear of vassalage to France and of war. Under the guidance of Oxenstierna, he had, in September 1681, joined with the Dutch in the so-called Hague Treaty of Guarantee, by which the two powers engaged to defend for 20 years the treaties of Westphalia and Nijmegen, which were then being violated by Louis XIV, despite the efforts of the French party at Stockholm to overthrow the minister. His policy of diplomatic opposition to France as the disturber of Europe continued to prevail. Swedish troops played so limited a part in the War of the Grand Alliance that Charles XI could act as mediator in the negotiations for its close. In internal affairs, Sweden derived benefit from a foreign policy which often appeared cowardly and insincere. In many branches of the national life, progress became possible. Although church and state were uniting to massacre witches, and although the king was too ignorant and too practical to play the patron, science, literature, and art flourished as never before in Sweden. The nation seemed to be struggling to fit itself for the great position which it owed to the fortune of war and politics. It strove to incorporate with itself the non-German provinces which it had won, and at the same time to increase the strength and culture which afforded the only basis of empire. In education, in worship, and in law, Scania was made Swedish. The serfs of Livonia were safeguarded against the nobles, at a time when the reduction was pressing upon that province with a severity which drove Rothwell to rebellion. A national army and a national fleet grew up, yet the revenue exceeded the yearly needs of the state. But all initiative came from the crown, and every class was taught to look to the king alone. The council had become a law court, the Diet and Echo, or the governmental office of collegia, which were now regularly paid, fell into the position of unambitious instruments of the royal will. The ascendancy of the great nobles had vanished with their estates. Charles succeeded, moreover, where the great Gustavus had failed, in bridling the church. In 1686, a new ecclesiastical law enforced the supremacy of the state, and the king took care to make this supremacy real. A new Swedish service book, catechism, hymn book, and Bible were the fruits of his zeal for reform. For industry and commerce, Charles did all that benevolent despotism could accomplish. By incessant journeys of inspection, he gained insight into the resources of the land and the needs of the people. He preserved peace, improved the administration of justice, began a revision of the law, and resorted to the well-known contrivance of the mercantilists for creating trade by legislation and for preserving Sweden for the Swedes. The industries which made the greatest advance were, however, those of cloth, iron, and shipbuilding, which supplied the needs of the king's greatest creations, the army and the fleet. Among the proudest achievements of Charles XI, the Indalningsverk, or establishment of a system of territorial tenures, for a standing army of some 38,000 men, ranks high, a principle which existed at the time of Gustavus Vasa, and which had been developed by Charles IX and Gustavus Adolphus, became in consequence of the king's triumph over the nobles the basis of the national force. Its essence lay in the assignment of crown lands to the direct and permanent support of soldiers. Some estates were granted to officers, others enjoyed free of dues on condition of supporting a cavalryman and his horse. To escape the conscription by which in time of war every 10th peasant had to become a soldier, Most of the rural districts agreed to provide land on which, in time of peace, an equivalent number of soldiers could subsist as peasants. Thus Sweden gained security at home, while the spoils of the nobles enabled her to garrison her conquered provinces by hiring some 25,000 mercenaries. A similar territorial system provided for the support of most of the men who were required to man the national fleet, which was organized by Hans Wachtmeister at the new naval station of Karlskrona. 38 ships of the line, manned by some 11,000 men, had been built before Charles died. The first years of autocracy were thus for Sweden years of activity, order, and growth. Yet even under the sway of Charles XI, many of the familiar vices of absolutism made their appearance. Personally the most unassuming of mankind, Charles claimed and obtained for his office the most subservient renunciation of popular freedom. He could pardon a drunkard who gave battle to the royal suite, but he could not pardon criticism of his father's testament recorded a quarter of a century before. Ruling with the aid of a few secretaries and friends, he became the unconscious center of faction and of intrigue. The reduction, which gave rise to a regular government department and added some $2.5 million to the annual revenue, developed into an offensive tyranny. No land except such as could be proved to have never belonged to the crown was secure against confiscation, and small inquisitorial commissions were dispatched to determine whose inheritance should be taken and whose left. As was almost inevitable, corruption spread. In a year and a half, 1701 to 2, the family of Königsmark expended a sum equivalent to nearly 6,000 pounds of our money in bribing the officials of the reduction. Charles had solved the problem of dealing with the great nobles, but he bequeathed to Sweden the still greater problem of settling the position and powers of the crown. End of section 60. Section 61 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 5, The Age of Louis XIV. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 18, The Scandinavian Kingdoms by W.F. Reddaway, Part 3. Christian V survived his brother-in-law by little more than 2 years. The fall of Griffenfeld, who was charged with treason and condemned to lifelong imprisonment in 1676, extinguished the glory of his reign. In the War of Scania, as well as at home, Denmark became a prey to faction and intrigue. The despicable clique which had overthrown Griffenfeld allied itself with the king's mistress, who was presented with some of the late minister's estates, and public policy was thus made subservient to private gain and spite. In the early stages of the war, while the Duke of Blonde was still dominant and successful, Christian V's hopes had been as buoyant as those of his grandfather in 1625. He dreamed of recovering the lost provinces, of crushing Gottorp, of acquiring Bremen, Lübeck, Wismar, and Rügen, of enjoying the Sound dues unimpaired by the Swedish exemption, and of controlling the commerce of the Elbe. In short, of establishing a position on the Baltic, which might transfer to Denmark the commercial empire of the Dutch. The later campaigns, however, brought not merely disappointment to the king, but also exhaustion to the kingdom, which had supplied men and money for the war, and which, in both war and peace, was burdened with the costly imitation of the splendor of Louis XIV. After the peace of 1679, however, the need of the treasury and the ambition of the king prompted a reorganization of the country, in area and in social structure. Denmark had been rapidly transformed. The financial basis of the army was now reconstructed, and the land underwent a survey which facilitated a revised scheme of taxation, the most scientific in Europe. Despite the opposition of the clergy, Huguenots were brought in with the right to non-Lutheran worship. Trade and industry were overwhelmed with government regulations. Most famous of all, in 1683, there was published the Danish law of King Christian V, a codification compiled under Frederick III and revised under his successor. And from this code, which was common to all the provinces, both autocracy and popular convenience gained much. These reforms were in part the work of new men. The bureaucracy, composed largely of German burghers, was gaining rank and influence. The punishment of Olaf Rosencrantz for his apology Nobilitatis Daniae, 1681, bore witness to the decline of the old nobility, while the influence exercised by the incorruptible aristocrat John Jules from the close of the war to 1697 proved that autocracy was not entirely dependent on its creatures. The foreign policy of Denmark from the Peace of Lund to the death of Charles XI, 1679 to 97, led to little positive result at the moment, but helped to bring on the great convulsion of the north under Charles XII. Baffled on the side of Sweden, Christian and his advisers turned their eyes southward and would gladly have accepted intimacy with the conquerors of Scania to secure a free hand in the Schleswig-Holstein. Charles XI, however, adhered with honorable pertinacity to the Gottorp cause, and his steadfastness, together with the trend of European politics, frustrated the designs of Christian V. In 1684, the Danes, acting in the French fashion of the hour, seized the portion of Schleswig belonging to the House of Gottorp and hinted, not obscurely, that the recovery of Scania was predicted by the stars. 5 years later, however, after a congress at Altona, 1687-9, they were compelled to disgorge. In 1694, on the accession of Duke Frederick IV, the Gottorp question once more became acute. In place of a weary voluptuary, Denmark was confronted by an ambitious young soldier who threatened to cross the plans of Christian by forestalling the Crown Prince Frederick in the competition for a Swedish bride. It was the Gottorp question which, as a matter of fact, determined the policy of Denmark. Christian desired nothing better than a double marriage between his children and those of Charles XI, provided that his designs on Gottorp were thereby furthered. In default of an understanding with Sweden, however, he was ready to incite Tsar Peter against her Baltic provinces and to intrigue with her famine-stricken peasants and with the victims of the reduction. In 1697, when a regency came into power at Stockholm, he sent into the territory of the Duke an army which demolished his new fortifications. The attitude of Sweden and of the numerous enemies of France compelled him to recall the troops, and next year Duke Frederick married Hedvig Sophia, the favorite sister of Charles XII. The issue of this marriage, male or female, would stand dangerously near the Swedish throne. Frederick, moreover, became Swedish generalissimo in Germany and proceeded to restore his fortifications with Swedish aid. Christian accordingly continued his negotiations with the Tsar and lent an ear to the adventurous proposals of his nephew, Augustus II of Poland. Potkul thus found abundant material for a conflagration of the north. The intimacy between Charles XII and Duke Frederick constituted a standing menace to Denmark. In August 1699, another active young autocrat, Frederick IV, succeeded his father at Copenhagen. A defensive treaty with the Tsar had been signed on the previous day, and, early in November, Augustus, Peter, and Frederick agreed to make a combined attack upon the Swedish Empire. In the spring of 1700, this design ripened into the Great Northern War, the course of which is related elsewhere. The part played in it by Denmark may therefore be traced here very briefly, while an account of the peaceful activities of Frederick IV is reserved for a future chapter. While Denmark and Sweden were deliberately preparing to fight, neither could calculate exactly the extraneous support which the other would receive when hostilities began. Frederick, trusting in his strong fleet to command the Sound, and in his eastern allies to distract Sweden, dispatched his main army against the Duke of Gottorp in April 1700. His allies proved less active, and his own success less rapid than he had hoped, and he was soon brought to a standstill by the walls of Tönig and the troops of Brunswick-Lunenburg under the Elector George Louis of Hanover, the future King of England. The campaign, thus checked, swiftly ended in failure. Frederick had left his navy under the command of Ulrich Christian Gildenlof, a royal bastard aged 22 years, and a timid board of war. They permitted the English and Dutch, impatient of a northern distraction, which might favor Louis XIV to send ships to the Sound, where they were joined after a daring piece of navigation by Charles XII and his fleet. Thus master of the sea, the young king swooped down upon defenseless Zealand. To his disgust, however, the Danish war was extinguished and Copenhagen saved by the Peace of Travanthal, August 1700. The Peace of Travanthal marked another failure on the part of Denmark to curb Gottorp and Sweden, but failed to cut the roots of their hostility. With the House of Gottorp, the King of Denmark remained in a state of perpetual friction, and the alliance of that house with Sweden and Brunswick-Lunenburg survived the death of Duke Frederick on the field of Glissau, July 19, 1702. By forming a militia, by hiring out his mercenaries to fight against Louis XIV, by diplomatic efforts and by care for the finances, the king prepared for a struggle which seemed inevitable, while the prospect of it was rendered doubly formidable by the triumphs of Charles XII. In 1708, however, the Swedish army was entangled in Russia. Frederick, a self-indulgent prince, who was more than once guilty of bigamy, ventured to seek his pleasure in Italy for the winter. At this time Peter was clamoring for Dutch help, and the coalition of 1700 seemed likely to be revived. On his way homeward, Frederick visited Saxony and came to an agreement with Augustus II, June 1709. The two kings bound themselves, conditionally upon the cooperation of the Tsar, to take up arms for the full restitution of their Polish and Scandinavian dominions. According to the published articles, Germany was to remain undisturbed, but a secret agreement provided for the annexation of at least a part of Schleswig-Holstein and of Poland. The Confederates, however, failed to secure either an offensive alliance with Frederick I of Prussia or money from the Tsar. It was, moreover, hardly to be expected that the maritime powers would be more ready than in the days of Frederick III to tolerate a Danish empire on both shores of the Sound. Frederick's treasury was by no means full, nor was his army strong enough to assure a victorious invasion of Sweden. It might well happen, as so often in the history of the North, that the Swedes would gain compensation from their neighbors for disasters further afield. These arguments for peace were urged upon Frederick, both in the council chamber and from the pulpit. A war party, however, existed. An autocrat was in power, and after Poltava the verdict was for war. In October 1709, Frederick and the Tsar entered into an alliance to confine Sweden within her rightful boundaries. Next month, 15,000 men, under Count Reventlow, crossed the Sound, bearing upon their ammunition wagons the motto, Aut nunc aut nuncum. This improvised expedition met with well-deserved failure. The men were ill-found and ill-paid. No simultaneous invasion from Norway came to pass. Reventlow fell ill, and in March 1710, Magnus Stenbock and his Swedes crushed the whole enterprise at Helsingborg. Never since 1710 have the Danes crossed the Sound as foes of Sweden. Frederick, indeed, trusting in the traditional Danish superiority at sea, planned to bring a Russian corps to Zealand and to renew the attack in the autumn. In a series of naval movements, however, Hans Wachtmeister proved that his own work and that of Charles XI had made the Swedish fleet strong enough to frustrate the enterprise. Next year, 1711, the plague, which carried off more than 1/3 of the inhabitants of Copenhagen, paralyzed the Northern War. At this time, however, thanks to the imprudence of Charles XII, the Danes received encouragement on all hands to attack the Swedish possessions on their own side of the sea. The war therefore assumed a new form, while Norway cooperated by descents upon southern Sweden, and the Danish fleet strove to regain the command of the sea. The Danes, Saxons, and Russians invaded the scattered Swedish provinces in northern Germany. In September 1712, the Danes, with the help of the Saxon artillery, captured Stad and seized the whole of Bremen and Verden. Meanwhile, Stralsund was attacked by all three allies, until in September Stenbock arrived there with more than 16,000 men at his disposal. To destroy this army must be the condition of further progress by the allies. It fell to Frederick, assisted by the Saxon cavalry, to make the first attempt. But Stenbock gained a great victory at Goldenbusch, December 1712. Frederick thereupon threatened to make peace if Peter would not join him in Holstein, where the victor of Gadebusch threatened to repeat the exploits of Charles X. The Tsar obeyed the summons, and Stenbock, who had found shelter in the Gottorp fortress of Tawning, was imprisoned there by the forces of the three allies. In May 1713, he capitulated to Frederick with some 11,000 men at Oldensworth. The Danes did not fully carry out the terms of the capitulation, which, owing to the anxiety of their allies to depart, were favorable to Sweden. Stenbock and many of his troops were imprisoned until death or peace set them free. Despite the craft of Gertz, the movements of Stenbock had enabled Frederick to fasten a quarrel upon Gottorp. After the capitulation, therefore, the hope of making conquests where they were most desired by his dynasty spurred him on to great military preparations and diplomatic efforts. Favored by the impractical attitude of Charles XII, he captured Tonic early in 1714 and began to negotiate with Frederick, William I, and George I for the partition of the Swedish dominions in Germany. In April 1715, while Charles XII defended Stralsund, the Danish fleet secured the command of the sea, and in the following month the compacts were made which, as Frederick hoped, would enable him to acquire the Gottorp portion of Schleswig and a sum of money for Bremen and Verden. For these prizes, the Danish fleet contended at Stralsund. After the fall of the fortress at the close of 1715, Rügen and western Pomerania, as far as the Peene, were placed in Frederick's hands. So long as Charles XII lived, however, a hard frost in the Sound might expose Copenhagen to the vengeance which it now became his fixed idea to wreak on his hereditary foes. Failing Denmark, he, in the winter of 1715-6, turned against Norway and occupied the town of Christiania, but was driven from the fortress by the arrival of help from Denmark. At Frederikshavn, on the border, he again met with the stout resistance, and in July a brilliant feat of the Norwegian naval hero, Torkenskjold, who captured or destroyed 44 Swedish ships, compelled him to retreat. Again, in the summer of 1716, Frederick contemplated invading Scania with Russian help, and a combined army more than 50,000 strong prepared to cross the Sound. In the autumn, however, the Tsar, perhaps fearing both the might of Charles and the treachery of Frederick, abandoned the enterprise, nor could he be induced to resume it. His defection alienated George I, and while Charles was preparing a mighty army, Frederick could no longer reckon upon his allies for aggrandizement or even for defense. In 1717 he dispatched Torkensvold against Swedish harbors, but without success. and next year the storm broke upon the outnumbered and ill-found Norwegians. The death of Charles in December 1718 rescued Norway from peril and made it plausible once more to negotiate with Sweden for peace. The Swedes, however, were far from willing to purchase peace from Denmark. In 1719, Frederick made yet another campaign, in which he led a Norwegian invasion in person, or Torkenskjold, with mingled audacity and good fortune captured the port of Marstrand and its strong fortress of Karlston. Frederick, however, did not follow up this success. The defection of George and Frederick William and his own strained relations with Peter the Great threatened to leave Frederick alone face to face with Sweden. Thus, his only hope of profit lay in a speedy peace. To gain Schleswig, he therefore accepted the mediation of England and France. In July 1720, by the Treaty of Fredericksburg, his old boundaries were confirmed, while Sweden recognized his possession of Schleswig, which was guaranteed to him by Great Britain and France. He further received from Sweden $600,000 and a renunciation of her exemption from the Sound dues. Two great wars had thus established in Scandinavia an even balance of power. End of section 61.
Section 62 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 5. The Age of Louis XIV. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 19. Charles XII and the Great Northern War, by R. Nisbet Bain. Part 1. Charles XI had carefully provided against the contingency of his successor's minority, and the 5 regents appointed by him entered upon their functions immediately after his death, April 15, 1697. The regents, if not great statesmen, were at least practical politicians, who had not in vain been trained in the austere school of Charles XI. During the 7 months in which they held sway, no blunder was made and no national interest was neglected. At home, the reduction was cautiously pursued, while abroad the successful conclusion of the great Peace Congress at Ryswick was justly regarded as a signal triumph of Sweden's pacific diplomacy. The young king, a lad of 15, was daily present in the council, and his frequent utterances on every subject, except foreign affairs, showed, we are told, a maturity of judgment far beyond his years. He had been carefully educated by excellent tutors under the watchful eyes of both his parents. His extraordinary courage and strength of character had from the first profoundly impressed those around him, though his dogged obstinacy occasionally tried them to the uttermost. His wise and loving mother had been at great pains to develop his better nature by encouraging those noble qualities, veracity, courtesy, piety, and a strong sense of honor and fair play, which were to distinguish him throughout life, while his precious manliness was not a little stimulated by the rude but bracing moral atmosphere to which he was accustomed from infancy. Intellectually, he was very highly endowed. His natural parts were excellent, and a strong bias to the direction of abstract thought, and of mathematics in particular, was noticeable at an early date. His memory was astonishing. He could translate Latin into Swedish or German into Latin at sight, and on his campaigns not infrequently dispensed with a key while inditing or interpreting despatches in cipher. Almost from infancy, the lad had been initiated into the minutiae of the administration. When in his later years Charles XI went his rounds, reviewing troops, inspecting studs, foundries, stockyards, and granaries, it was always with my son Karl. For the science of war, the young Charles had a marked predilection and always took an active part in the sham fights in which Charles XI delighted. It is very probable that the influence of Charles XI over his son was far greater than is commonly supposed, and may account for much that is otherwise inexplicable in Charles XII's character, such, for instance, as his precious reserve and taciturnity, his dislike of everything French, and his inordinate contempt for pure diplomatic methods. Yet, on the whole, had the young prince been allowed the opportunity of gradually gaining experience and developing his natural talents for the next few years under the guidance of his guardians, as Charles XI had intended, Sweden might still have remained a great power. Unfortunately, a noiseless domestic revolution and the menace of a league of partition defeated all the wise calculations of Charles XI. On Saturday, November 6, 1697, the Swedish Riksdag assembled at Stockholm, and on the following Monday the estate of nobles, jealous of the authority of the regents, and calculating upon the grateful liberality of a young prince unexpectedly released from the bonds of tutelage, sent a deputation to the king, inviting him to take over the government of the realm. Charles received the delegates graciously, but suggested that on so important a matter the Senate should first be consulted. The Senate and the regents, weakly determining not to lag behind the nobility in their devotion to the crown, waited upon the king forthwith, and Chancellor Bengt Oxenstierna, acting as spokesman, begged His Majesty to gladden the hearts of his subjects by graciously assuming supreme power. Only when Charles had expressed his willingness to concur with the desires of his faithful subjects were the three lower estates of the realm formally acquainted with the action of the nobility and invited to cooperate. The lower estates proved to be as obsequious as the gentry, for a joint deputation from all four estates thereupon proceeded to the palace, and, in answer to their earnest solicitations, Charles declared that he could not resist their urgent appeal, but would take over the government of the realm in God's name. A short period of suspense ensued, followed by bitter disappointment. The Riksdag was dissolved after a 3 weeks' session, and a humble petition of the nobility for a remission of their burdens was curtly rejected. The subsequent coronation was marked by portentous innovations, the most significant of which were the king's omitting to take the usual coronation oath and placing the crown upon his head with his own hands. The government assumed more and more of an autocratic complexion. The French minister, Davaux, describes Charles at this period as even more imperious in public than his father had been. Anti-monarchical strictures, however respectful or indirect, were promptly and cruelly punished. Many people began to fear a hard reign. Yet the general opinion of the young king was favorable. His conduct was eventually regulated by strict principle and not by mere caprice. His refusal to countenance torture as an instrument of judicial investigation, on the ground that confessions so extorted give no sure criteria for forming a judgment, showed him to be more humane and more enlightened than the majority of his council, which had defended the contrary opinion. His intense application to affairs was specially noted by the English minister Robinson. But, while Charles XII is thus serving his political apprenticeship at home with exemplary diligence, the political horizon abroad was darkening in every direction, and a league of apparently overwhelming strength had already been formed for the partition of Sweden. The person primarily responsible for the terrible conflagration known as the Great Northern War was Johann Reinhold Patkul, a Livonian squire. A Swedish subject, he had entered the Swedish army at an early age, and was already a captain when, in 1689, at the head of the deputation of Livonian gentry, he came to Stockholm to protest against the rigor with which the land recovery project of Charles XI was being carried out in his native province. But his representations were disregarded. and the violent and offensive language with which, in another petition addressed to the king 3 years later, he renewed his complaints, involved him in what is known as the Great Livonian Process. To save him from the penalties of high treason, Patkull left the country and was condemned in contumaciam to lose his right hand and his head. His estates were at the same time confiscated. For the next 4 years he led a vagabond life, but in 1698, after vainly petitioning the new king Charles XII for pardon, he entered the service of Augustus II of Poland. There can be no doubt that Patkull was harshly treated by Charles XI. Moreover, he was in exile from Livonia so long as it belonged to Sweden. But we must be very cautious in speaking about the patriotism of Patkull. He acted exclusively from personal motives. His point of view was that of the German Junker, and he had no thought for the liberties of the Livonian people, who to him were mere serfs. He did not care to whom Livonia might belong, so long as it did not belong to Sweden. The aristocratic Republic of Poland was, however, the most convenient suzerain for Livonian noblemen, and the present King of Poland, as a German, was particularly acceptable to them. Accordingly, in 1698, Patkull proceeded to Dresden and overwhelmed Augustus with proposals for the partition of Sweden. The first plan was a combination against her of Saxony, Denmark, and Brandenburg. But Brandenburg failing him, he was obliged to admit Russia into the scheme instead. This he did very unwillingly, shrewdly anticipating that the Tsar might prove to be the predominant partner. Peter was to be content with Ingria and Esthonia, while Augustus was to obtain Livonia, nominally as a fief of Poland, really as an hereditary possession of the Saxon house. Military operations against Sweden's Baltic provinces were to be begun simultaneously by the Saxons and the Russians. As to the latter, Patkull insisted that they were not to practice their usual barbarities, a stipulation significant of the opinion then entertained by the Muscovite soldiery. Denmark, which had a real grievance against Sweden, as the zealous protector of the Dukes of Holstein-Gottorp, was to draw off the Swedish forces to her western provinces, while Peter and Augustus simultaneously attacked her from the east. The Allies succeeded in hoodwinking the unsuspicious Swedes completely. So early as August 24, 1699, a convention between Denmark and Russia had forged the first link in the chain of treaties which was to unite Sweden's 3 hostile neighbors against her. The convention was originally a league of mutual defense, but one of the earliest measures of the new King of Denmark, Frederick IV, was to conclude an offensive alliance with Augustus II against Sweden, September 25, 1699. The action of the Danish king had been accelerated by the marriage of Charles XII's favorite elder sister, Hedwig Sophia, to Frederick IV, Duke of Gottorp, from whom Charles soon conceived a strong affection. This treaty was, however, only to be binding if the Tsar assented to it within 3 or 4 months. Patkull, accompanied by the Saxon general Karlovitz, arrived at Moscow in September 1699. They found that they had been preceded by a Swedish embassy sent by Charles XII to confirm the peace of Cardus. Peter, on this occasion, went far towards justifying the accusation of inveterate duplicity so frequently brought against him afterwards. He was sufficiently superstitious, indeed, to avoid kissing the cross on the renewal of the treaty, but the temptation to secure the Baltic seaboard, with all its commercial and civilizing possibilities, was too strong for his easy morality. He solemnly assured the Swedish envoys that he would faithfully observe all his treaty obligations, yet at a secret conference held at Preobrazhenskaya with the Saxon and Danish envoys, he had already signed, November 22, 1699, the partition treaty. Everything was done by Peter to allay the growing suspicions of the Swedish minister Kneiperkrona. When questioned point-blank as to the designs of Augustus, Peter professed incredulity and indignation. "If the King of Poland dares to seize Riga," he said, "I shall take it from him myself." During the remainder of 1699, both Sweden and Denmark vigorously prepared for war. A Danish army, 17,800 strong, assembled in Holstein, while Charles XII equipped his father's fleet and mobilized a Swedish army corps which was to penetrate into Holstein from Pomerania and Wismar. At this juncture, Western Europe was startled by the tidings that the Saxons had invaded Livonia, but in May 1700, the troops of Augustus II, repulsed from Riga by the veteran Dahlberg, were defeated at Jungfernhof and driven over the Dwina. The Livonian gentry showed no disposition to rise in arms at the appeal of Patkul, and the discomfited Augustus, already in difficulties, urged the Tsar to fulfill his part of the compact by invading Ingria. This Peter at once proceeded to do. His objective was Narva, the key of the province at the mouth of the Narova. The Russian army, about 40,000 strong, consisted, with the exception of the guards, of 3 divisions of raw troops, levied so late as November 1699. Theodore Golovin, now a field marshal as well as prime minister, commanded in chief, Peter occupying, as usual, a subordinate position. Narva was reached by October 4, but the siege artillery, delayed by the bad roads, could not open fire until the end of the month, and the commandant rejected every summons to surrender. At the end of November, the Russian camp was astounded by the intelligence that the young King of Sweden, who was supposed to be fighting desperately in Denmark, was approaching at the head of an innumerable army. The incredible tidings were true. The timidity of the Danish admiral Gildenløve, the pressure upon Denmark of a combined Anglo-Dutch squadron by William III to the Baltic to localize the war, and, above all, the audacity of Charles, who, despite the protests of the most experienced seamen, had insisted on forcing the eastern channel of the Sound, the dangerous Flinterend, hitherto reputed to be unnavigable, and placed Denmark at his mercy. But by the Treaty of Traventhal, August 18, 1700, he had, as is related elsewhere, contented himself with bringing about a satisfactory settlement with Holstein-Gottorp. This brilliant debut enabled Charles to give his undivided attention to the defense of his eastern borders, and he acted with that swiftness which was the secret of his greatest success. On October 6 he reached Pernau with the intention of first relieving Riga, but hearing that Narva was in great straits, he decided to turn northwards against the Tsar. After a 5 weeks' sojourn at Wernberg to collect his forces, he set out for Narva on November 13, against the advice of all his generals, who feared the effect on untried troops of a week's march through a wasteland along boggy roads guarded by 3 formidable passes, which a little engineering skill could easily have made impregnable. Fortunately, the first 2 passes were unoccupied, and the third, Pihajagi, which Sheremeteef attempted to defend with 6,000 men, was captured by Charles in person. On November 19, the little army reached Lagina, a village about 9 miles from Narva, and early on the following morning it advanced in battle array. Peter did not wait for his youthful antagonist. He knew that his wretched recruits could not be pitted against veterans. Indeed, he would never have brought them to Narva at all had he conceived the appearance of Charles XII to be even a remote possibility. He could not help them if he stayed with them, while any mishap himself would inevitably have brought about the collapse of the new Russia, which he was so painfully uprearing. At all events, he fled away to Novgorod, taking with him Golovin, whom he also could not afford to lose, and leaving his demoralized army in the charge of a mysterious adventurer, presumably of Magyar origin, calling himself Prince Karl Eugen de Croix, or de Croix, who had some military experience in the Austrian and Danish services. The result was a foregone conclusion. On November 20, Charles XII, with 8,000 men, attacked the Russians behind their entrenchments in the midst of a snowstorm. In an hour, the Muscovite left wing was broken, while their cavalry, which might easily have turned the Swedish flank, fled in panic terror. Only on the right did the guards defend themselves obstinately behind their wagons till the end of the short winter's day. The unfortunate de Croix surrendered to escape being murdered by his own men, and most of the foreign officers followed his example. The very ease of his victory was injurious to Charles XII. His best counselors now urged him to turn all his forces against the terrified fugitives, establish his winter quarters in Muscovy, live upon the country until the spring, and then take advantage of the popular discontent against Peter to make him harmless for the future. But Charles declared that he would postpone the settlement of the Russian quarrel till he had summarily chastised Augustus. There was no glory in winning victories over the Muscovites, he said. They could be beaten at any time. It is easy, from the vantage point of 2 centuries, to criticize Charles XII for neglecting the Muscovites to pursue the Saxons, but in the circumstances, his decision was apparently correct. Charles had every reason to think the civilized and martial Saxons far more formidable than the Muscovites, and he had good cause for hating Augustus more than his other enemies. The hostility of Denmark on account of Gottorp was perfectly intelligible, and so was that of Muscovy, so long as Sweden held old territory formerly Muscovite and barred Muscovy from the sea. There was no excuse at all for the Elector of Saxony. Yet he had been the prime mover in the League of Partition. He had deceived Sweden to the very last moment with false assurances of amity, and Charles could never trust him to remain quiet, even if they made peace with each other. From this point of view, Charles' policy of placing a nominee of his own on the Polish throne in lieu of the incalculable Augustus was a policy not of overreaching ambition, but of prudent self-defense. Nevertheless, it saved Peter, who was immensely relieved by the withdrawal of his great rival. He had cut a sorry figure enough at Narva. After the defeat, his tenacity and resourcefulness once more extort our admiration. Adversity always seemed to stimulate rather than depress him. He at once formed the nucleus of a new army out of the 23,000 fugitives who had escaped from Narva, and they were speedily reinforced by 10 freshly recruited dragoon regiments of 1,000 men each. Eucase directed all the churches and monasteries in the Tsardom to send him their bells to be cast into cannon to supply the place of the artillery lost at Narva, and in less than 12 months afterwards they were converted into 300 guns at a cost of 10,000 rubles. But Peter's chief anxiety was that Augustus should keep Charles occupied. At a conference with Augustus at Burks in Samogitia, at which Patkul also was present, the two allies resolved that neither of them should make a separate peace with Sweden. Peter further undertook to supply Augustus with 20,000 fresh troops and 100,000 pounds of powder, and pay him for 3 years 100,000 rubles annually, which he had to raise by forced loans from the great monasteries and rich merchants like the Stroganovs. The troops left by Charles XII to defend the Baltic provinces amounted only to 15,000 men. In the most favorable circumstances, these could not seriously hope to defend against a 10-fold odds, a frontier extending from Lake Ladoga to Lake Peipus, from Lake Peipus to the Dwina, and from the Dwina to the Gulf of Riga, and the circumstances were unusually unfavorable. Charles not only took his best men and his best officers away with him to Poland, but forbade the Senate, which ruled Sweden during his absence, to send any reinforcements to the Baltic provinces, so long as the more important Polish War lasted. Peter, he argued, could easily be kept in check by a few raw corps until Augustus had been dealt with. It was a fatal miscalculation. With Pskov as their starting point, the Muscovites, during 1701 and 1702, made frequent incursions into Ingria and Livonia. On January 7, 1702, the Swedish general Schlippenbach was overwhelmed by Sheremeteef at Arestfur, losing 3,000 killed and wounded and 350 prisoners. Peter was in ecstasies. "Narva is avenged," he cried. Sheremeteef received his marshal's baton. Urged on incessantly by Peter, the new field marshal attacked Schlippenbach a second time. In July 1702, at Hummelshof, and with a force of 30,000 men, inflicted a still more terrible defeat upon him, the Swedes losing 5,500 out of 8,000 men. To intimidate the enemy still further, and to prevent him from drawing upon the country for supplies, Sheremeteef, by the express command of Peter, proceeded methodically to devastate as much of Livonia as he could reach with his Cossacks and Kalmucks. Between Pernau and Reval, and thence rounded by the Sea of Riga, everything was obliterated. In September 1702, Peter himself appeared at Ladoga in order to superintend the conquest of Ingria. The little fortress of Neutoburg was taken by assault after a heroic defense by its garrison of 410 men against 10,000. Peter renamed it Schlüsselburg. On May 12, 1703, another small fortress, Nyen or Nyenskans, renamed Slotburg, at the mouth of the Neva, was captured by Sheremeteef. Presently, the woodsman's axe was busy among the virgin forests in the marshes of the Neva, and a little wooden village began to rise up on the northern shore of the river. This little village was called St. Petersburg. For the defense of the town on the seaside, the fort of Kronstadt, subsequently called Kronstadt, was built on the adjacent island of Retusari from plans drawn by Peter himself. A harbor large enough to enclose the rapidly increasing Russian fleet, which Peter was already constructing on the river Suiva, was also begun at Kronstadt, and all the feeble and ill-directed attempts of the Swedes during the next few years to interrupt the work came to nothing. In the spring of 1704, the Muscovites, after reducing all the open towns of Ingria to ashes, sat down before the two great fortresses of Dorpat and Narva. Sheremeteef, with 20,000 men, began the siege of the former place in the beginning of June, and it surrendered on July 24. Narva was besieged by the Scotch general Ogilvy, whom Patkel had picked up at Vienna and enlisted in Peter's service for 3 years. On August 20, the fortress was taken by assault, and a frightful massacre ensued, in which not even the women and children were spared. Peter arrived 2 hours after the place had fallen, and stopped the carnage by cutting down a dozen of the plunderers with his own hand. Peter would now have made peace with Sweden had he been allowed to retain St. Petersburg. He was in possession of all he wanted, for as yet he had no intention of conquering Livonia for himself, hence his barbarous treatment of it, inasmuch as he still regarded it as Augustus' share of the spoil. But he required time to consolidate his position in the Baltic provinces, and for this purpose it was necessary to keep Charles sticking in the Polish bog a little longer by actively assisting Augustus, who was again in serious difficulties. Meanwhile, Charles XII, after the campaign at Narva, had gone into winter quarters round Dorpat, fixing his headquarters at Lois Castle, midway between Dorpat and Lake Peipus. so as to be able to commence hostilities in the early spring. Meanwhile, an event occurred which completely changed the face of European politics. In November 1700 died Charles II of Spain, bequeathing the Spanish monarch to Philip of Anjou, the grandson of Louis XIV, who thereupon openly repudiated the partition compact which he had made with the maritime powers. A war between France and the maritime powers was now inevitable, and both sides looked to Sweden for assistance. The competing French and imperial ambassadors appeared in the Swiss camp, while the English and Dutch were equally busy at Stockholm. Oxenstierna saw this universal bidding for the favor of Sweden a golden opportunity of ending this present lean war and making His Majesty the arbiter of Europe. But Charles met all the representations of his ministers with a disconcerting silence. At last, the urgent appeal of Baron Liljeroth, the able Swedish representative at The Hague, who stated that both William III and Heinsius were uneasy at the unnecessary prolongation of the Northern War, and desirous of knowing the real sentiments of Charles, drew him from the reluctant reply. It would put our glory to shame if we lent ourselves to the slightest treaty accommodating with one who so vilely prostituted his honor. This obvious reference to Augustus convinced the Western diplomats that nothing was to be expected from the King of Sweden till he had chastised the Elector of Saxony. On July 8, 1701, Charles transported his army across the Dwina in the face of 30,000 Russians and Saxons strongly entrenched on the opposite shore of Dunamunde, routed them in a 2 hours engagement, and followed up his victory by occupying Courland, then a Polish fief, which he at once converted into a Swedish governor-generalate. Then, after recapturing all the Swedish forts on the Dwina and purging the land of Saxons and Russians, he established his winter quarters round Würgen in western Courland, September to December 1701. Charles' proximity to the Polish border had greatly disturbed Augustus, and the Polish primate Cardinal Radziejowski had written to Charles reminding him that Poland was at peace with Sweden, forbidding him, in the name of the Republic, to cross the border, and offering to mediate between the two monarchs. Charles' reply excluded every hope of negotiation. He bluntly demanded the deposition of Augustus, threatening, in case of non-compliance, himself to punish the common foe. After this, it is not surprising that a reaction in favor of Augustus began in Poland itself, and Patkul, who in 1702 exchanged the Saxon for the Russian service, did all in his power to induce the Republic to join the anti-Swedish League. The Tsar also now concluded an offensive and defensive alliance with Poland, and it became clear that, with the exception of the powerful Lithuanian family of Sapieha, most of the Polish neighbors were still on the side of the king in possession. In January 1702, Charles established himself at Bilauis in Lithuania, and after issuing a proclamation declaring that the Elector of Saxony had forfeited the Polish throne, set out for Warsaw, which he reached on May 14. The cardinal primate was then sent for and ordered to summon an extraordinary diet for the purpose of deposing Augustus. A fortnight later, Charles quitted Warsaw to see his enemy, and on July 2nd, with only 10,000 men, routed the combined Poles and Saxons at Klissau, on which occasion his brother-in-law, the Duke of Holstein-Gottorp, was shot dead by his side. 3 weeks later, Charles, with only a cane in his hand, stood before the citadel of Krakow and captured it by an act of almost fabulous audacity. Thus, within 4 months of the opening of the campaign, the Polish capital and the coronation city were both in the possession of the Swedes. During the next 2 months, Charles remained inactive at Krakow, awaiting reinforcements and regarding impassively the chaotic condition of the unhappy Polish Republic. After Klissau, Augustus made every effort to put an end to the war. but his offers were not even considered. The campaign of 1703 was remarkable for Charles' victory over the Saxons at Pultusk, April 21, and for the long siege of Thorn, which occupied the Swedish king for 8 months, but cost him no more than 50 men, after which he went into winter quarters round Heilsberg, in the diocese of Ermeland. Meanwhile, his Polish partisans had succeeded in forming a confederation under the protection of the Swedish general Reinskjold, which assembled at Warsaw in January 1704, and was energetically manipulated by Count Arvid Horn, Charles' special envoy, who persuaded it to depose Augustus. But months of fruitless negotiations ensued before Augustus' successor could be fixed upon, Augustus complicating matters by seizing the Sobieskis, the most acceptable candidates in imperial territory, and locking them up in the fortress of Pleisenburg. Charles finally cut the knot himself by selecting the Palestine of Posen, Stanislaus Lisinski, a young man of blameless antecedents, respectable talents, and ancient family, but without sufficient force of character or political influence to sustain himself on such an unstable throne. Nevertheless, with the assistance of a bribing fund and an army corps, Count Horn succeeded in procuring the election of Stanislaus, July 6, 1704, by a hastily gathered assembly of 6 castellans and a few score of the lesser nobility. The insecurity of the new king was demonstrated when Augustus, taking advantage of a sudden southward raid of Charles, recaptured Warsaw, August 26th. But his triumph was of short duration. In October, Charles routed the Saxons at Punitz, and after chasing them as far as Glogau, returned to Poland and pitched his camp at Rawitz, completely cutting Augustus off from Poland. There he remained for 8 months, using every effort firmly to establish Stanislaus. A coronation diet was summoned to Warsaw in July 1705. An attempt to disperse it by an army of 10,000 Saxons was frustrated by the gallantry of the Swedish general Neroth with 2,000 men. The difficulty about the regalia, which had been carried off to Saxony, was surmounted by Charles himself, providing his nominee with a crown and scepter. And finally, Stanislaus was crowned king with great splendor on October 4, 1705. The first act of the new king was to conclude an alliance between Sweden and the Polish Republic on the basis of the Peace of Owlivia, whereby Poland agreed to assist Sweden against the Tsar. Early in 1705, Peter, encouraged by favorable reports from his minister, Peter Tolstoy, at Stambul, resolved to help Augustus by transferring the war to Poland. He had previously, August 30, 1704, put some heart into his ally by making a fresh treaty of alliance with him in which the Republic was also included. By this treaty, Peter undertook to provide Augustus with 12,000 Muscovite auxiliaries to pay for the maintenance of an additional Polish army corps of 26,000 infantry and 21,000 cavalry, and to furnish subsidies amounting to 200,000 rubles a year till the war was over. An attempt of the indefatigable Patkul to bring the King of Prussia into the anti-Swedish League failed because of Frederick I's fear of Charles and his jealousy of Peter's progress on the Baltic shore. On June 1705, Peter appeared at Pollock, where 50,000 Russians were concentrated under Ogilvy and Sheremeteef. Sheremeteef was detached to reconquer Courland, but was so badly beaten at Gemauerhof, June 16, by the Swedish general Adam Leuenhaupt, whose genius had during 1704 saved Riga from the combined Russians, Poles, and Saxons, that Peter was obliged to hasten to his field marshal's assistance. Leuenhaupt thereupon fell back again upon Riga, and the Russians, after capturing Mitau and occupying Courland, went into winter quarters round Grodno. End of section 62. Read by Timothy Osink, West Jordan, Utah, March 11th, 2023. Section 63 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 5, The Age of Louis XIV. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 19, Charles XII and the Great Northern War by R. Nisbet Bain, Part 2. During the winter, Patkul made fresh efforts to gain the King of Prussia by holding out the bait of Royal, or Polish Prussia. But the negotiations failed because Russia had yet to show by conquering the unconquerable King of Sweden that she was able to fulfill her promises. From Berlin, Patkul proceeded to Dresden to conclude an agreement with the imperial commissioners for the transfer of the Russian contingent of troops from the Saxon to the Austrian service. The Saxon ministers, after protesting in vain against the new arrangement, arrested Patkul and shut him up in the fortress of Sonnenstein, December 19th, altogether disregarding the remonstrances of Peter against such a gross violation of international law. But the fate of Patkul was speedily forgotten in the rush of events which made the year 1706 so memorable. In January, Charles XII suddenly appeared in eastern Poland to clear the country of the partisans of Augustus and attack the Russian army under Ogilvy, entrenched at Grodno. But Ogilvy could not be tempted out of his entrenchments, and all that Charles could do was to cut off his communications with Russia and ruin his sources of supply. Augustus, meanwhile, had hastened from Grodno to Warsaw and united his Russian and Polish troops with the Saxon forces under Schulenburg for the purpose of crushing the little Swedish army stationed under General Reinskild in the province of Posen, intending afterwards to return and fall upon Charles at Grodno, while Ogilvy attacked him in front. This plan was frustrated by Reinskild's brilliant victory at Fraustadt, February 3, over the combined forces of the Allies whom he almost annihilated. Only 5,000 out of 20,000 succeeded in escaping. Fearing for his own army at Grodno, Peter thereupon ordered Ogilvy to retreat into the heart of Russia, burying his heavy guns in ice holes, and breaking up his army into numerous detachments so that at least some of it might escape. Ogilvy protesting, he was superseded by Menshikov, and the Russian army, favored by the spring floods of the Niemen, which obstructed the pursuing Swedes, retreated so rapidly upon Kiev that Charles was unable to overtake it, and abandoned the pursuit among the trackless morasses of Pinsk. Leaving his exhausted troops to rest for a few weeks in Volhynia, he hastened off to Saxony to finish with Augustus, to the intense relief of Peter in his paradise, as he called St. Petersburg. In the autumn of the same year, combined forces of Augustus and Menshikov defeated the Swedish general Marterfelt at Kalisz, October 29. But the victory came too late to repair the shattered fortunes of the Elector. On September 24, his ministers at Dresden had concluded with Charles the Peace of Altenstadt, which was ratified by Augustus at Petrochow in Poland, October 20th. By this treaty, Augustus recognized Stanislaus as King of Poland, renounced all his anti-Swedish alliances, especially the alliance with Russia, and undertook to support the Swedish army during the winter in Saxony, and to deliver up Patkul. To the last he was insincere. Thus, while imploring Charles to keep secret the peace of Altenstadt, as otherwise he would fear his personal security, he privately assured the Tsar of his unalterable devotion, and negotiated at Berlin and Copenhagen for a fresh anti-Swedish league. Charles rent asunder this web of falsehood by publishing the treaty and compelling Augustus to ratify it afresh, January 19, 1707, and carried out all its stipulations, not one of which was the slightest political advantage to Sweden. Patkul was now removed from his Saxon dungeon and handed over to Charles. He was broken on the wheel and then decapitated, October 10th. Charles, having rejected an appeal for mercy from his own sister, the Princess Ulrica Leonora, on the ground that one who had forfeited his life as a traitor could, for example's sake, not be pardoned. Charles' conduct on this occasion was legitimate if harsh, but that of Augustus was wholly infamous. He had deliberately handed over to a horrible death a man who, after serving him to the utmost of his ability, had trusted in his honor. It was now that Peter seriously attempted to come to terms with his terrible opponent. This he could only do by soliciting the mediation of the powers, as Charles steadily refused to have any direct communication with him. He began in London. At the end of 1706, André Metveef was sent there from Holland to promise Peter's adhesion to the Grand Alliance, if Great Britain would bring about a peace between him and Sweden. If necessary, Metveef was to bribe Harley, Godolphin, Marlborough, and the other ministers. I know not whether Marlborough would be inclined thereto, as he is already immensely rich, wrote Peter privately, but you may promise him £1,000. After a long procrastination, Harley informed Metveef that the Queen could not at present afford to quarrel with the King of Sweden, especially as he had engaged not to attack the Emperor. On the continent, Peter's Dutch agent Huysens negotiated with Marlborough direct. The Duke promised to meet the Tsar's wishes if a principality in Russia were granted to him. Peter at once gave him the choice between Kiev, Vladimir, and Siberia, besides promising him, in case a peace with Sweden was concluded by his efforts, $50,000 a year, a rock ruby such as no European potentate possesses, and the Order of St. Andrew in brilliance. But nothing came of it, although Peter now declared his willingness to surrender all his Baltic possessions except St. Petersburg. In the spring of 1707, Peter negotiated for the mediation of France through Desailliers, the French minister, at the court of Francis Rákóczi, Prince of Transylvania, whom Peter, for a moment, had thought of setting up in Poland as a rival to Stanislaus. Charles was approached on the subject of peace, but recognizing that the line of the Neva was really vital to the existence of Sweden's Baltic Empire, he refused to cede St. Petersburg and insisted on Peter's restitution of all his conquests and the payment of a war indemnity. Meanwhile, the Swedish ministers at Vienna, The Hague, and elsewhere insisted perpetually that if Russia were allowed to increase, all Europe would be exposed to the peril of a second Scythian invasion, and all Europe was inclined to believe them. Prince Eugene, to whom Peter now offered the throne of Poland, refused the dangerous gift, and the emperor hastened to recognize Stanislaus for fear of offending Charles. At Berlin, even the offer of $100,000 could not tempt the Prussian ministers to undertake the ungrateful task of mediation. Peter was evidently given up for lost. All diplomatic expedients for pacifying Charles have failed. Peter prepared to bear the brunt of war à outrance with the invincible Swede. At the Council of War, held at the village of Merechko in Lithuania in 1707, he decided not to oppose the Swedes on the open field, but to retire before them, drawing them further and further from their base, devastating the country before them, and harassing them as much as possible, especially at the passage of the principal rivers. He had previously commanded that all the country folks should be warned beforehand of the approach of the enemy, that they might have time to hide their stores of corn in pits or in the forests, and drive their cattle into the trackless swamps. The Cossack hetman, Ivan Mazepa, was trusted with the defense of Little Russia and the Ukraine. Kiev, with its congeries of fortress monasteries, was additionally fortified and well supplied with artillery. All the light troops, including the Cossacks, were to fall back behind the Dnieper. Charles' departure from Saxony had been delayed for 12 months by a quarrel with the emperor, against whom he had many just causes of complaint. The religious question presented the most difficulty. The court of Vienna had treated the Silesian Protestants with tyrannical severity, in direct contravention of the Treaty of Osnabrück, of which Sweden was one of the guarantors, and Charles demanded summary and complete restitution in so dictatorial a fashion that the emperor prepared for war. But political considerations prevailed. The sudden apparition of the King of Sweden and his blue boys in the heart of the empire fluttered all of the Western diplomatists, and the Allies at once suspected that Louis XIV had bought the Swedes. Marlborough was forthwith sent from The Hague to the castle of Altenstedt, near Leipzig, where Charles had fixed his headquarters, to endeavor to penetrate the designs of the King of Sweden. He soon convinced himself that Western Europe had nothing to fear from Charles, and that no bribes were necessary in order to turn the Swedish arms from Germany to Muscovy. Nevertheless, Charles' presence in Central Europe seriously hampered the movements of the Allies, and the fear lest he might be tempted to assist France, the traditional ally of Sweden, finally induced the emperor to satisfy all his demands, the maritime powers agreeing to guarantee the provisions of the Treaty of Altenstedt. Delayed during the autumn months in Poland by the tardy arrival of reinforcements from Pomerania, Charles XII was not able to take the field till November 1707, when he had under him an army of 24,000 horse and 20,000 foot, 2/3 of whom were veterans. The respite was of incalculable importance to the Tsar, who at this very time had suddenly to cope with a dangerous Bashkir rising on the Volga, followed by a rebellion of the Don Cossacks under Kondraty Bulovin against the innovations. So hardly pressed was he as to be forced to employ barbarians against barbarians, Kalmucks against Bashkirs, for want of regulars. On Christmas Day, 1707, Charles reached the Vistula, which he crossed on New Year's Day, 1708, although the ice was in a dangerous condition. On January 26, he entered Grodno, only 2 hours after Peter's departure. "For God's sake," wrote Peter to Menshikov on this occasion, "entrust the command of the rear guard to faithful men of our own people and not to foreign fools." The sneer is illuminating. It shows that even in the service of war, the Muscovites were beginning to dispense with leading strings. On February 12th, Charles encamped at Smorgoni on the Velya, one of the tributaries of the Niemen. 2 courses lay open to him. Either he might recover the lost Baltic provinces before attacking the Tsar, or he might pursue Peter in the heart of his tsardom and dictate peace to him after destroying his army. His ablest officers strongly advised him to adopt the first course as being both cheap and reasonable. But the alternative appeared irresistibly to the young hero's love of adventure, and tempted him by presenting difficulties which would have been unconquerable by anyone but himself. And unfortunately for Sweden, he adopted it. This plan was apparently, for even now it is largely guesswork, first, after crossing the Dnieper, to unite with the army corps of Lewenhaupt, which was advancing from Riga, to join him, and then to winter in the fruitful and untouched Ukraine, whose fortresses were to be held at his disposal by the Cossack hetman Mazepa. Simultaneously, the Finnish army under Liebecker, with the help of the fleet, was to take St. Petersburg and recapture Ingria, while Stanislaus, aided by a 3rd Swedish army under Kresow, was to quell all disaffection in Poland. In the summer of 1709, the 3 Swedish armies, reinforced by the Poles, the Cossacks, and the Crimean Tartars, were to attack Muscovy from the north, south, and east simultaneously and crush Peter between them. The realization of such a scheme, which absolutely disregarded difficulties, and was built upon nothing but most fantastic hypotheses, lay far beyond the bounds of possibility. After a brief rest at Smorgoni, Charles XII resumed his march eastward. The superior strategy of the Swedes enabled them to cross the first 2 considerable rivers, the Berezina and the Druch, without difficulty, but on reaching the Webis, Charles found the enemy posted on the other side near the little town of Holochin, in an apparently impregnable position and evidently bent upon barring his passage. But his experienced eye instantly detected the one vulnerable point in the 6-mile-long Russian line. On July 4, 1708, he hurled all his forces against it, and after a fierce engagement from daybreak to sundown, the Russians fell back with a loss of 3,000 men. The victory of Holochin, memorable besides as the last pitched battle won by Charles XII, opened up the way to the Dnieper, and 4 days later Charles reached Mohilev. where he stayed till August 6th waiting for Lewenhaupt. The Swedes now began to suffer severely, bread and fodder running short, and the soldiers subsisting almost entirely on captured bullocks. The Russians, under Sheremeteef and Menshikov, would not risk another general engagement, but slowly retired before the invaders, destroying everything in their path, till at last the Swedes had nothing but a charred wilderness beneath their feet, and a horizon of burning villages before their eyes. Moreover, the Muscovites now began to display an unusual boldness, attacking more and more frequently, with ever-increasing numbers, as for instance at Chernaya, Napa, September 9th, where they fell upon an isolated Swedish division which lost 3,000 men and was only saved from annihilation by the arrival of Charles himself. By the time the frontier of 18th century Russia was reached at Michanowicz, October 1, it was plain to Charles that he could go no further eastwards through the devastated land, and at Tatarsk he held his first council of war. Reinskjold prudently advised the king to wait for Lewenhaupt, whose reinforcements and caravan of provisions were becoming indispensable, and then to retire to Livonia, so that he might winter in his own lands. But Charles, partly from a horror of retreating, partly because of an urgent summons from Mazepa, resolved to proceed southwards instead of northwards, and to this resolution everything else was sacrificed. And now began the last march of the devoted Swedish army through the forests and morasses of Severia, and the endless steppes of Ukraine, which was to be a long drawn-out agony, punctuated by a constant succession of disasters. The first blow fell in the beginning of October, when the unhappy Lewenhaupt joined Charles with the debris of the army he had saved from the not inglorious rout of Leisna, where the Russians, with vastly superior forces, had interrupted and overwhelmed him after a 2 days' battle, September 29 and 30, in which the Swedes lost 8,000, killed and wounded 16 guns, 42 standards, and 2,000 wagons of provisions, and the Russians 4,000 killed and wounded. And Lewenhaupt was sacrificed in vain, for when on November 8th Mazepa at last joined Charles at the little Severian town of Horky, he came not as the powerful Dux Militum Zaporowinsium, but as a ruined man with little more than his horsetail standard and 1,300 personal adherents. The unlooked-for collapse of Mazepa was a terrible blow to Charles XII. He had built his hopes of ultimate victory on his alliance with the Cossack hetman, and, in justice to Charles, it must be admitted that this alliance, so far from being a mere mirage luring him on to destruction, as which Swedish historians generally have regarded it, was really the one solid and substantial element in his fantastic combinations. The fact has been quite overlooked that in those days the hetman of the Zaporogian Cossacks was often the determining factor of Oriental politics. Chmielnicki had held the balance even between Poland and Muscovy for years. Doroshenko, as the ally of the Sultan, had for a time been more powerful than Tsar and King combined. Mazepa himself was not so much the subject as the semi-independent tributary of the Muscovite crown. He ruled on the Dnieper with more than princely power. 100,000 Cossack horsemen were at his disposal. The whole Ukraine obeyed his lightest nod. The Khan of the Crimea addressed him as "my brother." If Charles X of Sweden, one of the astutest statesmen as well as the greatest warrior of his age, in the plenitude of his power, considered it not beneath his dignity to seek the alliance of the hetman Chmielnicki against Poland, why should not his grandson Charles XII have sought the alliance of the hetman Mazepa against Muscovy, now that Poland was also on his side? The power and influence of Mazepa were fully recognized by Peter the Great himself. No other Cossack hetman had ever been treated with such difference as Moscow. He ranked with the highest dignitaries in the state, sat at the Tsar's own table, and flouted the Tsar's kinsfolk with impunity. Mazepa would doubtless have remained loyal had not Charles XII crossed his path. At the very beginning of the Great Northern War, the crafty old hetman began to have his doubts how this life and death struggle going on before his very eyes would end. As Charles continued to advance and Peter to retreat, Mazepa made up his mind that Charles was going to win and that it was high time he looked after his own interests. Moreover, he had personal grievances against Peter. The Tsar was going so fast that the arch-conservative old Cossack could not follow him, and he was jealous of the omnipotent favorite Menshikov. More than once, some of his Cossack squadrons had been taken away from him to be converted into dragoons, and he deeply resented it, but he proceeded very cautiously. Not till September 27th, 1707, when King Stanislaus wrote to him direct, practically offering him his own terms if he would take the anti-Muscovite side, did he determine to do so. The crisis came when Peter ordered him actively to cooperate with the Russian forces in the Ukraine. Mazepa hereupon took to his bed and sent to the Tsar that he was on the point of death. The same day he communicated with Charles' first minister, Count Piper, and agreed to harbor the Swedes in the Ukraine and close it against the Russians, October 1708. But Peter was too quick for him. He at once sent Menshikov to see the dying hetman. Mazepa at once took horse and sped away like a whirlwind for 3 days and 3 nights to the nearest Swedish outposts. Peter instantly commanded Menshikov to have a new hetman elected, and to raise Baturin, Mazepa's chief stronghold in the Ukraine, to the ground. In the race to Baturin, which now followed between Charles and Menshikov, the Muscovites outmarched the exhausted Swedes. And when Charles, a week later, passed by the Cossack capital, all that remained of it was a heap of smoldering mills and ruined houses, with burnt, half-burnt, and bloody corpses scattered all around. At the end of 1708, the Swedes had to enter a new and terrible enemy in the Great Forest, the severest winter that Europe had known for a century. So early as the beginning of October, the cold was intense. By November 1st, firewood would not burn in the open air, and the soldiers warmed themselves over big bonfires of straw. But it was not till the vast steppes of the Ukraine were reached that the unhappy Swedes experienced the full rigor of the icy Scythian blast. By the time the army arrived at the little Ukrainian fortress of Hadjak, which they took by assault January 1709, wine and spirits froze into solid blocks of ice. Birds on the wing fell dead. Saliva congealed in its passage from the mouth to the ground. The sufferings of the soldiers were hideous. You could see, says an eyewitness, some without hands, some without feet, some without ears and noses, many creeping along after the manner of quadrupeds. Nevertheless, says another eyewitness, though earth, sky, and air were against us, the king's orders had to be obeyed, and the daily march made. Never had Charles XII seemed so superhuman as during those awful days. It is not too much to say that his imperturbable equanimity, his serene bonhomie, kept together the perishing but still unconquered host. His military exploits were prodigious. At Surkova he drove back 7,000 Russians with 400, and at Opressa 5,000 Russians with 300 men. The frost broke at the end of February 1709, and then the spring floods put an end to all active operations for some months. The Tsar set off for Voronezh to inspect his Black Sea fleet, while Charles encamped at Rudizha, between the Orel and the Worskla, 2 tributaries of the Don. By this time the Swedish army had dwindled from 41,000 to 20,000 able-bodied men, mostly cavalry. Supplies, furnished for a time by Mazepa, were again running short. All communications with Europe had long since been cut off. Charles was still full of confidence. He hoped in the ensuing campaign, with the help of the Tartars, the Zaporogians, and the Hospodar of Wallachia, to hold his own till Stanislaus, with Krasau's army corps, had joined him by way of Volhynia. On May 11, he began the siege of Poltawa, a small fortress on the western bank of the Worskla, and the staple to the Ukraine trade, so as to strengthen his position till the arrival of Krasow. But the ordinary difficulties of a siege were materially increased by the lack of artillery and ammunition. Footnote 1. Nearly all the powder had been spoiled by the weather during 1708 and 9, and it is said that the report of the Swedish guns was no louder than the clapping of gloved hands. End footnote. And by the proximity of the Russian main army, which arrived a few days later and entrenched itself on the opposite bank of the Worksla, Peter himself was delayed by the resistance offered by the Zaporozhian Cossacks at the instigation of Mazepa in their Sayak, or great water fortress, among the islands of the Dnieper. But on June 8, this root of all evil and the main hope of the enemy, as Peter called it, was stormed by the dragoons of Volkovsky and Gallahan. A week later, the Tsar set out for Poltawa on June 15th. At last, Peter had resolved to make a firm stand. "With God's help, I hope this month to have a final bout with the enemy," he wrote to Admiral Apraxin. Yet even now, though the Swedes were a famished, exhausted, dispirited host, surrounded by fourfold numbers, Peter decided a council of war, held soon after his arrival, that a general attack was too hazardous. Charles XII had never yet been defeated in a pitched battle, and Peter was determined to take no risks. Only when the garrison of Poltawa contrived to let him know that their powder had run out and the enemy's sappers were burrowing beneath the palisades did he order his army to advance. On that very day, a crowning calamity overtook the Swedes. While reconnoitering the Russian camp, Charles received a wound in the foot from the bullet of a Cossack patrol, which placed him hors de combat. On hearing of this mishap, Peter resolved not to refuse battle if it were offered him. Charles was equally ready to fight, and on the council of war held on June 26, Marshal Reinskjold, whom he had appointed commander-in-chief in his stead, was ordered to attack the Russians in their entrenchments on the following day. The Swedes joyfully accepted the chances of battle in lieu of miseries of all sorts and slow starvation, advanced with irresistible elan, and were at first successful on both wings. After this, one or two tactical blunders having been committed, the Tsar, taking courage, drew all his troops from their trenches and enveloped the little band of Swedish infantry in a vast semicircle, bristling with guns of the most modern make, the invention of a French engineer, Lemaitre, which fired 5 times the Swedes once, and literally swept away the guards, the heart and soul of the army, before they could grasp their swords. After a desperate struggle, the Swedish infantry was annihilated, while the 14,000 cavalry, exhausted and demoralized, surrendered 2 days later at Perevolchna on the Dnieper, which they had no means of crossing. Charles XII, half delirious with pain in his litter, escorted by Mazepa and 1,500 horsemen, took refuge in Turkish territory. "The enemy's army," wrote Peter to his friend Romodanovsky next morning, "has had the fate of Phaeton. As for the king, we know not whether he be with us or with our fathers." To Apraxin he wrote, "Now, by God's help, are the foundations of Petersburg securely laid for all time." At the end of the year, on his return to the Holy Land, he laid the foundation stone of a church dedicated to Saint Samson, to commemorate the victory of the strong and patient man who had at last vanquished his masters in the art of war. The immediate result of the Battle of Poltawa was the revival of the hostile league against Sweden. On hearing of Peter's victory, Augustus sent his chamberlain, Count Wistham, to arrange for a conference, and the two monarchs met on a bridge of boats on the Vistula, a mile from Thorn, where, on October 17, 1709, a treaty cancelling all former compacts was signed. Peter undertook to assist Augustus to regain the throne of Poland, and by a secret article it was agreed that Livonia should form part of the victor's hereditary domains. Previously to this, June 28, an alliance had been concluded at Dresden between Augustus and Frederick IV of Denmark to restore the equilibrium of the north and keep Sweden within her proper limits. Nevertheless, for fear of the Western powers which were amicably disposed towards Sweden and by no means inclined to part with the Danish and Saxon mercenaries in their service, so long as the War of the Spanish Succession continued, the two princes agreed to exempt Sweden's German possessions from attack unless their own possessions in the empire were attacked by Sweden. The Confederates then proceeded to Berlin to persuade Frederick I of Prussia to accede to the new alliance, but the Prussian minister, Ilgen, restrained his royal master from taking any decisive step. Consequently, the League of the Three Fredericks was of so general a character that it did little more than engage the King of Prussia to prevent the passage through his territories of any Swedish troops bent on invading the territories of Denmark or Saxony. And now Frederick IV, despite the angry remonstrances of the maritime powers, resolved to attack Sweden at the very time that the Tsar was harrying the remnant of her Baltic provinces. But Sweden was now to show the world that a military state whose strong central organization enabled her to mobilize troops more quickly than her neighbors is not to be overthrown by a single disaster, however serious. She should still oppose 16,000 well-disciplined troops to the Danish invader, and these troops were commanded by Count Magnus Stenbock, the last, but not the least, of the three great Caroline captains, the other two of whom, Reinskjold and Lewenhaupt, were now captives in Russia. Her fleet, too, was still a little stronger than the Danish fleet, and, besides her garrisons in Stralsund, Wismar, Bremen, Verden, and other places, she had Krassau's army corps of 9,000 strong in Poland. Then came the tidings of Pultowa, and in an instant the authority of King Stanislaus vanished. The vast majority of the Poles hastened to repudiate him and make their peace with Augustus, and Lezinski, henceforth a mere pensioner of Charles XII, accompanied Krassau's army corps in its retreat to Swedish Pomerania. On November 12, 1709, 15,000 Danes landed in Scania, but after gaining some slight advantage, were routed by Stenbock at Helsingborg, March 10, 1710, and compelled to evacuate Sweden. Yet, failure though it was, the short Scanian campaign had been of material assistance to the Tsar. It had prevented the Swedish government from sending up to the hardly pressed eastern provinces, and had thus given Peter a free hand there. On July 15, 1710, Riga, into which Peter personally had the satisfaction of hurling the first bomb, was starved into surrender. During the next 2 months, Pernau and Revel fell. Finland had already been invaded, and in June the fortress of Viborg was captured. But suddenly, alarming news from the south interrupted the Tsar's career of conquest in the north. Immediately after Pultowa, Peter Tolstoy, the Russian ambassador at the Porte, demanded the extradition of Charles and Mazepa. This was a diplomatic blunder, as it irritated the already alarmed Turks. Tolstoy next reported great military preparations made in great haste. In August he offered the Grand Mufti 10,000 ducats and 1,000 sables, if he would hand over the fugitives. But the Mufti gravely replied that such a breach of hospitality would be contrary to the religion of Islam. Evidently the Turks wished to prolong the Russo-Swedish war till they were ready to take the field themselves. Nor was Charles himself idle. For the first time in his life he was obliged to have a recourse to diplomacy, and his pen now proved almost as formidable as his sword. First he sent his agent, Neugebauer, to Stamboul with a memorial in which the Porte was warned that if Peter were given time, he would attack Turkey as suddenly and unexpectedly as he had attacked Sweden in 1700. The fortification of Azov and the building of a fleet in the Black Sea clearly indicated his designs, and the pseudo-Turkish alliance was the only remedy against so pressing a danger. "Reinforce me with your valiant cavalry," concluded Charles, "and I will return to Poland, re-establish my affairs, and again attack the heart of Muscovy." These arguments, very skillfully presented, had a great effect upon the Porte, and when Neugebauer was reinforced by Stanislaus Poniatowski, Charles' ablest diplomatist, the crisis became acute. At first, indeed, the Muscovite prevailed. In November 1709, the Russo-Turkish peace was renewed on the understanding that Charles should be escorted to the Polish frontier by Turkish and from Poland to the Swedish frontier by Russian troops. But in January 1710, Poniatowski succeeded in delivering to the Sultan personally a second memorial by Charles, convicting the Grand Vizier Ali Pasha of corruption and treason, and in June he was superseded by Neumann Ciuprili, whose first act was to lend Charles $400,000 free of interest. Ciuprili also would have avoided war if possible, but the patriotic zeal of the semi-mutinous Janissaries was too strong for him, and he had to give way to the still more anti-Russian Grand Vizier Baltaji Mehemet. Peter, encouraged by his Baltic triumphs, now thought fit to take a higher tone with the Porte, and in October 1710 categorically inquired whether the Sultan desired peace or war, and threatened an invasion unless he received satisfactory assurances forthwith. The Porte, unaccustomed to such language from Muscovy, at once threw Tolstoy into the Seven Towers, while the Grand Vizier was sent to the frontier at the head of 200,000 men. End of section 63. Read by Timothy Ossink, West Jordan, Utah, March 16th, 2023.